Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents The Fressingfield Witch by Jacqueline Beard. Narrated by Andrew Cullum. Hudibras. Hath not this present Parliament a leisure to the devil sent, fully empowered to treat about, finding revolted witches out? And has he not within a year hanged 80 of them in one shire? Samuel Butler. Prologue. Fressingfield, November 1884. He awoke to a whimper barely audible above the dawn chorus. Then the child screamed, and Jonathan lurched to full consciousness from the safety of sleep. Watery rays from the early morning sun shed scant light on the tiny box-room he rented from his sister. He lifted the threadbare blanket from his chest and surveyed the room. It was unseasonably warm, he thought, wiping beads of sweat from his brow. Night terrors again, no doubt. Though he could not remember. His recall had all but vanished since he found the first crow, replaced by a relentless dread that masked his memories. The stairs creaked. Harriet was taking one of the children below. Jonathan did not attempt to sleep again. The room was too dark, the lighting too shadowy. Darkness bathed the corners of the room, and he could only imagine what lurked beneath. Better to be downstairs in company. How could children sleep soundly in this house, in this village of the damned, near the witch? Jonathan laced his hobnail boots, buttoned a worsted jacket, and pulled a tattered smock over his head. It had been many years since he'd worked in the fields, but he never lost the habit of wearing a smock, regardless of the season. It reminded him of better times, of haymaking songs, company and sunshine. Poor days, but happy, before he was widowed, before he was bewitched. He trudged downstairs and into the parlour where Harriet poked the embers of a fire. A grubbily-clad child lay resting in the crook of her arm. "You look tired," she said. "Bad dreams again?" "Every night, sister," he muttered. "The crows." His voice trailed off and he stared into the distance, lost in thought. "Forget the blessed crows," sighed Harriet. "It is all nonsense. A grown man should know better." "What would you know, woman?" he snapped. "It is I who has fallen prey to the witch." "There are no more witches, John Carter." Harriet shook her head and placed the child roughly on the floor by the fire. It reached a hand towards the embers. "No!" she barked, swiping the hand away. The child rested its chin on its knees and rocked backwards and forwards, staring balefully at the fire. "You'll do yourself no good with that sort of talk," Harriet continued, lifting a black kettle onto the stove. "You are old enough to know better." "Nothing else accounts for the crows." Jonathan raised his head. His milky blue eyes were bloodshot with lack of sleep. Now. Harriet positioned her bulky frame on the wooden bench and shuffled closer. She took his hand. "It was a shock, John, and a nasty way to scare a body. But it is mischief-making, pure and simple, wrought by human hands." "But why me? And why crows?" he murmured. "Crows mean death, and there's plenty of that in the village." "Come now, John," replied Harriet. "There's been naught unexpected this year, except little Polly Gable's scarlet fever, and Harry Roper falling off his cart. All the other deaths are from age or long-standing illness. Nothing sinister." "All very easy for you to say, sister. But you are not troubled by the crows." "How do you know that, John? The last ones were rotting on the doorstep of this very cottage. Someone might have set them there to frighten me." "You know why?" Jonathan said softly. "I was alone for the cursed crow. It was in my resting place, waiting for me." "There's more folk than you break their journey on that old tree stump by the brook, Jonathan Carter," replied Harriet. "Why do you think the crow was left there for you?" "Because Elijah Scoggins says so," Jonathan replied. "The crow was for my namesake, or me."
"And how do you know so long after you found it?"
"I took the note to Scoggins," replied Jonathan. "He can read and write, and knows how to keep his mouth hushed."
"What note? You never mentioned a note."
"There was a note in the top of the stick jutting out of the crow's breast. I kept it."
"Whatever for?"
"I could not read it, and was ashamed to show anyone who could. Then, after the second crow—" Jonathan lifted a trembling hand to his forehead. "My pride was put to fright, so I took it to the parish clerk."
"What did it say?"
Harriet asked, patting her brother's hand. "It said—" Jonathan swallowed. "It said, 'I curse you, Jonathan Carter. Death stalks you.'" He stared into Harriet's eyes. "I am bewitched." Harriet sighed as she rose from the bench and began poking the fire again. After a few moments, she spoke.
"I do not doubt that some unkind person has taken against you, brother, but there are no witches now. Doubtful there ever were. You must stop thinking such nonsense and see it for the cruel trick that it is."
"It is no trick. I cannot sleep easy. I'm hot, I'm cold, and my heart beats so hard and irregular I fear it will burst. I was well before the first crow, and now I'm frail and frightened."
"Well, I am not," said Harriet. She snatched a broom from the corner of the room and began vigorously sweeping the floor. "You are older than I, John Carter. You should know better than to let an old busybody frighten you into believing myths, and you a big tall man to boot. I would not be worried by a few rotting crows."
"Perhaps you would not," said John slowly. "But George fears the crows as much as I."
"George Corbin? My husband?" Harriet stopped sweeping and wiped her hands on her apron. "George fears no one." She clenched her jaw and raised an eyebrow, challenging her brother to disagree.
"He tells me differently," said Jonathan. "It was George who said crows are harbingers of death. His family told stories of witchcraft and rituals, magpies, demons, and the like. He said they were warnings, passed down from his ancestors. Naturally, George believes in evil."
"We all believe in evil," said Harriet. "All good, God-fearing folk do, but the rest of it is stuff and nonsense. I'm not surprised to hear George has been talking twaddle. His kin were always a superstitious lot, but ours were not, and neither should you be."
John placed a hand in the small of his back and rose to his feet, wincing at the effort. "Doubtless you are right, sister," he said. "I will walk to the village now for my weekly shave. I have no wish to offend the God-fearing folk of Fressingfield when I go to church tomorrow."
Harriet smiled. "Away you go to the barber's shop," she said. "Undiscovered creatures will be found in your beard hair if you do not get it shaved off soon." Jonathan was in his 7th decade, but he walked regularly. It was over a mile to the village centre, and the distance did not usually trouble him despite occasional palpitations. Today it was a chore. His heart was not in it. The lane towards the village was long and straight and stretched into the distance like an insurmountable obstacle. Head bowed, he trudged along with his hands deep in the pockets of his smock. There was not another soul in sight. It was several hours past daybreak, but the lane, bordered by trees and hedges, was poorly lit. Tall trees arched towards the pathway, threatening to obscure the sky. Jonathan shrugged off a feeling of melancholy as he surveyed the dismal route ahead. He continued his lonely walk, watching treetops shimmer in the billowing wind. Jonathan shivered as he neared the end of the lane and felt the first drops of rain. The drizzle turned into a shower and started seeping into his clothes. He turned towards the village centre. The pale chimney pots of the vicarage stood in stark relief against the sombre black of the surrounding trees, gleaming like beacons of hope in a shadowy, menacing gloom. Jonathan rubbed his chest, panting. His heart skipped a beat, righted itself, and skipped another. Though the cold numbed his fingers, a bead of sweat trickled down his sideburns. He thumped his chest, trying to quell the feeling of panic that accompanied the irregular heartbeats, palpitations that increased in frequency whenever he thought of the crows. He reached the wooden gate at the top of the churchyard and gazed towards the familiar timber-framed rear of the Fox and Goose Inn. The red-bricked building, with its moss-covered roof, was strangely comforting. There were quicker ways to the barber's shop, but Jonathan liked routine. His Saturday morning shave ritual always took the same route from the rear gate to the foregate of the church. Once level with the Fox and Goose, it was not far to Church Street where the barber lived. He could sit there, rest his tired legs, and will his heartbeat back to normal. He picked his way through the churchyard along the stony path and past the graves of his ancestors. The square-towered flint church stood solidly to his left. The November sky was indigo blue and covered in dark clouds, heavy with the threat of storms. He could not remember seeing such a black sky this early in the day. The irregular gravestones seemed to ripple as he walked by, and he gazed upon them through tired eyes amidst ever-increasing winds. Once past the church, head bowed against the driving rain, Jonathan turned towards the Fox and Goose. An intricately carved figure nestled in a corner post. He touched it for luck when he was a small boy, and wondered whether he should touch it now. Luck might break the curse. But his musings went no further. A sudden noise ripped through the stillness of the churchyard. Startled, Jonathan stared towards the porch. Nobody was there. The churchyard was empty. Another shriek pierced the air, and this time he recognized it, the shrill caw of a crow. He picked up his pace and hastened towards the church gate. It was only a short distance away. Across the road he watched a woman in a black bonnet scuttle down Church Street. Only a few minutes more, and he would be safe in her presence. As he stumbled towards the gate, he noticed a puddle of black mud on the stone path and moved closer, trying not to look as a cold dread clawed at his chest. It could not be. Not in the Lord's churchyard. Pray God, no. But there was no doubt. The dark mass was all that remained of a trio of crows, fetid, stinking, and crawling with worms. Jonathan clutched his heart as he fell towards a slanted, moss-covered tombstone, and lay prone, feeling his heartbeat ebb away. The last thing he ever saw was a crow impaled upon a sharpened stick as it tumbled to the ground by the side of his head. Chapter 1. An Unusual Case. "Good to see you, Francis." The tall, dark-haired man reached out to his smartly attired friend, resplendent in a top hat and woolen coat. They shook hands warmly. "My pleasure," said his companion. "Good of you to come under the circumstances, Lawrence." "Yes, it has been a long time since I've seen anyone from the force. I'm sure you understand," said Lawrence. "Naturally," murmured Francis. "I wish I could have done more, but—" His words trailed away. "Shall we go in?" he asked. The men were in Chequer Square, in the historic town of Bury St. Edmunds, having arranged to meet by the obelisk in the centre. The structure dominated the square, but the once decorative stone panels at the foot of the obelisk were eroded, the detail forever lost to time. Francis pointed to a square red-bricked building to the side of the St. James Tower gateway ahead. "I thought you might like to see the new Masonic Lodge before it opens," he said. "Yes, I would," said Lawrence. "It's been a long time since I've been in a lodge. My membership has lapsed, you know. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't be on the premises." "Ordinarily, yes," said Francis. "But I have been tasked with organizing the decoration, and it's almost finished. My men have little left to do, which is fortunate, as the opening ceremony is only a few weeks away. Besides, it is quite empty today, and that is the reason I wanted to meet you there." The two men crossed the square and stepped up to the centrally positioned door. A semicircular fanlight with radial bars was set above the six-panelled door.
Francis reached into his pocket for a set of keys and inserted the larger key in the lock. They walked into a passageway and were met with the aroma of fresh paint. Francis opened a set of double doors and waved Lawrence into a bright room decorated in full Masonic regalia. "Very smart," said Lawrence as he crossed the black-and-white square tiled room. A range of oblong windows allowed light to stream into what would otherwise have been a dark space. Above the fireplace opposite the windows rested a large ornate gold mirror which reflected daylight around the room. White-painted walls were adorned with the flags and banners of the Masonic movement. Sumptuous cloth-covered tables contained candlesticks, goblets, and other Masonic paraphernalia. Dark mahogany-padded chairs stood at intervals around the room, which seethed with opulence. "I can't see what else you need to do," said Lawrence, striding to the top of the room. He stopped and stroked his hand over the smooth surface of one of the two spherical-topped, stone-carved columns. "It appears quite complete," he continued. "The lodge has evidently not suffered by the loss of my subscription fee." He gestured towards several tall, intricately carved floor lights as he spoke. They were topped with expensive silver fittings and vast candles. Francis smiled. "We do not want for members or funds," he admitted. "Indeed, there is quite a waiting list at present, but you have already been initiated and will be welcome back whenever you choose." "I'll give it some thought," said Lawrence. "Perhaps in the future, but not yet." Francis did not push the point. He gestured to a chair by the window. "Sit down," he said. "Drink?" Lawrence nodded, and Francis uncovered a cloth from one of the cabinets. He opened the right-hand carved door and reached for a decanter and 2 glasses, then poured a small quantity of liquor and passed the glass to Lawrence before sitting beside him. Francis placed his hat and walking stick beneath the chair. The gold overlaid handle with an embossed square and compasses glistened in the light. He turned towards Lawrence. "Are you busy at present?" he inquired. "Tolerably," Lawrence replied. "I have recently concluded the larger of my cases and only have a few smaller matters to attend to. Why do you ask?" "Do you remember my brother Michael?" asked Francis. "I do." "Then you will remember that he took holy orders." Lawrence nodded. "He graduated from Cambridge some time ago," said Francis. "Then he spent 2 years as a missionary in South America before returning to Ridley Hall for further training. Several months ago he left again and will soon be given a parish of his own. In the interim, he has been assigned to a parish in Suffolk to assist the incumbent vicar." "He has led an interesting life," murmured Lawrence, rubbing his scar through his gloved left hand, oblivious to the habit he had adopted since the fire. "What I'm about to tell you is confidential," said Francis. "I am not at liberty to discuss this matter, but if you choose to assist, then it will be worth breaking my word. If you cannot help, I trust you will not discuss it with anyone else." "Certainly not," said Lawrence. "Any information given during a preliminary inquiry stays between the two of us." Francis nodded. "I had to ask. I am sure you understand. Anyway, Michael is currently lodging at the vicarage in the village of Fressingfield. Do you know it?" Lawrence nodded. "He is living with the Reverend Raven, his family, and their servants. Last week he travelled to Bury to see me, and not merely for a social visit. He asked for my advice and guidance as head of the family." "Naturally," said Lawrence. "You have a decade on young Michael. I'm sure he values your opinion more than ever since the demise of your father." "He does," agreed Francis, "though he rarely troubles me with his problems. His wish to consult with me came as something of a surprise, and I was frankly astounded by the nature of his difficulty. To be honest, Lawrence, I was sceptical to such an extent that I felt moved to check into his account of the problem. I have investigated, and there is no doubt that what he says is true." "If you have already investigated, you don't need a private detective," said Lawrence, bemused. "Unless you want an opinion on your findings." "No," said Francis. "The checks I made were to establish that the event had occurred in the way he described. It is the matter itself that I would like you to investigate.
you may be able to prevent this sorry affair causing any more distress." "I'm intrigued," said Lawrence. "What happened in Michael's parish that has disturbed you to this degree?" "Witchcraft," said Francis solemnly. "Oh, really?" spluttered Lawrence. "This is 1890, not the 1600s. You can't be serious." "I wish I was not," said Francis. "The very idea of witchcraft is as ridiculous as it is abhorrent. Neither Michael nor Reverend Raven attach any credence to the suggestion, though rumour and speculation are rife. The allegations must be investigated and proved false. It is inconceivable that any sane person would entertain such a notion," said Lawrence. "We are fortunate to live in enlightened times. Even the most ill-educated men don't believe in the presence of demons and spirits." "I wouldn't believe it either," said Francis, "except that it is already widely reported in the press. The locals speak of nothing but the witch, and the village is in uproar. Accounts of bewitching, curses, and the like abound. It is as if the inhabitants have been transported back to the days of the witch trials. Reverend Cannon is at his wit's end. He wants the rumours quashed, but they spread further with each passing day. I thought of you as soon as Michael mentioned his concerns. I have always trusted your judgment, Lawrence." "I appreciate your confidence, but I can't imagine what you expect me to do." "There is no such thing as witchcraft, Francis. So what can I investigate? It is all in the mind, and I am not a psychiatrist. The parish priest is better suited to spiritual matters. If he cannot prevail against such ignorance, how am I supposed to?" "I agree. If it were only a matter of persuasion, the Reverend could manage the problem himself, but it is more than that," said Francis. "There is a matter worthy of investigation amongst this gossip. It was not only the most recent deaths that were linked to witchcraft. Other unexplained deaths occurring years before have attracted similar speculation." "Those deaths are no doubt distressing," said Lawrence, "but you haven't told me why witchcraft is suspected." Francis shook his head. "There is no basis for a connection between the two except by the most gullible," he conceded. "If it wasn't for the result of the inquest, the rumours would have dissipated long ago." Lawrence rose, walked towards the mirror, and adjusted his tie. "What inquest?" he asked. Francis reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and withdrew a cutting from the Sunday Times. "Read this," he said, thrusting it towards Lawrence. Lawrence returned to his seat and unfolded a newspaper report. Sunday Times, April 13th, 1890. An inquest was held at Fressingfield on a baby girl who had died suddenly. The medical evidence showed that death was due to shock caused by the external use of some powerful irritant, though what this was, and why or by whom it was applied, was not determined. The parents both swore that their child had been overlooked by her step-grandmother, Mrs. Corbin, who died on the same day, and had told them on her deathbed that the baby would not long survive her. A few hours afterwards they took the child out in her perambulator, and were suddenly startled by the sight of smoke issuing from it. As soon as they reached home again, she died. George Corbin told the jury that he had always believed his wife was a witch, and consequently he had always tried to do whatever she wanted and to avoid offending her at all costs. "I'm surprised this report was taken seriously," Lawrence said after a long silence. "Even if the suspicion of witchcraft gained some traction, the woman is dead. Why has the speculation not died with her?" "Because the inquest was inconclusive, and the post-mortem did not show a cause of death. The villagers think the child's injuries were caused by the application of brimstone. The post-mortem has not proved otherwise, so they continue to believe the child was cursed. The endless rumours have reached senior figures in the Church of England. They disapprove of the current coverage in the popular press and are impatient for the subject to pass. Instead, it grows ever more newsworthy. There is public appetite for this story, Lawrence. Reverend Raven has been asked to deal with the matter before it undermines the authority of the Church. I understand, said Lawrence, but I am not sure what you think I can do about it. It is a simple matter of psychology, said Francis. Go to the village, talk to the family, the medical men, and the villagers. Then produce a conclusive report attributing the death to an irritant substance. You can say it was administered by the child's grandmother while in a state of temporary insanity. Hard facts, Harpham. That ought to do the trick. It might, agreed Lawrence. Who would I be working for? More to the point, who would pay my fee? The Church will pay your fee. It is in their interests to have the matter concluded at the earliest opportunity. You will lodge at the vicarage with Michael and the Reverend's family, if you agree to take the case. And if I don't accept the case? What then? We will look for another man who will. This must be settled quickly, or I fear the talk of witches will never subside. I would much prefer to see you carry out the investigation than hire another man I know nothing about. But I will not press you to attend as a favour. I know you choose your cases carefully, and I am all too aware that you may not want to leave Bury this close to Mayday. Lawrence grimaced and gazed through the window towards the obelisk in Checker Square. I have stayed in Bury on the anniversary these last 3 years, and it brings no peace. Perhaps it is time. Francis jumped to his feet, grasped the decanter from the top of the cabinet, and refilled their glasses. He raised his drink towards Lawrence. I will take that as your acceptance, he said. Chapter 2. Fressingfield. Lawrence woke with a start. He had nodded off through the journey, rhythmic hoofbeats overpowering the discomforting jerks from the springing carriage. He rubbed his eyes and gazed through the window. They should be nearing the village now. It had been a comfortable journey as carriage rides go, much improved by the quality of transport. Francis had generously loaned his recently purchased double brougham. Clad in Moroccan leather upholstery, it smelled musky, and the comforting warmth was soporific. Rubber tyres covered the wheels and tempered the inevitable jolting. Most pleasing was being able to travel in silence without having to engage in small talk with fellow passengers. Lawrence was a solitary man by nature, and not inclined to waste words. He gained more satisfaction from a good book or a considered debate than a social gathering where he might be required to mingle. Catherine had been better at the social niceties. She'd encouraged him to participate in gatherings which had been tolerable when she was by his side. Now she was gone, he had withdrawn again, and it suited him to be alone with his thoughts. Hoofbeats slowed, then stopped, as the carriage drew to a halt on the Cratfield Road. To his left, the Georgian vicarage stood amidst tall trees covered in new leaf growth, while the sun cast gentle rays against the pale stone through clear blue skies. The carriage driver alighted and opened the wooden door of the brougham. "Here we are, sir," he said. "I'll take your bags." "Thank you," replied Lawrence. "For a very pleasant journey." The cab driver smiled. "Glad to hear it, sir. Enjoy your stay." Lawrence strolled towards the front of the vicarage where an elderly woman lay in a wicker bath chair on the lawn. Her companion was kneeling on the ground in front while wrapping a red and green checked tartan blanket over the woman's lap. "Good day," said Lawrence. The younger woman stood. "Hello," she smiled. "You must be Mr. Harpham." She did not wait for confirmation. "This is Mrs. Harris." She gestured towards her elderly charge. "Reverend Raven is in his study. Let me show you in." She leaned towards the old lady. "I will only be a moment," she whispered. Lawrence followed her, wondering why she had not introduced herself. She appeared to be a companion of sorts, and perhaps felt her position was too lowly to warrant an introduction. The woman bustled through the front door and into a bright hallway. "Down here," she gestured. Lawrence walked through a passageway towards the rear of the house. The woman he followed was a head shorter and remarkably plain.
Her figure was slight, and her light brown hair was pinned into an untidy pile on her head. Thick eyebrows dominated her face, and her jawline was unfemininely square. How old was she? 30? 40? It was impossible to tell. Presently they arrived outside a door. The woman knocked twice, and a voice from within bade them enter. "Thank you," said Lawrence. The companion nodded and returned down the passage. Lawrence opened the door and found himself in a large, square study. A sturdy oak desk stood centrally in front of him with a smaller writing desk on the right-hand side, the two making an L shape. Dual-aspect windows provided glorious views across the gardens, and bookshelves covered the two windowless walls from floor to ceiling. Piles of journals perched precariously on the side of the oak desk, and parchments and manuscripts littered every surface. The Reverend Canon Raven sat behind the desk. A younger man, who Lawrence recognized as Michael Farrow, leaned over him, pointing to a document. "Mr. Harpham, I presume," said the Reverend Raven, jumping to his feet and offering his hand. Lawrence shook it, murmured his thanks, then greeted Michael Farrow. "Good to see you again. It has been a long time." "Delighted," said Michael. "Too long. I trust you had a good journey?" "Yes, indeed," said Lawrence. "Your brother's carriage was extremely comfortable." Michael smiled. "I haven't yet had the opportunity to ride in her," he said, "but Francis talks of little else but the new Brougham and his renewed Masonic Lodge, so I dare say I will become better acquainted with both before long. How was my brother?" "In good health, but concerned about matters here," said Lawrence, getting straight to the point. The Reverend nodded. "We were discussing the very same thing," he said. "Sit down, Mr. Harpham." He pulled a carved chair from the front of the desk. Lawrence sat opposite. "Call me Lawrence, if you wish," he said. "Mr. Harpham, Lawrence, thank you for coming." The Reverend steepled his hands and rested them against his chin. "Francis Farrow has no doubt apprised you of the situation." Lawrence nodded. "He has. I am broadly familiar with the case, and what you hope to achieve." "Good," said the Reverend. "First things first. Michael, please ring for some tea." Michael pulled a blue and red striped cord in the corner of the room, and a bell rang faintly in the distance. Moments later a young woman entered the room, and Michael whispered instructions. The Reverend continued. "I'm sure you understand that in any village some parishioners are more troublesome than others. In the short time that I have served here, some people have become known to me for their eccentric and ill-informed views. It is these few that provoke talk of witchcraft, the subject of which has not abated, and I fear will not, without intervention." "Do particular individuals need convincing?" asked Lawrence. "Yes," replied the Reverend. "Specifically, George Corbin and his daughter Sarah Hammond. They are without doubt great influencers of the other villagers. It was bad enough when talk was contained within Fressingfield, but since the papers have got hold of it, the village has become a laughingstock. Worse still, people are losing respect for the church, representatives of which have asked me to intervene." "Who?" asked Lawrence. The door opened before the Reverend had the opportunity to reply, and a young servant girl carried a silver tray towards the desk. The Reverend cleared a space, and she placed the weighty tray. "Thank you, Anna," he said. Michael poured from the silver teapot, while the Reverend spoke. "I would rather not go into detail," he replied. "Suffice it to say that swift resolution is more of an instruction than a request." "The matter shouldn't warrant much investigating," said Lawrence. "Francis intimated that a token inquiry would be good enough. If the outcome is made public, it ought to deter any further speculation, which should be easily achievable in a short time with minimal effort on my part." "A short investigation is exactly what we hope for," said the Reverend, "although it may not be as straightforward as you think." He glanced towards Michael, and they exchanged looks. "Why not?" asked Lawrence. "There have been other deaths," said the Reverend. "All explicable, nothing unexpected, but perhaps a little too convenient." Lawrence reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a notebook. "Please elaborate," he asked.
The year before I arrived in the parish, a labourer called Jonathan Carter died in the churchyard. The Reverend gestured vaguely towards the front of the vicarage. He was old and suffered from a congenital heart defect, so it was not surprising that he died suddenly. But it was the manner of his demise that was unusual. Lawrence raised his head. How did he meet his death? It was not how he expired, Lawrence, so much as the plague of crows in the weeks leading up to his death. Lawrence raised his eyebrows. He was attacked by crows? No. The poor man had evidently upset someone, and this person left dead, decaying crows for him to find. He thought he had been cursed. But he died from natural causes. Entirely. The inquest found the cause of death was sudden heart failure, but there was talk of finding dead crows near his body. Surely a coincidence and nothing more. Perhaps. Harriet King found him, and it may be worthwhile questioning her if you can. There's no reason to at this point. The presence of crows is irrelevant if he died naturally. Is there more? 2 years later, Jonathan's sister Harriet died. She was George Corbin's first wife. George Corbin being the primary perpetrator of the witchcraft rumours. The very one, replied the Reverend. Harriet Corbin also died of heart failure. By the end of the year, Corbin had married Mary Ann Riches. The woman he claimed was a witch. A quick marriage, muttered Lawrence. It was. But widowed men often marry in haste to provide a mother for their children or a keeper for their house. Not all men, said Lawrence pointedly. Michael looked towards his feet, embarrassed. I dare say, continued the Reverend. Regardless, he married Mary Ann Corbin, and 3 weeks ago she died. She cursed her step-grandchild on her deathbed, claiming the girl would not long outlive her. And she did not. Both died the same day. How did Mary Ann Corbin die? Asked Lawrence. Her death was also attributed to a form of heart disease, said Reverend Raven. She was old, like the others, and it could be true. But I cannot pretend not to be a little concerned. It is hardly unusual for 3 elderly people to die of heart disease, said Lawrence. If crows or curses had not been mentioned, there would be no reason to connect the deaths. There may not be a reason, but talk of witchcraft began with the death of Jonathan Carter and has escalated with every subsequent death. I am not suggesting that they were killed, but I will sleep more easily when I am certain that there was no foul play. I don't doubt that the mischief-making with crows contributed to Carter's death. The poor man was beside himself with terror. So it is not only a matter of convincing the villagers. You want me to make a proper investigation? Asked Lawrence. I do, said the Reverend. But regardless, the outcome must be that all supernatural rumours are quashed. How you achieve it is up to you. I'll make inquiries at once, and report back to you daily. That won't be necessary, said the Reverend, turning to Michael, who had been silent throughout the discussion. Please deliver your reports to Michael. He will be on hand to assist you with anything you need. I am busy at present, and Michael's presence at the vicarage has been invaluable. Any more distractions, and I will miss the deadline for my research paper. I promised the Suffolk Institute of Archaeology that it would be ready this month. On top of that, I need to write the final chapters of The Church Bells of Suffolk. He waved towards a large pile of papers forming a disorganized heap in the corner of the room. Time is precious. Then I will leave you in peace, said Lawrence, rising from his chair. I am grateful, replied the Reverend. Michael will show you to your quarters and introduce you to the rest of the household. Michael and Lawrence exited the room, leaving the Reverend Raven poring over his papers. As the door closed, the Reverend gazed uneasily across the garden, then walked towards the window and looked outside. The sun was peppered with grey clouds. Shadows from the rookery dappled the lawn, striped by a silhouette from the old gas lamp. The trees, crowned by bulging rooks' nests, seemed almost too slender to bear their weight. A crow cawed angrily from above, and the Reverend frowned. His hands tightened over his crucifix as he stared silently
into the distance. Chapter 3. Nemesis. The hatred churned and burned within me, clutching at my heart with talons that seared through my flesh. Once it lay dormant, but never vanished, never lost its power, always growing, festering, biding its time. It was my birthright after all. I was the guardian of the hatred. It was mine to stoke, to burn bright. And when it flickered and fell away, it was my duty to remember what they did. Remember her. And fulfill the promise of revenge. It lay quietly for years, though it entered me in a burn of anguish when I came of age, when my mother told me what her mother told her, a tale passed down over 10 generations. I allowed it into my heart, and it nested there and made a home. And we lived peacefully together. I hardly remembered it was there. It was silent, so quiet that I thought it had left me. Life was tolerable, I was loved, I was content. There were no children, but it did not matter. Yet the burden of hatred remained, clinging like a grass burr. For a while, I contemplated abandoning it, closing my heart to its insidious call. I had buried it deep and lived my life well, and might have continued to ignore it until fate intervened and tore me from contentment, tormenting me with loss. One day I was alive and hopeful, the next alone, unloved, and with a festering wound where my heart used to beat. All compassion and hope were ripped from my chest as the hatred forced its way into the world, burning, wrathful, and black as the wing of a crow. At that moment, on that day, I vowed revenge on those who had harmed my family. I embraced the hatred and determined to punish those who had wronged my ancestors. Then I assigned it a new obligation, to punish those who had wronged me. Chapter 4. The Vicarage. Lawrence followed Michael down the passageway and into the hall. "Unusual circumstances in which to become reacquainted," he said. "What do you make of it?" "Very concerning," Michael replied. "Talk of witchcraft among my parishioners is rife. More of them believe the rumours than otherwise. Don't let the Reverend convince you that it is idle gossip. Fear is making them angry, and who knows where that may lead." Lawrence shook his head. "It is hard to believe such a thing is possible in 1890. We are men of science now. I must hear these rumours myself. Tell me who I should speak to." "I will," replied Michael. "But first let me introduce you to the others." He opened a solid oak door to a large, well-lit drawing-room. A marble fireplace graced the side wall, and hanging above it was a portrait of a stern-looking gentleman dressed in old-fashioned apparel. The remaining walls were clad with raised and fielded panels, and a large chandelier dominated the centre of the ceiling. As Lawrence entered, sunlight pierced through the clouds, catching the crystals above. He glanced towards the closed shutters of the furthest window, where a woman of about 50 summers reclined on a daybed nearby. Beside her sat 2 young women playing a card game. "Good morning, Mrs. Raven. Forgive the intrusion, but Mr. Harpham has arrived." "Come in, Michael," replied Mrs. Raven. "Excuse me if I do not rise, but I have one of my headaches this morning, and it will not shift. Pleased to meet you." She extended a hand towards Lawrence. "Do take a seat." Lawrence and Michael seated themselves by the unlit fire. "I'm sorry to find you indisposed," said Lawrence. "It is nothing," said Francis Raven. "Allow me to introduce you to my daughter, Emily, and her friend, Loveday." Lawrence smiled at the girls. One was dark-haired and slight to the point of appearing undernourished. Delicate cheekbones graced her face, and her small mouth fell naturally into a frown. The other girl was quite the opposite. Slightly shorter and with blonde hair falling in ringlets, her blue eyes sparkled with merriment.
Flashing a broad smile, she placed her cards on the table and rose to greet Lawrence. "How lovely to meet you," she said, brimming with self-confidence. The dark-haired girl joined her. "I'm Emily," she murmured. Lawrence stood to greet them. "I'm sorry to intrude upon your game," he said with the ghost of a smile. "We don't mind at all," said Loveday. "Would you like us to show you around?" "That won't be necessary," said Mrs. Raven. "I'm sure Michael will do the necessary. Fetch my reading glasses, Emily dear. They are in my bedroom." "Come with me, Loveday," Emily commanded. Mrs. Raven waited for the door to close. "I'm glad you have arrived," she said. "I haven't seen John quite so worried in a long time." "I hope I can be of some use to him," replied Lawrence. "Be discreet around the girls," said Mrs. Raven. "They have only recently returned from Cheltenham, and we haven't discussed these silly rumours with them. I have implied that you are here because you are Michael's friend and our house guest. That's close enough to the truth, and as much as they need to know." "Of course," said Lawrence. "It is interesting to hear that they have returned from Cheltenham. I know the town well, though I have not visited in almost 3 years." He picked absent-mindedly at the brown leather glove on his left hand. "Emily finished her studies at Cheltenham Ladies' College a few weeks ago," said Frances Raven. "Her sister Margaret is due back next term. Loveday's people are in India, so she came back with Emily. She is here for a few weeks, then sails to Calcutta." "They are at Miss Beale's establishment?" asked Lawrence, smiling. "It is held in high esteem in Cheltenham." "As well it should be," agreed Mrs. Raven, "though some still believe that education is wasted on young women. The Reverend Raven and I cannot endorse such an opinion. We would not deprive our daughters of that which we give to our sons." "Commendable," said Lawrence. "I have not met your sons. Are they at home?" Michael smiled. "I am pleased to say that each of the Reverend's sons is destined to serve the Church." "Indeed they are," said Mrs. Raven proudly. "They are all away at their various learning establishments for the next few months. It is unlikely that you will see them." "That's a pity," said Lawrence. "I would have been glad to make their acquaintance. May I ask who else lives here?" "Of course," replied Mrs. Raven. "My youngest daughter, Margaret, is at home, although you have yet to meet her. She is 14 years old, Emily is 19, and her friend is around the same age, perhaps a little older. You may have noticed my Aunt Harris on the lawn. She is in poor health and has a companion and nursemaid who has lived with us these last 2 years. Her name is Violet. That is everybody except our 2 servants. Mary, the elder girl, cooks and cleans, and the younger, Anna, has never been in service before. Mary is training her. Whether or not she proves useful remains to be seen. The only other person you will see regularly is the gardener, but he lives in the village." "And me?" said Michael, raising an eyebrow. "How silly of me," replied Mrs. Raven. "Michael lives here too. I took it for granted that you knew that, Mr. Harpham. It is comforting for the Reverend to have another man in the house, and now, with your arrival, he has too. It stops him missing his sons quite so much." The door opened, and Emily appeared, holding a velvet pouch. "Thank you, my dear," said Mrs. Raven, placing the glasses on her nose. "Where is Loveday?" she continued. "She has retired to her room," said Emily. Michael arose from the chair. "I should show you to yours," he said. "Please excuse us." Lawrence nodded, and Frances Raven returned a smile. She picked up a book as the 2 men left the room. They returned to the spacious hallway and passed the dark mahogany sideboard. Upon it was a large blue and white vase containing a vibrant display of spring flowers. Beyond the sideboard was a wooden staircase with well-crafted turned balusters which rose to the floor above. Lawrence gazed at the woodwork, admiring the carpentry. He had always felt an affinity with wood. As a small boy, his favourite uncle had taught him how to whittle a piece of wood into a thing of beauty. That was a long time ago, when he had a pair of fully functioning hands. He loved the feel of wood, the smell of it, and the diverse ways in which it could be manipulated. He still appreciated the skill and artistry of a master carpenter.
even more since his useless left hand rendered him incapable of ever carving again. He had not known what to expect from the residence, but it was not this. If anything, he'd anticipated a smaller, more modest home, but the building was stylish, almost grand. No expense had been spared on the fittings. The moulded architraves were refined, the panelled dados fashioned in the best wood, and the cornices were elegant. His surroundings were agreeable in every way and more pleasant than his dark, cold rooms in Bury St. Edmunds. "There are 6 bedrooms on this floor," said Michael as they climbed the stairs. "The guest room is here." He pointed to a door at the right of the staircase. "Your window overlooks the garden." "Thank you," said Lawrence. "I will unpack my bags, and then we can talk. It would help to know where to begin my investigation." "Of course," said Michael. "I will leave you to it. You can find me in the study. I have a sermon to write," he said ruefully, "and little idea what to say." Lawrence opened the door and went inside. His suitcase was standing beside a wooden bed with a dark wood-panelled headboard. Striped blue and white wallpaper met a white painted dado rail, and several portraits hung at varying heights around the room. A carved washstand with wooden doors stood to the right of the bed. Lawrence filled a pink floral china bowl with water, removed his jacket, and pulled the glove from his left hand. He splashed water on his face with his good hand, while the scarred and withered left hand rested awkwardly in the water. He opened his suitcase and removed neatly folded clothing, which he placed in the deep drawers of a dressing table. Once done, he kicked his suitcase under the bed, avoiding the bedpan beneath. The dressing table mirror was set in a carved frame and occupied the most part of the wall upon which it rested. Lawrence leant towards it and combed his hair, examining his reflection. Lawrence was almost 40 summers, but his hair was still thick and dark without a strand of grey in his hairline or sideburns. He was cleanly shaven with shallow crow's feet wrinkling the skin beside his dark blue eyes. His brow furrowed and he tried to straighten it, but the wrinkles barely moved. A small scar marred his left cheekbone, a remnant of that dreadful night in '87. It would be 3 years to the day soon. He was relieved to be away from Bury in good company and with plenty to occupy his time. Lawrence eased the glove back onto his maimed hand and was reaching for his comb when there was a knock at the door. He was about to respond when the handle turned and Loveday walked inside. "Have you unpacked yet?" she asked. Lawrence spluttered. "I have unpacked, but what are you doing in my room? What do you want?" "That is not very friendly," she replied. "I thought I might say hello and make your better acquaintance." "You can't simply wander into a gentleman's bedroom," Lawrence said. "What will people think?" "Why should I care?" she replied. "Besides, they are all downstairs, and if anybody came in, you would be obliged to invent a reason. If you think they would mind me being here, do not look so shocked." She laughed. Lawrence shrugged into his jacket and walked straight towards the door, ushering Loveday from the room. He stood facing her on the galleried landing. "You didn't learn manners like that at Cheltenham Ladies' College," he chided. "I'm a guest here, Loveday. I don't know what my hosts would think of me if they saw me entertaining one of their daughter's friends in my bedroom." "I thought you would be fun," she said. "I'm sorry if you're cross with me. I only wanted someone else to talk to. It is very boring here. Emily is nice and her family are kind, but they're so dull. When I'm in India, there is a lot to see, balls to go to, and people to meet. Time passes quickly there. Oh, but I've upset you. Please forgive me." She touched his left arm as she apologized, and he flinched. "You don't like me," she said. "I don't know you," Lawrence replied. "You are young, and I'm an old man of nearly 40. It is inappropriate for you to be so familiar, especially in the house of a man of God." "Very well," she sighed. "I will be good and properly behaved when I'm around you, but I would like to know you better. I'm not as young as you think. I will be 20 on my next birthday." Lawrence shook his head and sighed, feeling awkward and old. She had made him uncomfortable, and he resented it. Lawrence considered how much time he had spent alone since Catherine's death. Too much. So much, evidently, that he had forgotten how to interact. "I must find Michael," he said. "We have business to attend to."
"And I must find Emily," replied Loveday, "as you appear to have no time for me."
Lawrence gestured towards the stairs, waving Loveday ahead. She descended first, then looked over her shoulder and smiled at him. He returned a fleeting smile of his own. Quite appalling manners, he thought, though there was something appealing about her confidence. He located Michael in the study. The door was ajar, and Michael was reading a paper. Lawrence tapped on the wood and peered inside. Michael started, then folded the newspaper and grinned. "Caught in the act," he said. "I'm sure you can spare a few moments to catch up with the daily news," said Lawrence. Michael pushed a notebook toward him. Upon it were 3 lines of text. "The words will not come today," he complained. "I am not in a sermon-writing mood." "Are you in an information-giving mood?" asked Lawrence. Michael nodded. "It will be a welcome distraction," he said. "What would you like to know?" "Names of the witnesses would be best. I should prefer to hear directly from those who have had the most involvement." "Then you should seek out old George Corbin and his daughter," said Michael. "He will no doubt speak at length. He is convinced his wife was a witch, but go easy on him. He is still grieving for his dead granddaughter." "I will," said Lawrence. "He has committed no crime, apart from wilful ignorance." "You might also want to seek out William Edwards," said Michael. "That is, if you think it is worth bothering with the death of Jonathan Carter. There is no evidence the two things are connected, but for all that talk about crows, his death would have gone unnoticed." "I am inclined to agree," said Lawrence. "But for the sake of completeness, I will talk to him, if possible." "Jonathan's body was found by Harriet King, but she died earlier this year," said Michael. Lawrence raised an eyebrow. "I assume her passing does not warrant its own investigation." "No, it does not," said Michael firmly. "We can't scrutinize every death, or the task will never be finished. Besides, she was an old widow in frail health. I visited her a few weeks before her death, and she was already in rapid decline." "A pity," said Lawrence. "It would have been useful to have a first-hand account." "You can still have one," said Michael. "William Edwards saw the body and gave evidence at the inquest." "Where can I find this man, Edwards?" "At the bake-office in the village." "Good. That sounds like a sensible place to start. Anyone else who might be helpful?" "You could speak with Elijah Scoggins. He resides not far from the Swan Inn. He is the parish clerk and knows all about church matters and keeping records. Speaking of records, I have some clippings from the newspaper reports of the inquest." He handed Lawrence a brown envelope. "Should be useful," said Lawrence, reaching inside. He scanned the clippings. "Short and to the point," he said. "You may also want to talk to Hannah Roper," Michael continued. "She is the unofficial village historian and was, more importantly, one of Mary Corbin's few friends." "Mary Corbin, the alleged witch?" "Yes. Mary was not well regarded in the village, not even within her family. Her husband declared her a witch, and Corbin's daughter, Sarah Hammond, detested her." "Were you acquainted with Mrs. Corbin?" "Only a little. I called upon the Hammonds once or twice when little Edith was first born. Mary Corbin was present on one occasion." "And what did you think of her?" Michael thought for a moment. "She was an odd woman. The family were discourteous to her. They called her a witch in her presence, and she did nothing at all to discourage it. Indeed, I formed the impression that she liked it." "How so?" "By behaving like one. Mary Corbin carried a large carpet bag with all manner of potions. Benjamin Hammond complained of a sore head once, and she produced a filthy jar containing some sort of noxious substance. She moved towards him and tried to rub it on his temple, and Sarah Hammond raised her hand as if to dash it away. She told Mary Corbin that if she touched him with her poison there would be hell to pay." "Charming," said Lawrence. "How did it end?" "Not violently, I am relieved to say," Michael replied. "Mary simply smiled and sat down beside her husband, appearing entirely unperturbed. But his daughter, Sarah, was angry and asked him to leave and take the witch with him. Mary smiled again and said that Sarah should be careful not to offend her in case something untoward happened to her." "Did they leave?"
Yes, they left immediately. Sarah apologized to me for being witness to the incident. I had forgotten all about it until now. Thank you, said Lawrence, snapping his notebook shut. He had been writing throughout the conversation. I should be able to make some headway now. I'll leave the vicarage shortly and head for the village. Good luck, said Michael. Let me know how you get on. Lawrence collected his hat from the stand in the hallway and ventured outside. The old woman had gone, and her companion was picking up a book from a blanket on the front lawn. She carried a wicker basket over her arm. Hello again, said Lawrence. Thank you for helping me earlier. You're welcome, said Violet. You leaving us already? Lawrence smiled. No, I'm likely to be here for at least a week or two. I'm just going into the village. I am too, said Violet. Mrs. Harris has a fancy for an iced bun, and I'll walk to the bake office while she sleeps. Well, that's where I'm going too. May I join you? Violet nodded, and they set off towards the churchyard in companionable silence. Chapter 5. Laxfield. Extract from the Parish Register. She arrived at my church mired in despair, rejected by her parish, lonely, fearful, and friendless. She was intelligent, perceptive, and had known for some time that darker days were near, though her life was already immeasurably hard. She dreaded the future and was fearful of her vulnerability as a woman alone in a county of violence and uncertainty. Men were fighting, dying, seizing land and plundering the great houses. Mobs ruled, whether Protestant or Papist. The war between King and Parliament had defined a whole landscape, with no county more embroiled than Suffolk. Small wonder that her daughter grew up consumed with animosity. As property was destroyed and prominent families were driven from the county, so the fear grew. Troops marched onward, determined to carry out the will of Parliament. And the will of Parliament meant destruction and desecration. She was there when they arrived at the church, bore witness to the savagery. She had been praying, her newfound poverty never enough to diminish her faith. And it cost nothing to talk to God. It brought consolation while the world turned to mayhem about her. There were rumours that they would march on the churches soon, but nobody knew when, and she continued to worship. She was alone when the doors burst open. Soldiers stormed in and set about their dreadful task, swarming into our church, tearing every picture from the walls and hurling them to the floor with careless abandon. Later she found them beside the graveyard, trampled and burned, as if they'd never mattered at all. Sacrilege! She watched in horror as they tore a crucifix from the pulpit. They did not cast so much as a glance in her direction. She stood trembling at the back of the church, watching the articles of faith she held so dear, torn apart by brutish men. Then, when she thought it was over, a soldier unsheathed his sword and strode towards her. She gasped, her breath caught in her throat, heart pounding. His strides clumped across the stone floor, and she lowered her head, braced herself. But the soldier turned his sword at an angle and scraped at the wall beside her. The inscription, so familiar to her, so beloved, disappeared from the wooden panel, replaced by ugly gouges. She could still see it in her mind's eye. Ora pro nobis. Yes, indeed. Pray for us. Pray for our very souls. Pray for salvation from these ungodly men. And when she thought that all possible destruction had been wrought upon the tiny church, more followed. The building shook and groaned as if under siege from satanic forces. She rushed outside, fearing for her soul, to find soldiers manhandling the stone cross above the porch. 2 men were atop the roof with heavy ropes which they had fixed around the cross and thrown to the ground.
Below, soldiers grasped the ropes, while those above pushed with all their might, grunting and red-faced with exertion. The stone cross rocked backwards and forwards as they pulled. Then it split away, and debris rained from above. The cross fell to the ground and broke in two with a noise like a whip crack. Their mission accomplished, the soldiers left, and she surveyed the wreck of the church she loved, her only succour as all hope vanished. When I arrived, she was kneeling on the ground, silently praying as if in a trance. I also fell to my knees at the sight of the devastation before me, shock and distress rendering me motionless. I watched her cry silent tears, then found the strength to grasp her hands and hold them firm. We prayed together, and she left without a word, both of us desperate to conquer our pain alone. I heard that she returned to her dwelling in Fressingfield, broken and bowed. She never came to Laxfield again. They said that she prayed through the night until her daughter forcibly removed the Bible from her hand. What God would allow this? Her daughter snarled, and the hatred was born. Chapter 6. Witness. The walk to the baker's was short and scenic. Lawrence and Violet crossed the road and strolled through the churchyard towards the heart of the village, both content to walk in silence. As they neared the Fox and Goose Inn, Violet finally spoke. "Do you think your investigation will take long?" she asked. "You know why I'm here," he replied, surprised. "I do," she said. "Don't look so worried. Reverend Raven speaks openly in front of me. Even if he hadn't, I would know soon enough. Mrs. Harris likes to share her worries." "You must have been with her a long time. She clearly holds you in high regard." "I've known her for nearly 10 years, replied Violet. "Ever since she lived in Norfolk and before she became too unwell to walk. Her deterioration in health coincided with the Reverend's move to this lovely big vicarage, and he offered her a home with his family." "He is a good man," said Lawrence. "It was kind of him." "Yes, and typical of his generous nature," said Violet. "He has welcomed me into his home, and as I have little family left, it has been a godsend." "May I ask if you've heard any talk of witchcraft?" asked Lawrence. "A little," replied Violet, pushing back a tendril of dark hair. Lawrence watched her pin the unruly tresses with bitten, unpolished fingernails. Faint streaks of grey dappled her temples, definitely nearer 40 than 30, he thought to himself. "I haven't heard much because I don't know many people," Violet continued. "I didn't grow up in the village and I don't have any children, nor am I ever likely to. I lead a solitary life, spending most of my time with Mrs. Harris or running errands, and I rarely exchange pleasantries with the villagers. I know some of the storekeepers, but they don't gossip much, at least not to me. As for the occupants of the vicarage, it is only Michael in whom I confide. He has kept his counsel over these rumours and barely mentions them. I don't think he realises that the Reverend has already expressed his concerns to me." "That's for the best," said Lawrence, smiling. "At least it means I won't have to interview you during my investigation." Violet smiled. "Naturally, I would have been entirely cooperative," she said. "Naturally," Lawrence agreed. Though not at all attractive, Violet was good-humoured and easy to talk to. He decided that he liked her. "We've arrived," she said, pointing to the bake-office. A sign to that effect was set into a cream lime-rendered cottage, and the door stood open in a welcoming manner. The smell of freshly baked bread wafted from the front room, which served as both kitchen and shop. A youngish man with long, light-brown sideburns arranged loaves of bread onto a tabletop by the door. He wore a navy apron, liberally coated with flour. "Good morning, Miss Smith," he said cheerily. "What can I do for you?" They conducted their business, and Violet said goodbye, waving to Lawrence as she departed. "Good day, sir," said the baker. "A nice fresh cob, is it?
or would you like some buns?"
"Neither," said Lawrence. "But I would appreciate a few words if you have the time, assuming you are Mr. William Edwards."
"I am," said the baker, watching Lawrence suspiciously. "What do you want with me?"
"I understand that you were with Jonathan Carter when he died," said Lawrence.
"Not exactly," replied William. "But what of it?"
"Can you tell me what happened that day?"
"I would rather not," said William Edwards, narrowing his eyes. "I spent long enough discussing it at the inquest. It is all a matter of public record. Read the newspapers if you want to know more. Anyway, who are you? Why do you ask?" "I'm a friend of Michael Farrow," said Lawrence. "He has concerns about the welfare of some of his parishioners, and thinks it would help their peace of mind if there was a little more clarity surrounding certain events." "I'm not sure what you mean," replied the baker. "But I can tell you straight off that there was not much clarity, as you call it, on the day that Jonathan died."
His smile had vanished, replaced by an angry frown.
He turned away from Lawrence and stood stroking his chin as he stared out of the window, deep in thought. Lawrence waited, wondering whether he ought to leave. Finally, the baker turned to face him. "I will tell you," he said, "but not here." He removed his apron and wiped his hands on his trousers. "Mary?" he yelled. A heavily pregnant woman appeared from the back parlour. "Yes, William?" she said. "I must go out. Will you mind the shop?" She nodded and heaved herself onto a stool by the trestle table. "Come with me," said William, and Lawrence followed him outside, retracing his steps from earlier. William slowed a short distance up Church Street. "Where are we going?" asked Lawrence. "To the churchyard," said William brusquely, "where he died." They walked in silence. Then William opened the churchyard gate and ushered Lawrence through. He stopped in line with the front of the church. "There," he pointed. A moss-covered cross stood to the right of the church doorway. "Jonathan fell across that pathway, with his head a little shy of the foot of this cross," said William. "Did you see him fall?" asked Lawrence. "No," William replied. "Mrs. King saw it as she walked towards the church. She tried to help, but soon realised that Carter was too far gone. I was on my rounds at the time delivering bread to the big house, and I met her as she rushed up Church Street, muttering and out of breath." He paused, as if struggling to remember something he would rather forget. "Go on," said Lawrence. "She begged me to help and I ran over. Jonathan was still alive when I got there," said William. "His breathing was heavy and laboured, and he lay, prone, with his cheek against the grass, eyes fixed open and staring. His mouth was agape, and his lips trembled as if mortally afraid." William knelt at the foot of the cross and patted the grass. "His head was here," he said, "and on the pathway, about 6 inches from his face, was a dead crow with a stick shoved into its breast." "So the Reverend said," observed Lawrence, "though I heard that press didn't report it." "No, they didn't," said William. "And I'll tell you another thing that wasn't mentioned. On the same pathway, a couple of feet from the church gate, was a mess of rotting crows, a great, grotesque pile of dead birds all crawling with maggots. I don't doubt that Carter saw it. I couldn't sleep properly for a long time after." "Why wasn't this mentioned to the authorities?" "It was," said William bitterly. "I spoke of it freely at first, and tried to be truthful at the inquest, but my testimony was challenged and I was told I must be mistaken. The clerk was ordered to strike it from the records." "Well, perhaps they had a point," said Lawrence. "Dead and decaying creatures are part and parcel of rural life. Not like this, they aren't." "How could a bunch of birds all die at once in the same place?" asked William, raising an eyebrow as he glared at Lawrence. "Surely that's the only explanation." "They were put there," said William, "either by mortal hand or something more sinister." "Unlikely," said Lawrence. "It's irrational to suppose that supernatural forces are at play." William scowled. "Believe what you want to believe," he said, "but I'll tell you straight. Jonathan Carter was frightened to death. If you can't bring yourself to believe in the crows, then consider this. There was one other piece of information struck from the inquest report.
It was my description of Jonathan's last moments before he expired. As I knelt before him, he spoke only once, and in his dying breath, he uttered a single word. Bewitched. Chapter 7. Honour, Ill Fortune. How soon my mother's fortunes changed, as she descended from prosperous linen merchant's wife to destitute widow in 5 short years. The cottage where we now dwell is inferior in every way to our smart timbered house in Lavenham. The Fressingfield cottage is small and dark and impossible to keep clean. The Lavenham house, with its pretty windows and spacious rooms, was handsome. Mother led a respectable life there. She employed a servant girl called Elizabeth, and enjoyed the luxury of watching another set the fire and clean the house, which gave her time to raise her children and help my father, Thomas, with his record-keeping. My father was considerate and kind. He taught my mother to read and write, which gave her an advantage over almost every other woman of her acquaintance. In turn, she educated us. Apart from Patience, of course. Even now she helps us trace our letters and read the Bible, though there is no money for parchment, and precious little for food. My poor father was physically strong, but ultimately weak in spirit, unable to cope with failure, it transpired, ashamed, impotent, lacking moral fibre. Even now I am not sure whether Mother loved him or hated him. The day before Father died I would have said she loved him, that she always had and that she always would. But when he abandoned this life without a thought for her, leaving her unable to feed and care for us, then I thought not. Were we in his thoughts as he tied the knot? Did he consider our future as he put his head through the noose? All the bad things in our lives happened within a few years of each other. A sign of the times and the perilous economy, perhaps. Once my father made a good living as a clothing merchant. If not prosperous, he was at least comfortable. Mother dressed us in fine clothes, and we had plenty of food. Then our fortunes went into decline, starting when Thomas died. Thomas was my elder brother and firstborn child. I remember him as a tall, handsome boy, both clever and kind. Too kind. He drowned in Ipswich docks where he was apprenticed while trying to save the life of a child who'd fallen into the freezing water. I always wondered why the child was alone and unsupervised. What stroke of bad luck took the lives of 2 boys? If only the boy had fallen a day before or an hour later, or if Thomas had been too ill to get out of bed that day. If these things had come to pass, it could all have been so different. But it was not, and Thomas died, heralding the rest of our family's ill fortune. I remember as if it were yesterday, sitting near my mother by the fire holding skeins of wool in my hands while she wound them into thick balls. We'd been singing together. Even Patience joined in, humming her version of our tune. Then our laughter was interrupted by a knock at the door. Elizabeth answered and escorted a young boy into the house. His voice shook as he delivered a dreadful message. His master was on the way to our house with my brother's body. The boy had been sent ahead to give us warning before the cart arrived. Mother gasped and held her head in her hands and looked up, eyes brimming with unshed tears. Then, without another word, she rose and ushered us from the room. Elizabeth sent the boy to fetch my father. As soon as he returned, my parents closed the window shutters and sat in the dark with the body of their boy for 2 whole days before he was taken for burial. I do not think my mother ever understood the extent of my father's grief. Her loss so consumed her that his anguish escaped her notice. Instead, she occupied herself with running the house and raising her other 4 children. He walked the streets alone, grieving for his eldest son. and they carried the burden of their loss privately, if they spoke of Thomas to each other. I never heard it. But my mother should have remembered how low his spirits had fallen when Patience was born. His sorrow that Patience had not thrived as she ought was a millstone about his neck. The dawning realization that she would be forever a child sapped his joy, and he felt responsible for her condition. Small wonder that his mood grew blacker at the double blow. His eldest daughter an imbecile, and his firstborn son dead before his 16th birthday. Away from the comfort of the mood of the land was changing. Men watched and waited, knowing that harder times were coming. The once thriving clothing industry was in sharp decline. Some men were destitute. Others escaped poverty by emigrating to strange and foreign lands. 2 of my uncles left to start a new life in Virginia with countless others across the Shire. Only my aunt remained in her home county. Father did not speak of his loss, but we knew he missed his brothers, and wondered whether he would have gone with them were it not for his obligation to his wife and children. Elsewhere the risk of war loomed. The Scots had threatened to invade northern England, and Charles I was demanding more money to repel their army. Father worried about our future, convinced that Parliament was on a collision course with the king. He fretted about the Suffolk clothing industry, which was failing, though Father still hung on to the hope that the Royal Commission would succeed with their plan to improve matters. It was around this time that we noticed our food becoming plainer, and our threadbare clothing was not replaced. The household income had diminished, and Father grew ever more preoccupied. One day he returned from the Guildhall in an evil temper. As he strode through the door, I smelled spirits on his breath. He sat down at the dining table with his head in his hands, demanding Mother fetch him wine. I peered around the corner and watched as she placed a pewter cup in front of him. He clutched her arm and spoke without meeting her eyes. "It is all over," he said. "Manufacturing will be aided in some Suffolk towns, but not here in Lavenham. It is too late anyway. We have more debts than I can ever pay." Next day Mother dismissed Elizabeth, but Father carried on in the same vein, spending increasing amounts of time at the Guildhall, often inebriated by the time he came home. He took the record books away from my mother and compiled the accounts himself. She, in turn, took on those chores that Elizabeth used to perform. Father made no mention of our changed lifestyle except once, in the week before he died. Mother had unexpectedly entered the dining room as he was writing in a ledger, and he snapped it shut upon sight of her. She offered him a cup of water, which he declined. Then he stood, faced her, and stroked his hand against her cheek. "I am so very sorry that I have failed you, Faith," he said. 4 days later he was dead. Mother found him in the garden when she was feeding the chickens. He had not gone to the Guildhall, as he said he would. Instead, he tied a rope to the old oak tree at the bottom of our land and hung himself while we were inside. He'd dangled there swinging until she found him, and we knew nothing of it until she rushed into the house, white-faced and trembling. She took our hands and led us to the Guildhall without a word. In her shock, she had not known what to do or how to cut him down, and sought help from his merchant partners. They returned with her, leaving us at the hall, then cut him down and left him laid out on the table. Worse followed. Father had died in debt, insolvent, and in shame. He must have known what was looming, for within days of his death, the bailiffs arrived. Mother watched helplessly as they carried furniture and silver from our house. I could not contain myself when they tried to take my father's silver tankard. I snatched it back, but they wrenched it from my grasp, and I scratched the bailiff's man until he struck me across the face. I reeled from the shock and fell beside the doorway, staring at them, willing their lives away. I would have given anything to punish them at that moment. Mother picked me from the floor and gathered her younger children in her arms while the men continued with their task as if they hadn't a care.
My sister, Patience, rocked back and forth by the fireplace, moaning pitifully at the disruption to her routine. When they finished, and the house was devoid of anything of value, they left. We waited together, wondering what would happen next. It was not the end of the invasion. A sharp rap at the door preceded the portly form of Mr. Fisk, who stuttered awkwardly as he informed my mother that the rent was in arrears. He said she must clear the outstanding balance immediately, and she told him that she wished she could, but did not have the means to do so. He said that he was sorry and gave her 4 days to arrange matters. Then he left the premises. Mother asked me to mind the younger children and then walked the 4 miles to my aunt's house in Thorpe Morio. She begged my aunt for help, imploring her to take us in, and later told me that my aunt was sympathetic but my uncle was not. He wasn't prepared to sacrifice the comfort of his own family, and told her to find another means of help. My aunt muttered her apologies before pressing a few farthings into Mother's hand, and shut the door on her, leaving Mother with no choice but to trudge back to Lavenham. She arrived as dusk fell. The next day Mother visited every one of her friends and acquaintances. There was no lack of kindness from them. Indeed, many of her friends were similarly troubled by their own decline in fortunes. They donated food, clothes, and coins, but none could offer us a home. By the end of the day it was evident that we must leave Lavenham or risk ending up in the House of Correction. Then Mother remembered that she had an elderly aunt still living in Suffolk, upon whom she might be able to prevail. We left town at dusk the next day, our scant possessions piled into a cart that Mother had hired with some of the donated coins. Little remained after the bailiff's visit, and everything we owned fitted snugly into a single cart. The bailiffs had overlooked some pewter and 2 rolls of cloth, which had been stored in the outhouse, and we managed to retrieve them. When the cart was full, we climbed aboard. Sitting next to 4 chickens and an old house cat and a well-meaning friend thrust a basket of food into Mother's hands for the journey ahead. She stammered her thanks, eyes misty with tears. As we moved away, I watched the timbered house fade into the distance. The cart rumbled through the street towards Fressingfield, and we travelled in silence, contemplating our new lives. As the town disappeared and day turned to night, my thoughts turned darker. All I could see in my mind's eye was the vision of my father's body swinging from the tree. Chapter 8. A Sensible Woman.
"We meet again, so soon," cried Loveday. "What a lovely surprise."
Lawrence flinched. Having recently left William in the churchyard, he was still engrossed with thoughts of decaying crows and the credulity of men, and had thought himself entirely alone.
"Did I startle you?" asked Loveday. "I didn't mean to, but I saw you ahead and thought I would catch you up."
Her cheeks were flushed, and she was breathless with exertion. "Hello, Loveday," he said, thinking how much he would rather be alone. Since the tragedy, he needed silence to process his thoughts. It took an act of supreme concentration to weed the bearable from the relentless negativity that had consumed him in the earlier days. This business about the crows unnerved him. He was unsettled, anxious, the mantle of gloom threatening to overwhelm him again. He wondered if he should have accepted the investigation in the first place. Still, social conventions warranted a reply. "Where is Emily?" he asked, by way of conversation.
"I gave her the slip," she smiled. "Honestly, Lawrence, there are only so many books a girl can read, and only so many dull conversations she can have without becoming a dullard herself."
"That is no way to speak of a friend," said Lawrence.
"Don't scold me,"
complained Loveday.
"Emily is a dear girl, and I am fond of her. But we have been thrown together so much that she begins to irritate. I have removed myself from her presence for the sake of our friendship."
"How noble of you," smiled Lawrence.
And where are you removing yourself to?
I thought I would call into the haberdashery. They are expecting some new textiles, and I need more dresses before I go back to India. Will you walk with me?
If it pleases you, murmured Lawrence.
It pleases me very much, she laughed. But am I taking you away from your intended route?
Not at all. Though you are very inquisitive, Loveday, he said. To tell the truth, I don't know where I'm going until I find out certain addresses. I dare say the local shopkeepers will know.
Or you could ask me, she said.
I thought you'd only recently arrived here, said Lawrence.
I've been around long enough to familiarize myself with the local people, and I am very good at making friends.
Very well, then. Where does Elijah Scoggins reside?
I don't know. Is he a shopkeeper?
No, he's the parish clerk.
Well, you can't expect me to know where he lives. She frowned. Try another.
Mrs. Hannah Roper.
That's better, I can tell you that. Loveday exclaimed. You see? I'm helpful after all, am I not?
I can't say until you tell me what you know. Loveday put her hand on his arm.
I'll tell you where she lives, if you do something for me.
Lawrence sighed. What do you want, Loveday?
Walk to Wingfield with me tomorrow. An old family friend lives there, and I promised to look her up. Emily doesn't know her and will not join me.
Lawrence turned to face her. Loveday, we have been acquainted for less than 4 hours. Why do you want me to come with you? It is hardly appropriate.
I told you. I care nothing for social conventions.
Well, you should.
I will go, with or without you, cajoled Loveday. I could be set upon travelling alone, and you would be guilt-ridden for the rest of your life. It would be much better if you walked with me. You can tell me all about yourself. It might be fun.
Lawrence laughed. It was impossible to be angry with her, despite his reservations about her maturity. She was refreshingly honest, captivatingly frank, and with an enticing spark of danger. But she was young, and there was over 20 years between them. An image of Catherine flashed into his mind, unbidden but not unwelcome. Catherine. 3 years was not enough time for her influence to have waned. Would she approve or think him an old fool? It gave him pause enough to give a considered response. I don't think so, he said. Loveday's face fell. You would have me murdered on the roads? She asked mournfully. I have a better idea, he said. But I need to speak to Michael first. Promise me that you won't go walking to Wingfield alone in the meantime. She sighed. I can only promise that I'll wait 24 hours for your reply. That is all. It will do for now, he replied. Now, tell me, where can I find Mrs. Roper? She's probably in her rooms at the post office, replied Loveday. She's lodging with the family and helps behind the counter. And where is the post office? He asked. There, said Loveday, pointing directly ahead. Next door to the Drapers. They walked towards the terrace of red brick buildings. Then Lawrence tipped his hat and murmured goodbye. Loveday barely noticed him leave and stared distractedly at the fabric-clad mannequin in the drapery window. The bell jangled as Lawrence entered the post office. To his right, a mahogany counter ran down the entire length of the room. Directly opposite was a smaller counter containing a large metallic till above which tiny wooden drawers filled the wall. A variety of jars and bottles were stacked above the cabinets, and an overpowering smell of mothballs emanated from the drawers. Lawrence glanced to the left-hand counter, where a man perched on a stool while spooning white powder into the shallow bowl of a set of scales. A tiny weight had been placed on the opposite bowl, and he watched studiously as the scales rebalanced. The man looked up as Lawrence entered. Potion or post? He asked. I'm sorry? Lawrence replied. No, I'm sorry, said the man good-humouredly. Only my little joke. Do you need the services of the chemist or the postmaster? It is Hobson's choice either way, for I am both. Neither, actually, said Lawrence. I was hoping to speak with Mrs. Roper. Of course, she's around somewhere. Please wait a moment, and I will fetch her. The shopkeeper disappeared through the door at the end of the room, and emerged a few moments later accompanied by a matronly woman wearing a dark dress of indeterminate colour. Her greying auburn hair was swept tidily under a small lace bonnet. "Your visitor," said the chemist, gesturing towards Lawrence. Mrs. Roper wiped her hands on a tea-cloth. "Do I know you?" she asked. "Not at all," said Lawrence. "Then how can I help?" "Well, forgive me if this seems insensitive after such a short period of mourning, but I'd like to ask your opinion on the late Mrs. Mary Corbin." Hannah Roper looked towards the floor, her lip trembling. "She was my friend," she said. "I know," said Lawrence gently. "That is why I would like to talk to you." "About what?" she asked. "There's been so much talk about Mary, there is little left to say." "Who sent you?" Lawrence scanned the room. Mr. Late had returned to the other side of the counter and was decanting pills from a bottle into a paper envelope. He whistled as he worked. Lawrence lowered his voice. "I am here on behalf of the vicar," he said. "There are a lot of rumours about Mary, and I need to know more about her character." His voice trailed away as he struggled to think of a single reason why the woman standing before him should feel any obligation to help. "You mean all that talk of witchcraft, I suppose," she said. Her accent was strong, a deep, rich Suffolk twang with long, languorous vowels, gentle and soft. He prepared himself for another barrage of superstitious ignorance. "I don't believe a word of it," she said. "It is all nonsense." Lawrence smiled as he studied her face. It was plump and plain, no nonsense and sensible. A rational woman. "Good." "You appear to be alone in that view," said Lawrence. "It would be refreshing to hear an account of Mary untarnished by talk of witches. What can you tell me about her?" Hannah nodded. "Come into the parlour, and we can talk." Lawrence followed her through the door and into a warm room containing a large range covered in pots and pans which bubbled productively. A square table full of empty jam jars occupied the middle part of the room. Hannah lifted a heavy kettle from the range. "Would you like a cup of tea?" she asked. Lawrence nodded, watching as she dispensed hot water over the tea strainer and into the pot. She put 2 cups and saucers on the table and poured the steaming brew, then sat on a wooden chair at the opposite end of the table. She gestured towards the facing chair. "What exactly do you want to know?" she asked. "Why was Mary disliked by so many people?" asked Lawrence. "Gossip and rumours are commonplace in villages, but they don't usually stick. Why do people believe all this talk of witchcraft?" "I see," replied Hannah. "There are no easy answers to your questions. Mary has always attracted gossip, almost from the first day that she arrived in the village." "Why?" asked Lawrence. "Because she was so involved with everyone. She cared for them and looked after them." "Well, that's not much of a reason to be disliked. Quite the contrary."
"It was the manner of it," Hannah replied. "You are well-dressed and probably do not want for money. When you suffer an ailment, do you seek the services of a doctor?"
"Naturally," said Lawrence.
"It is natural for you," said Hannah. "But it was not always an option for poor people. When times are difficult, they must decide between health, heat, and hunger."
"I suppose they must," agreed Lawrence.
"But what has this to do with Mary Ann Corbin?" "She knew a little of medical matters and treated ailments with herbs and poultices and the like. If a young girl got into trouble, she went to Mary."
"Then she was performing a useful service," said Lawrence.
"Which doesn't explain the animosity towards her." "No, but her behaviour altered after a while. After her first husband died, in fact. I suppose you could say both our lives changed, for my dear Harry died the same year."
"I'm sorry to hear that," murmured Lawrence.
"Thank you," said Hannah, clenching her jaw in an apparent attempt to control her emotions. It failed, and tears pricked her eyes. She pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed at the dark circles beneath. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and continued. "Mary and I grew closer," she said, "united in grief as we were, helping and consoling each other through our loss. Mary kept busy dispensing her potions and powders, and I began working at the post office. But over time, she became less interested in medicine and more involved in scrying.
Scrying? Asked Lawrence.
Fortune-telling, said Hannah, helping silly young girls to find husbands by making charms and reading cards. All nonsense, of course. But she came to believe she had a gift for such things.
And did everyone believe in this gift?
Not at first, said Hannah. But the second year after the death of her husband, she predicted Harriet Corbin would die. And so it came to pass.
Harriet Corbin died?
Yes. She was over 70 years old and suffered from heart problems, so there was no reason to suppose it was anything more than a fortunate guess, but Mary spoke of it with such satisfaction that people began to wonder. They disliked her manner and thought she may have wished the death upon Harriet rather than predicted it.
Who would think such a silly thing?
George Corbin's family, said Hannah. None of them liked Mary, particularly his daughter Sarah. Mary could not understand their resentment. It saddened her to begin with. Then she provoked it. She was not a good judge of character and did not appreciate that her behaviour was inappropriate. I cautioned her to be more understanding, and she tried at first, but to no avail. Then, to everyone's astonishment, George Corbin married her.
That must have come as a shock to Sarah, said Lawrence.
It did, agreed Hannah. She could never have envisaged it. It was fortunate that Mary confided in me before they wed, so I was in the know, but Sarah was not. She disliked Mary enough before the marriage, but afterwards she detested her.
Did the rest of the family feel the same?
They tried to like her. George's brother William did not mind her so much as the others. He was kind to her when they were not, and was the only one who did not actively dislike her in the end.
Mary sounds a little odd, said Lawrence.
But I haven't heard anything to think she was wicked, and certainly not a witch.
The hostility seems far greater than the crime.
As I said, her behaviour changed and grew increasingly more provocative, said Hannah. When she married George Corbin, men would mock him, telling him that he had been bewitched. It was a bit of fun to begin with, but his family hated the ridicule. The harder Mary tried to fit in, the less the family liked her, which was difficult as they all lived under one roof. Then, not long after they were married, one of the farm workers' wives sought Mary's help with a sore on her leg that would not heal. Mary gave her a salve, but within days her leg had swollen, and the wound began to suppurate. By the end of the week, her leg had turned black, the flesh rotten.
Lawrence shuddered. And what became of her?
She died, said Hannah. Died in agony. Her leg should have come off, but she would not see a doctor. Her husband blamed Mary. He said it was her filthy potion that had caused his wife's death, but Mary was unsympathetic. She told him that if his wife had kept the wound clean, the salve would have worked very well.
No doubt that was true, said Lawrence, but not tactful.
No, replied Hannah. The husband was beside himself with grief and rage. He called her a witch and told everyone who listened that she had done it on purpose.
Poor Mary, said Lawrence. It sounds as if she was only trying to help.
Not entirely, said Hannah. Her services were not free, which was another reason the husband was angry. They were a poor family who could ill afford medical care, even the small amount Mary charged. He asked Mary to return the money that his wife had paid, but Mary refused. When Sarah came to hear of it, she would not have Mary back in the house. It took many months for her to relent, but by then her relationship with Mary was ruined beyond repair.
Why? Asked Lawrence.
Because of the crow.
A crow?
Mary kept a crow in a cage, explained Hannah. A poor thing she'd found with a broken wing. She cared for it until she was sure it would live, but the wing would not mend, and it could not fend for itself. Anyone else would have wrung its neck, but Mary did not. She fed it and cared for it.
Well, she sounds like a compassionate woman, said Lawrence.
It was ill-judged,
said Hannah, pouring more tea into the cups without asking whether Lawrence wanted it. Lawrence sipped the now tepid tea, then pushed the teacup away. How so?
Have you heard about the death of Jonathan Carter?
I have. I'm aware that dead crows were found near his body.
Yes. They tried to keep it quiet, but some of us knew, said Hannah. So you will understand why Taming One was reviled. Jonathan Carter had only been dead for 3 years, and although the talk of bewitchment had faded, it had never completely vanished. People were horrified when they heard about her crow, and she was viewed with even greater mistrust. I implored her to release the crow, but she would not hear of it.
I can't imagine George Corbin tolerating the crow.
He didn't. He hated it, and thought it an omen of death.
I begin to see the problem, said Lawrence. A well-meaning woman with an unfortunate way of offending people without intending to.
Hannah sighed, scraped back the chair, and began clearing the cups from the table.
Mary was not completely without blame, she said. As I've told you, she was my friend, perhaps my closest friend. But I would not want you to leave with the wrong impression. By the time Mary died, she had convinced herself that she had powers ordinary people lacked. The reason they thought her a witch is because she believed it herself.
Chapter 9. Inquest. Lawrence emerged from the post office, deep in thought. Everything he had been told about Mary inferred that she was in the grip of a self-created delusion, and it gave him room for hope. If Mary was the cause of the outbreak of hysteria, then it should die out of its own accord now that she was no longer around to perpetuate the myth. But leaving it to chance and hoping the rumours would fade away might not be enough. He should at the very least speak with the Corbin family. If there were no surprises from them, his stay in Fressingfield might be swiftly concluded, and to the satisfaction of all. He was wondering whether to return directly to Bury St. Edmunds if he finished early, or visit his sister in Warwick, when he heard a voice calling his name. He turned around to see Violet Smith walking towards him, struggling with a full wicker basket and a brown paper parcel under her arm. "You've been busy?" he said amiably. "Can I carry your parcel?"
"I'd be grateful," she smiled, handing it over. "Have you finished your business yet?"
"For the moment," Lawrence replied. "I need to talk to other people, but it can wait. Are you walking to the vicarage?"
"I am,"
she said. "Good, I'll keep you company and interrogate you if you don't mind." She laughed. "I don't know what use I'll be,
but I promise to cooperate, and I will."
"Do you know Hannah Roper?"
"From the post office?"
"Yes." "How well are you acquainted?"
"I do not know anyone very well, but I have passed the time with her, and she is always pleasant."
"She seems very sensible. I'm inclined to trust her. Do you think she's honest?"
"I do," said Violet. "I'm sure you can trust her judgment. Why do you ask?"
"She gives a very different account of Mary Corbin to any other I've heard."
"That's no reason to suppose it isn't true."
"That's what I thought," said Lawrence. "We agree." They continued walking, and had almost reached the vicarage when Loveday emerged from the top of Church Street. She waved and walked swiftly towards them.
"I have succeeded," she smiled. 3 dresses are on order, and will be ready in a fortnight."
"I'm glad you had a fruitful visit," said Lawrence.
"Are you going to speak to Michael now?"
Loveday asked, without acknowledging Violet. Lawrence reddened. "Yes, I will," he said. Violet raised an eyebrow.
"Goodness, there is Emily," said Loveday. "I had better tell her where I have been."
She put her hand on her hat and hurried across the road. "An unusual young lady," said Lawrence awkwardly.
"Indeed."
The expression on Violet's face was unreadable. They entered the vicarage, and Violet attended Mrs. Harris while Lawrence looked for Michael. He found him in the upper part of the garden, sitting at a wrought-iron table next to a stout, older man. They were engaged in earnest discussion. "Ah, Lawrence!" Michael sprang to his feet. "What excellent timing! This is our parish clerk, Elijah Scoggins. We have been discussing church matters. If you want to talk to him, now would be an opportune time." "Good afternoon," said Lawrence, offering his hand.
Mr. Scoggins stood and gave a firm shake, appearing stouter and shorter than while he was sitting. His greying hair was thick, with no sign of balding, though a deep-lined face gave the impression of a man approaching his 6th decade. "Glad to meet you," he said gruffly. Lawrence pulled out a chair and sat with them. The metal was cold against his back. "Have you discussed our concerns with Mr. Scoggins?" asked Lawrence. "No," said Michael. "It has all been about parish matters today. We have concluded for now. Would you like me to stay while you talk?" "Not if you have something you would rather attend to," said Lawrence. "I do," said Michael. "My sermon is still incomplete." He grimaced. "I quite understand," smiled Lawrence, turning to face Elijah Scoggins. "I won't take up much of your valuable time," he said. "Now, I understand you were present at the inquest into the death of the little Hammond girl."
"Then I fear you have been misled," said Scoggins. "I was not there at all."
"My misunderstanding," Lawrence apologized. "Michael said I should consult you about parish records. I may have wrongly assumed you were at the inquest. If you weren't there, then I will not keep you from your duties."
"Why do you ask?"
said Scoggins.
"I've seen all the accounts of the inquest and may be able to assist."
"I've seen them too," said Lawrence. "But I'd like to confirm the accuracy of the detail contained in the press clippings."
"Do you have them to hand?"
Lawrence reached into his pocket and peeled the clippings from his notepad. "Here," he said, thrusting them towards Elijah. They sat in silence while the parish clerk digested the contents of the papers.
"Have you read all of them?"
he asked. "Not all," confessed Lawrence. "I scanned the first 2 when they were handed to me, but I have not read them thoroughly."
"I can't say whether the inquest into the baby was reported accurately," said Scoggins. "For as I said, I was not there. But I was at the first inquest."
Lawrence reached for the cutting offered by Elijah. The article had been clipped from the Ipswich Journal and was dated 1884. It reported the inquest of Jonathan Carter. "Then you most certainly can help," said Lawrence. "I have it on good authority that some of the matters raised at the inquest were not reported upon." Elijah nodded in agreement.
"They weren't,"
he confirmed.
"But it was not with the intent to deceive. There were matters raised at the inquest which were not fit for public consumption."
"You mean accusations of witchcraft?" Elijah sighed and stroked rough, stubby fingers against his wiry sideburns as he considered his response.
"Yes,"
he said finally.
"There has been much talk of witchcraft in this village for some time. I was involved in the Carter inquest. Having heard the accusations once, I was in full agreement that the later allegations should be concealed from the press."
"What do you mean when you say you were involved?" Elijah pursed his lips.
"I will tell you, but first you should understand why I decided to act that way."
Lawrence nodded. "Continue," he said.
"Jonathan Carter was an old man, long past his best. He was not educated and lacked a certain amount of rationality," said Elijah. "I've known him for a long time, and when he first spoke of curses and crows, I thought his mind was befuddled."
"Exactly what anyone would think," agreed Lawrence.
"They did, to begin with,"
Elijah continued.
"But Jonathan was in the grip of such terror that the fear began to spread. By the time he came to see me, the man was broken and careless in his talk. Others began to believe his stories."
"He spoke to you about it?" asked Lawrence.
"He did,"
said Elijah.
"He told me there was a particular place that he used to break his journey when he ventured to the village. It was a tree stump, and he got into the habit of sitting there to rest. I saw him on the stump many times, and other people did too. It became something of a routine. He found the first dead crow when he settled there a few months before he died.
And how did he know that the crow was meant for him?
I will get on to that, said Scoggins, but you should know that it was not the only crow. There were several others. One instance was particularly nasty.
Lawrence wrinkled his nose, not wanting to hear the details, but knowing he was duty-bound. Elijah Scoggins continued.
Jonathan lodged with George and Harriet Corbin. Harriet was George's first wife and Jonathan's sister. One day Jonathan woke early, and it so happened that he was the first to leave the cottage. As he opened the door, he found a pile of decomposing crows on the front doorstep. They were rancid, several weeks old and infested with maggots. He was disgusted and afraid in equal measures. This continued for several weeks. Piles of crows were left in varying locations and different degrees of putrefaction for him to find.
And they were definitely intended for him? Asked Lawrence.
Without a doubt,
said Elijah. And how do you know?
Because there was a note accompanying the first of the crows. A sharpened stick had been thrust into the crow's breast and cleaved at the other end to accommodate a slip of paper. Jonathan could not read, but he kept the note. He grew more afraid as he found each crow's corpse, until he was at his wit's end. And when he could take no more, he brought the note to me.
Lawrence leaned forward. What did it say? He asked.
It said, I curse you, Jonathan Carter. Death stalks you.
Good Lord, exclaimed Lawrence. There is no doubt after all.
It gave me a nasty turn,
said Elijah. His fingers trembled as he rubbed his face. Someone must have wished him ill, said Lawrence. It was a spiteful thing to do to an old man.
Somebody tried to terrify him, said Elijah, and they succeeded.
Do you really believe he was frightened to death? Asked Lawrence incredulously.
I think it is possible, said Elijah. Jonathan had a weak heart, a fact that was widely known. Several other members of his family also suffered from the same condition.
Was this suppressed at the inquest? Asked Lawrence.
No, it was not.
I haven't read about it.
No,
repeated Elijah.
You won't, because I never said it.
Why not? It was pertinent.
I did not reveal it for several reasons, the foremost of which was my reluctance to add any more credence to the rumours of witchcraft. I'm a parish clerk, and conduct my business with the godly. This talk of the supernatural goes against everything I believe in. And there is another reason, a reason I have not shared with anyone, but which preys upon my conscience.
Will you tell me? Asked Lawrence.
Elijah nodded. I will. I did not read the whole of the note to Carter. Following the curse was a further sentence. It said, For Faith Mills, and all like her.
Who was Faith Mills? Asked Lawrence.
Faith Mills was the original Fressingfield Witch.
Chapter 10. Honour. Subjugation. We arrived in Fressingfield in 1639 when I was 11 years of age, journeying on the back of an old cart with all our worldly goods beside us. We travelled most of the way in silence, full of trepidation. I held the hands of my two younger siblings while Patience rocked and gurned in silent anguish. Mother stared fixedly ahead, lost in her thoughts. We ceased our travels when the moon was high in the sky and darkness fell heavily around us. The pale moon cast shadows across the fields, and the calls of a lone owl punctuated the stillness. Mother had not sent word of our impending arrival to her aunt, fearful of a refusal. As soon as we stopped, she begged the driver to wait outside my aunt's cottage until daybreak to avoid upsetting her with a midnight call. The carter, in need of rest himself, was easily persuaded to break for a nap. Though his presence mitigated our fear of the dark, we rested but could not sleep.
It was the first and last time that we had food aplenty. Though grateful for the generosity of my mother's friends in Lavenham, we were too disturbed and disorientated to be hungry. We waited until darkness broke. Then we saw our Aunt Bennet's cottage for the first time. It was a poorly constructed property in the middle of a terrace of 3, far smaller than our smart home in Lavenham. It had one tiny window to the front and a crooked door set into irregular grey stone walls. Above was a low tiled roof with a hole and a large swathe of moss. My spirits fell still further at the sight of it. We dismounted from the carriage, and the carter placed our meagre belongings on the track in front of the house. Mother wiped the dust away from our faces and patted down our clothing in a bid to make us presentable. Then she knocked at the door, unhooked the latch, and let herself in. Though her aunt must have been surprised at our sudden appearance, she did not show it and accepted our presence with a quiet forbearance. She gave no consideration to the prospect of turning us away and listened as Mother told her tale. When Mother finished and begged her aunt for shelter, Aunt Bennet simply replied, "Family is family. Of course you will stay." Mother offered to sell the pewter tableware and 2 skeins of cloth that she'd recovered from our house in Lavenham to help pay for our upkeep. She took them to market in the nearby town of Eye the week following our arrival. With the help of Anne Bennet, she raised enough money to pay for our board for a short time. We knew the money would not last, and would need to be supplemented soon. Anne Bennet was too frail to mind the younger children, and Patience was incapable, so Mother remained at home, and I went to work. At the tender age of 11, I hated it. Well, not the work, that is, but the invisibility of being a domestic servant, I, who could read and write, shackled in servitude to the uneducated and ignorant. My employers were a loathsome family, squeezed into a ramshackle farmhouse on the edge of the village. Their dwelling was configured with the livestock half in and half out of the habitable accommodation. It smelt, they smelt, and I was employed to keep it clean. A futile waste of energy. I learned to appreciate the invisibility I had initially detested. Suki Watts, 2 years my senior, frequently came to the notice of the family for her misdemeanours. They were never serious offences. She was chastised for breakages or general carelessness, all unintended. Mrs. Page would box her ears and leave her without food all day for the smallest perceived transgression. None of the Pages were kind. Mr. Page was a small, sinewy man with a big voice and a rough beard who was completely unsuited to farming. He hated the animals and treated them with contempt, one day wringing a chicken's neck in the usual manner, and the next stamping upon its head if the mood took him. His equally repugnant son, Samuel, who was about my age, watched him mistreat the animals with an expression of rapture upon his sly face. The dogs were good judges of character and cringed when he came near them. Mrs. Page was a rough, ugly woman with a sharp tongue. I never saw her hurt an animal, for she satisfied her sadism in her treatment of the farm servants, Suki in particular. We laboured all day from daybreak to dawn, and she gave us the least amount of food and water possible to live upon. It was enough to keep us from passing out with hunger during the long day, but never more. Apart from Samuel, she bore 2 other children, a boy of 2 and a girl of 6, both too young to exhibit their parents' cruelty. The farm employed many labourers, and we saw them come and go, but rarely spoke. 2 farm boys also assisted in the yard, who we came to know. The youngest of these was Thomas, a boy of 13 summers. He bore the same name as my dead father and became my close friend for the best part of the 4 years I worked there. Our acquaintance grew over time, as I did not see much of him when I worked inside the home, but as I grew older, I was sent to work in the dairy and our paths crossed more often. He lodged with his widowed mother as I did with mine, and we would rise and walk together to the farm most days. Thomas could not read or write, but he was wise to the ways of the world, and it was Thomas who told me to stay invisible. He said I should be quiet, never answer back, and be dutiful. If I kept to these rules, I would not suffer at their hands, even though they were the most unpleasant of people. Sure enough, we did not come to their notice in the early days, though we often witnessed cruelty to others. Our lives continued in this manner for several years. At home, my younger siblings grew and contributed to the household by pecking stones in the fields. Our elderly aunt weakened as she grew into her dotage, and Mother kept house, committed to her obligation to care for Aunt Bennet for taking us in when we were almost destitute. It was far from ideal. I earned little as a farm servant, and my brother and sister even less. My wages did not go far in supporting a household of 5, and food was always scarce. Part of me died in my 14th year, as my cloak of invisibility was wrenched asunder. I stood exposed and vulnerable, unable to stop an evil which I should have seen coming. I thought I was still a girl, and had not noticed how much my body had changed, not considered the alteration as I transitioned from child to wench. I'd not noticed, but he had. His eyes were always upon me. At first I thought it was to rebuke me for a task poorly done, but I was diligent and worked hard, so I could not account for his constant presence. My duties remained betwixt farmhouse and the dairy parlour, and wherever I was, so was he. One market day the mistress was not at home. She had gone to Eye to purchase household wares, and had taken Samuel to carry for her, leaving her 2 younger children in my charge. They cavorted between home and yard while I carried out my daily tasks. By mid-morning, I'd completed most of my work in the dairy and was cleaning in the kitchen when I fancied that I was no longer alone. Fear crawled up my spine like an army of ants. As the suspicion became a certainty, I carried on blacking the cooking pot, determined not to turn around, knowing it was him but wishing him away. I thought he would leave as he always had if I did not acknowledge his unwanted presence. A shout came from the yard. One of the children was quarrelling with the other. I thought he was gone, and believed myself alone again, but I was wrong. As I cleaned the last of the pots and made to put it away, an arm snaked around my waist, and I stepped backwards in fear. A second arm pinned me against the chimney, forcing my arm behind my back. I cried out, and turned my head towards the door. He pushed my neck, scraping my cheek against the rough-hewn stone, and my neck stung as he bit into it, hauling my skirts to my waist. He defiled me, never speaking a word, but grunting like a boar in rut. It was brutal, but swift. When he was spent, he pushed me to the floor and walked into the yard, as if it was a typical day. The pain and humiliation were so intense that I could not tell one wound from another. My neck and shoulders were a mess of torn flesh and blood from the bite marks. My shoulder ached where he held it against my back while he assaulted me. I smelt of him, an odour of dirt and desperation. His rancorous, feral scent bored deep into my skin, but I did not weep. Not one pitiful tear loosed from my eyes. I would not give him the satisfaction, for only then would he win. I picked myself off the floor and limped into the barn, where I washed him off me with a wet rag, moistened from the trough. I scrubbed at my skin until it was red sore, but his smell never left me. Not that day, or any day. I swore that if he ever did it again, I would kill him. I told no one of my ordeal. What would have been the purpose? I could not quit the farmhouse, for we would have starved. I could not tell the mistress, for she would not have believed me. Nobody else at the farm would have cared, except for Thomas. And I could not say it to him, for he would care too much. Who knew what Page could do to Thomas, if he could do that to me? So I continued in my slavery to the Pages. Hatred festering in my chest. I crept warily around the farmhouse for the next weeks, hoping my mantle of invisibility would return. I was lulled into cautious security when he did not repeat his actions. He still watched me, but did not touch, nor could he meet my eyes with his after that day. As time passed, I grew bolder, and stared him full in the face whenever the opportunity arose. I would not be cowed or subjugated by this man because he was strong, and I was only 15 and too weak to fight back, too weak physically, but he would never break my spirit. 4 months passed without incident. Then one frosty morning, when I was churning in the dairy, it happened again. A dirty hand clapped over my mouth while the other mauled my breast. He had come to take me once more, and did not have the good judgment to wait until the mistress was gone, for she was in the farmhouse as always. His depravity and want had overcome all semblance of caution, and he threw me on the hay-bed and mounted me like a dog. I fought him with every part of my strength, scratching, clawing, biting like a feral cat. He pulled my arm back until I feared it might snap, and I reached behind with my free arm and gouged his manhood with my nails. He screamed as if the devil had skewered him with a pitchfork, and released my arm. I grabbed my churning stick and hit him across the side of his head. His temple cracked and blood spurted from the wound, seeping down his jerkin. He dropped on the floor to his knees, clutching his wound, momentarily stunned. The barn door flew open, and Samuel entered, followed by his mother. William Page knelt there, stripped of dignity, as he had stripped me of mine. Wounded and immobilized, his breeches about his knees, wife and child looking on, his humiliation was complete. Martha Page stood stock still, jaw agape. It took her several moments to comprehend the meaning of the sight before her, and when the light of understanding spread across her face, her brows furrowed in anger. She grabbed the sweeping broom from the wall and thundered towards me, face contorted. I scrambled to my feet, still weak from the assault, and shrank against the wall. She swiped the broom towards me, hitting until the blows rained down on my shoulders. I crumpled against the stone wall, my will to retaliate almost gone, when a voice cried, "No!" from the open barn door. It was Thomas. He lunged at the mistress and yanked the broom from her hand and then broke it in 2 parts across his knee. "Leave her alone," he cried. Martha Page recoiled in surprise. "Get him, Samuel," she barked. Samuel moved towards Thomas, but Thomas was quicker. He brandished the broken broom pole in his hand and held it towards Samuel. Backing towards me, he grabbed my hand and pulled me to my feet. I stood, trembling. Then Thomas and I stepped backwards towards the barn door. Samuel glared and inched closer. "Run," Thomas commanded, and reaching deep beyond the pain, I picked up my skirts and ran beside him until the farmhouse was small in the distance. We collapsed in a wooded area on the outskirts of the village. Thomas held my hand as I caught my breath. "You cannot return," he said. "Neither of us can." I asked him what he would do, and he told me that he had an uncle in Diss in the county of Norfolk. He would go and live with him for a while. He asked me if I would join him, but I could not forsake those members of my family so dependent upon me, and I said that I could not. We left the woods and parted, and I never saw him again. He was one of the few people ever to show me kindness. I hope he had a good life. I waited until nightfall to return home, for I had cuts and bruises all over, and would not be able to hide them as I had before. Blood covered my skirts. I could not imagine how I would be able to keep this thing from my mother, but I was determined to try. My efforts were in vain. It did not remain secret for one moment, for my mother was waiting up for me. She must have sensed a problem, for she usually retired to bed far earlier. I unlatched the door, trying to prevent its usual squeak. Mother was sitting on a wooden chair, staring fixedly ahead, her face illuminated by the faint light coming from the stub of a candle. She rose to greet me, touched my face, and held me close. She stroked my hair over and over, asking no questions, making no judgment of me. It was as if she knew. Finally, she asked me if it was William Page, and I told her it was. She stripped my clothes from me and tended to my wounds as best she could. When she had finished, she sat beside me, jaw set and shaken with rage. I was angry too, but not in the same way. Hatred had simmered inside for many months. Now it poured through my veins, swept through my heart, and clung to me like a fog, filling my nostrils with the stench of its all-consuming power. That night, as I lay awake with my mother's hurt washing over me in waves, I allowed the hatred to make a permanent home, welcoming the evil that grew within.
Chapter 11. The Basement. Lawrence rose early, washed, shaved, and dressed, then made his way to the dining room, where he found Michael sitting alone with a copy of the Times spread across the table in front of him. "Good morning," said Michael, looking up from the paper. "Here's a rum thing." "What is?" asked Lawrence. "A bear turning up in a chapel," said Michael, pointing to an article. "It escaped from a travelling show and wandered into a chapel in Mortlake. That must have been a sight." Lawrence laughed. "An unusual member of the congregation," he said. "Talking of which, have you written something worthy of your Sunday congregation?" Michael grinned. "It's nearly finished," he said. "Excellent," said Lawrence. "In that case, would you consider helping me?" "Happy to," said Michael. "How can I be of service?" "It is a somewhat delicate matter," said Lawrence, "which would be uncomfortable to explain if you were not an old friend and a man of the cloth." "It sounds intriguing," said Michael, folding the paper. "What does it entail?" "It concerns Loveday," said Lawrence. "She's rather forward, don't you think?" A slow smile spread across Michael's face. "I understand," he said. "She's an unusual girl. I'm not sure I would choose that particular adjective," said Lawrence. "I've been acquainted with Loveday less than a day, yet she has engaged me in conversations I would not have with women or men I have known much longer. And wherever I am, so is she. Though pleasant company, she is much younger than me. The whole thing is more awkward still because we are both residing under the roof of our good host, the Reverend. I don't know whether to be flattered or worried." Michael nodded. "I understand your concern," he said, "but I am not sure how I can help." "Loveday plans to visit a friend in Wingfield today," said Lawrence, "and she's asked me to walk with her." "Is that so awful?" "No, I don't mind accompanying her, but I fear she will see it as a sign of encouragement." "Quite likely," said Michael. "I'm surprised she hasn't asked Emily to join her. She says Emily refused to go, but it wouldn't altogether surprise me if she didn't ask her in the first place. She says she'll go alone unless I join her." "Young ladies walk alone quite often round here," said Michael. "It is safe around Fressingfield, though I expect the Reverend would prefer that she travelled in company while in his care." "I agree," said Lawrence. but she particularly wants me to join her. She says that any mishaps she suffers from travelling alone will be entirely my fault. Loveday is very good at getting what she wants," said Michael. "She's not likely to come to harm. You could call her bluff and say no." Lawrence rose and studied the view from the dining-room window. A low mist hung over the garden, and crow caws drifted faintly from distant nests. He turned to Michael. "I don't feel comfortable with the thought of any young lady walking alone while this talk of witchcraft persists," he said solemnly. Michael raised an eyebrow. "You do surprise me." "It is not that I believe in the supernatural," said Lawrence quickly. "You know I don't. But I have spoken to rational people who believe in irrational things. They are frightened, and fear can make people behave in unpredictable ways." The door opened, and Anna McElliot entered carrying a wooden tray. She placed it on the sideboard and unloaded a toast rack, teapot, and jars of preserves, which she put on the table. She held the door open, and Mary followed bearing 2 plates covered with silver domes, which she deposited on the sideboard. "Thank you," smiled Michael, lifting a lid and helping himself to scrambled eggs and bacon. "Have you decided to escort Loveday to Wingfield?" he asked. Lawrence collected his plate of food, then added buttered toast. "I feel obliged to," he said. "Besides, George Corbin works at one of the farms there, and I might have an opportunity to speak with him." "I could join you if it helps," said Michael. "One of my parishioners has recently been released from a tuberculosis asylum. She's staying in Wingfield with a relative temporarily while she recovers. I would have waited until she returned home to Fressingfield, but I could call on her early. Violet might like to join me if Mrs. Harris can spare her. She knows my lady a little." "That sounds ideal," said Lawrence, relieved. "In that case, I'll go to the village later and arrange to hire a cart. We can all travel together," said Michael. Lawrence smiled. "Thank you," he said. "I knew you were the right person to ask." Michael finished the last of the bacon and placed his cutlery on the empty plate. "If that's all you need, I will retire to the study and put the finishing touches to my sermon. One small thing before you go," asked Lawrence. "I could do with some information. It won't take long." "How can I help?" "Have you ever heard of the Fressingfield Witch?" "A little," said Michael, "but not enough to know whether she was real or a myth. The Reverend Raven will be better informed." "Is he around?" asked Lawrence. "He's probably at the church," said Michael. "You'll need to leave now if you want to catch him, though. He's going to Norwich later today and won't be back for at least a week." "Thank you," said Lawrence. "I'll look for him now." He put his hand on the door, then turned back. "Thank you for Wingfield. It would have been awkward." His voice trailed away. "Think nothing of it," said Michael, rising from his chair. Lawrence left the breakfast room and walked the now familiar path between the vicarage and church. As he approached the porch, he noticed the open door and heard voices coming from inside. Lawrence pushed the door to its full width, revealing 2 women arranging flowers in the aisle. He recognized one as Hannah Roper, and walked towards her. "Hello again," he said as he approached. "How are you?" "Busy," she replied warmly. "There's a wedding at the church tomorrow, and we're dressing it up for the occasion." "It looks very nice already," said Lawrence, running his hand over a carved figure at the end of the wooden bench. "Would you like me to show you around?" offered Hannah. "I would, but not today," he said. "I must speak with the Reverend before he leaves for Norwich. A guided tour will be very welcome when I have more time." She smiled. "It will be my pleasure. Let me know when you're free. Reverend Raven is over there." Hannah pointed towards the back of the church, where the Reverend was poring over a book of text behind a screen. Lawrence walked down the aisle towards him, and the Reverend raised his head. "How are you, Lawrence?" he asked, extending his hand. "Our paths have not crossed much since yesterday, but I hear you have been busy." "I have," replied Lawrence, "but I won't trouble you with a report of my progress, knowing that you are about to travel. A name has been brought to my attention. Sorry to interrupt your arrangements, but I need to know more about this woman before you go." "What is her name?" asked the Reverend. "Faith Mills." A frown passed over the Reverend's face.
I'm surprised you know her name. It all happened so long ago. There is no cause to consider Faith Mills in context with recent events. Reason and logic seem to have absented themselves from the village these last months.
The man who mentioned Faith Mills is well educated, said Lawrence. He doesn't believe in witchcraft and holds superstition in contempt. Regardless, I would rather not speak of her in here, said the Reverend, gazing sternly around his church. It is better if you consult the records directly. You will find a stone storeroom in the grounds of the vicarage with a basement beneath. The old parish chest was moved from the church many years ago and is now stored underground. It contains registers and records, many of which I have used for historical research. You will find information about Faith Mills in there. Lawrence thanked the Reverend and walked back through the church feeling somewhat unnerved and sensing that he'd just received a gentle admonishment. Hannah had completed her flower arrangement and was making her way towards the porch. She smiled at Lawrence as he passed. "Have you met Anne Riches?" she asked, nodding towards her companion. Lawrence offered his hand. "Pleased to meet you," he said. They loitered outside the church, passing the time. "Annie is, or rather was, Mary Corbin's daughter-in-law," Hannah continued. "She is married to William Riches." Lawrence smiled, resisting the temptation to ask questions about Annie's deceased mother-in-law while in company. He appreciated Hannah's introduction, but decided that it would be better to question Annie Riches alone another time. He elected to return to the vicarage without delay, made his excuses to the two women, and retraced his steps. Lawrence avoided the front door of the vicarage and unlatched the side gate instead. He walked along the edge of the building, past the stone-built orangery, and towards the rear of the garden laid a well-mown lawn. Lawrence surveyed the area, trying to work out where he might find the storeroom. After a little searching, he located it at the rear, screened from view by a wooden, ivy-clad trellis covered in climbing roses. Lawrence walked past the newly budded plants towards a timber door which appeared to lead to the storage room. He tried the handle and found it unlocked but stiff, the latch distorted by swollen wood. Lawrence gripped the handle again and forced it open. Metal ground against metal as it came free. He entered a room which was small, dark and square, and lit only by a tiny cobweb-covered window on the left-hand side. A dust-covered trestle table and bench stood centrally in the room. The table held a tarnished metal candle holder and a wooden box containing spare candles, matches, and an empty inkwell. Lawrence exhaled, and a film of dust particles rose above the desk. He raised his hand to his mouth and reached towards the window to let in some air, but it was firmly stuck. Lawrence surveyed the small space. It held all the materials necessary for writing or research, but had not been occupied for a long time. Opposite the window, stairs descended into darkness. Though moderately mild outside, the storeroom was cold, and the closer Lawrence moved towards the steps, the colder it became. He peered into the blackness, but without illumination it was impossible to see beyond the upper steps. Lawrence returned to the desk and reached for the bundle of candles, blowing more dust away, and flinched as the powdery particles settled on his skin. Lawrence shone the candle over the top of the steps. Its meagre light was barely enough to detect where the shallow flight of steps ended before petering away into inky blackness. He took a further step down and shivered, listening to his faltering breath. It was the only sound he could hear. The silence from below was deafening. An irrational fear gripped hold of him, and he stood at the top of the steps, rooted to the spot. He closed his eyes and prepared to move. Then the latched doorway creaked and his heart lurched. He turned his head slowly towards the sound to see Violet Smith. Relief coursed through his body. "What are you doing here?" he snapped. "Following you," said Violet, ignoring his tone.
She carried an oil lamp in her hand. "How did you know I was here?" "I watched you from the dining room," she said, "and saw you walk towards the storeroom. When you did not return, I assumed you had gone to the basement, and I thought it might be helpful if I brought you a light." She handed him the oil lamp. He set the candle on the stairs and reached for it. "The Reverend used this room when he first arrived in the parish," said Violet. "It is rarely used now, but when he was writing his first book he came here often."
Lawrence smiled. His heartbeat was beginning to return to normal, and he was relieved to be in company.
"Did I startle you?" she asked.
"A little," said Lawrence. "But I am grateful that you brought me the lamp. It's unnaturally dark in the basement room. Have you ever been there?"
"No,"
said Violet.
"I have never needed to and cannot imagine ever choosing to."
"Too dark?" asked Lawrence.
"No, too poorly built,"
replied Violet, pointing to the crumbling stone walls by the side of the top 2 steps. "I didn't notice the damage," said Lawrence. "It was the darkness that bothered me. But now you are here and I have a proper source of light, I will have another go. You're welcome to join me."
He held the oil lamp aloft, relieved to see that it provided a greater arc of light than the candle, and he descended the steps with confidence. The short stairway led to a compact cellar with an arched roof in which he could not stand without bowing his head. Not only were the stairs in a bad state of repair, but bricks were crumbling at the lower part of the roof and towards the back wall. The structure seemed to be the remains of a wine cellar or icehouse. It was damp, and Lawrence recoiled at the smell of mould. "How on earth do any papers survive here?" he asked. The parish chest was squashed against the back wall only feet away from where he stood by the steps. "I won't come any further," said Violet. "This tiny room will not easily accommodate 2 people at once." "Can you hold the lamp?" asked Lawrence, passing it to her. He knelt before the long oak chest, wiping dust away with his hands. 3 iron hasps were set upon the ancient box, punctuating the wood at intervals. Further ornate ironwork decorated the lid. "This box is very old," said Lawrence, "and exquisitely crafted. It's too handsome to be languishing down here in the dark. Why isn't it kept in the church?" "I don't know," said Violet. "But there's a newer chest in the vestry. Perhaps it replaced this one." "Perhaps," agreed Lawrence, unhooking the hasps from their iron counterparts. They unlatched with a satisfying crunch. "No padlocks," he said, heaving the lid open. "It's very heavy." He braced himself for another onslaught of damp and mildew, but the smell inside reminded him of the aroma of his old-school library. He brushed his fingers across the lumpy, leaden-lined lid and looked at the perfectly preserved contents. Books, papers, and parchments littered the floor of the chest in no discernible order. He reached for a burgundy leather-bound ledger and flicked the pages open. Spidery writing recorded parish births, deaths, and bans until the late 1600s. "These are very old indeed," he said. "Why do you want them?" asked Violet, shifting the lamp from one hand to another to redistribute the weight. "A name has cropped up during my investigation," said Lawrence. "I am hoping to find mention of her in some of these papers." "Well, that will take some time," said Violet, gazing at the mound of documents within the chest. "Which records do you need?" "I've no idea," said Lawrence. "The Reverend did not tell me which books to use. I suppose I'll have to look through each of them, a few at a time. But not here. I think it's safe to assume the Reverend's tacit consent to read them anywhere. They can come into the vicarage where I can deal with them in more comfortable surroundings." Lawrence shivered. He was emboldened now that Violet was close by with an effective means of light. Even so, the underground room with its hidden chest felt secretive and menacing. "Will you be much longer?" asked Violet, adjusting her shawl over her shoulders with her free hand. "I didn't expect to be away for so long. Mrs. Harris may need me." "No, I'm leaving now," he said. "Give me one more moment." Lawrence picked through the contents of the chest and selected 2 small leather-bound books, a pile of papers, and several scrolls of parchment. Clasping them to his chest, he followed Violet upstairs. She turned the wick of the lamp to its lowest setting, then, cupping her hand around the glass, She extinguished the flame. "I will leave this in the orangery in case you need it again," she said. "Thank you," replied Lawrence as they left the storeroom and walked towards the rear of the vicarage. "I hope I have chosen well with these records. I'm not in any hurry to return to this basement if it's avoidable." "And you can't return tomorrow until we have been to Wingfield," said Violet. "Ah, Michael has spoken to you?" asked Lawrence, fidgeting with the papers. He felt discomforted by the prospect of travelling in the same confined space as Loveday and Violet Smith. Loveday was frank, disarming, and beautiful. Violet Smith, a plain Jane, reserved and practical. She would not approve of Loveday, he was sure. Did her approval, or lack of it, matter? "Yes," she said. "Michael has arranged the carriage for 2 o'clock. Meet us outside the front of the vicarage and don't be late." She disappeared through the morning-room doors. Lawrence returned to his room and spread the registers and papers over his dressing-table. He unfurled one of the scrolls and cast an eye over the entries relating to the resettlement of poor people from the parish. The second scroll, dated 1632, was entitled "Bastardy Bonds." A third was inscribed in Latin. Lawrence deciphered a few words using schoolboy Latin, but his knowledge was insufficient to translate the whole document, and he gave up. He found the first mention of her name in a small, brown book, which was noticeably more modern than the parchments and scrolls. The ink was darker, fresher, the paper newer, pages almost pristine beneath the heavy cover. He read the front page. An account of the desecration of local Suffolk churches by William Dowsing. He read on, fascinated. Lawrence's father had been a historian, not by qualification, but by inclination. Lawrence had been greedy for his accounts of English history when he was a boy. He remembered something of William Dowsing, who was not admired by his father. Dowsing was a Puritan soldier appointed to remove items of superstition and idolatry from Cambridgeshire and Suffolk churches. Lawrence remembered a heated discussion with his father many years before, when Mr. Harpham Sr. expressed his disgust at the desecration. It was not because he was a religious man, but because the idea of destroying irreplaceable historical items was abhorrent. The Brown Book was a journal set out in 2 parts, with the first part containing a transcript of William Dowsing's account of those churches he defiled. Lawrence read a few pages detailing the defacement of crosses in Ofton, with more of the same to follow, including the removal of a font in Floaton and the ruin of superstitious pictures in Barking. The account continued in the same vein, bearing cold, factual reports. Items removed from each church were recorded, including details of how and where they had been destroyed. A single blank page in the middle of the book broke Dowsing's account. The following page was thicker, with a heavy parchment attached containing a statement by Thomas Ely, churchwarden of Wetheringset. Ely lamented the dreadful damage caused to their church, writing in detail of his attempts to right the damage, referencing the costs required to make repairs. It was a dull account, and Lawrence turned several pages at once and read on. The next chapter covered the destruction to Laxfield Parish Church. Reverend Adamson was the rector there, and his recollection, like Ely's, was pasted into the journal. But Adamson's account was personal, capturing his fears for the church and congregation. It must have been written soon after he received notice that soldiers would be arriving within 20 days. Adamson had recorded his thoughts about the intended desecration. He had been warned that all crosses, brasses, and superstitious paintings would be destroyed, but he still prayed for leniency. Laxfield was William Dowsing's place of birth, and the Reverend Adamson hoped he might spare the church out of sentimentality. The journal recorded his prayers for restraint and his fervent wishes that Laxfield would fare better than the other churches. When 10 days passed and the soldiers had not arrived, the Reverend thought his prayers had been answered, and that Dowsing had relented. But on the 11th day they came while he was absent from the church and ravaged the holy place in an orgy of destruction. The remains of the paintings and statues were dumped in the graveyard, too ruined for restoration. But it was the last paragraph of Adamson's account that caught Lawrence's notice. The vicar had recorded his return in detail, writing of a woman he encountered praying in the graveyard on her hands and knees. She was sobbing over the damaged items and had borne witness to the defilement. Her name was Faith Mills, and she dwelt in the parish of Fressingfield. Lawrence closed the book. Fressingfield had a perfectly good church of its own. Why had Faith Mills worshipped in Laxfield? Chapter 12. Nemesis. So, there is one in the village come to spy on us. I have heard talk of him from several sources. He is indiscreet, his futile intentions all too clear. He wants to know what cannot be known and pry into matters that do not concern him. How dare he try to intervene in our plans? The church is behind this, of course, always interfering in our lives, telling us what to do. But where were they when we needed comfort? They judged us, and could not soothe the pain. They can never heal the gaping wound of loss. I remembered her this morning. A rare occurrence, for it is the one who bore new life who intrudes into my thoughts most often. It was she who lived and fanned the flames of hatred the rest of her earthly life, and his. Her hatred lived on through her son, and so it was passed to me, through the generations. I can recite the lineage as well as my mother and her mother and all the ancestors who came before us. Faith, Honor, Charles, Thomas, and so it goes on, 10 generations back. 10 generations who nurtured the tale and conveyed their bittersweet odium to the next. It was the rope that preempted the memory, and not for the first time. I was attending to my duties when I saw it and stood transfixed as the carter grunted and laboured while moving his wares. He untied a hemp sack bound with a heavy rope that dangled from a pulley on his cart. My hands flew instinctively to my neck as I imagined the feel of the rope against my skin, choking me as rough fibres tore into my flesh. How did it feel, Faith, when it happened to you? Were you bathed in the force of the hatred that burnt in the heart of your offspring as she watched you die? This stranger, this intruder who moves unwanted among us, knows nothing, less than nothing of what he thinks he seeks. He cannot thwart us, and will never understand what drives us. The means to find our secrets do not exist, except within my soul, and I will not tell him. Things will calm down, and he will go away. It will be as if he never existed. We have already destroyed our enemies. There is no cause to expose our presence again. Life can continue as it ever did, bound in hatred to the ancestors, but with no call to action, only an obligation to remember, as I do every day, my daily mantra: Faith, Honor, Charles, Thomas, James, Anne. Chapter 13. Honor. Accused. I begged her not to do it, but she was unmoved. Her desire for justice too fierce to quell. I knew no good would come of it. Who were we, after all? Incomers to a village duty-bound to take us by accident of my mother's birth. We had no history here, and they knew us only from our aunt and ancient memories. They owed us no loyalty by kinship,
or acquaintance. She would not let me rise that morning and bade me remain in the truckle bed at rest. She awoke and dressed before the cock crowed. Her usually passive face thin-lipped with anger, and she slammed the door as she left. I cannot say how long she was gone, for my mind, dark with a vengeance, slipped between fretful sleep and torpor. She returned mid-morning, red-faced and shaking with anger. As the door opened, I pulled a threadbare blanket over my shoulders and sat next to my Aunt Bennet in the parlour, waiting for Mother to speak. Aunt Bennet reached for my hand and drew me close. She had not questioned me since my return the previous night, nor mentioned the bruises on my face, but somehow she knew. She raised her head towards my mother and asked, "How did you fare?" I watched the look that passed between them, and wondered how much my mother had told her. Mother was too angry for any attempt at discretion, and answered frankly. She told us that she'd arrived at the Page farm and made straight for the kitchen, entering the door without knocking first. She confronted Mrs. Page, who was toiling at the stove near to Suki and the two youngest children. Suki took one look at the expression on my mother's face and fled from the room with the children in tow. Mother walked towards Mrs. Page and stood so close that she could smell her sickly breath. "Where is your husband?" she hissed. Mrs. Page laughed in her face and accused her of birthing a harlot, screaming accusations about my behaviour and claiming that I had seduced her husband. She said I'd bewitched him with magic, or he would never have touched me. My mother took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes, and said very calmly that Page was at fault and would pay for his sins. Her voice was quiet, menacing, and she trembled with anger. Martha Page cowered at the sight of her, transfixed by Mother's controlled ire. Mother sensed her fear and stepped forward, raising her hand. Martha dropped to her knees, pale eyes bulging in fright. When she returned, Mother said that she'd been tempted as never before, longing to feel the satisfaction of administering a stinging slap to Martha's pasty skin. But she looked down at the pathetic woman before her and relented, feeling only pity. Living with her cruel, coward of a husband was punishment enough. Martha lowered her hand, shook her head, and turned away without another word. She'd left the farm and walked home. At first, Mother was buoyed with anger, but as she approached the village, frustration gained the upper hand. Her lowly position in life had led us to this moment. If she was still a merchant's wife in Lavenham, I would not have been working for such people. Her position in society would have afforded us protection. She felt responsible for my condition and resolved to approach the magistrates and plead for justice. As she walked down Cratfield Road, she met a man riding along the highway ahead and recognised him as John Brame, a man influential within the parish. She thought his presence a good omen and decided to approach him and make her case. Before she drew level, his horse inexplicably took fright and unseated him, and he fell in an undignified heap on the road before her. She moved towards him, offering her hand to help him up, but he pushed it away and dusted himself down, cursing at Mother for startling his ride. By the time she returned home, her anger was once more aflame. Anne Bennet and I listened as she spoke, remaining together in the parlour for several hours while Patience and the younger children played outside. Mother grew calmer as we talked, and we made plans to accommodate our new situation. Mother would not let me return to the Page farm or any other. She decided, instead, to seek work to support the family, at least until I recovered from the worst of my ordeal. I would stay at home for the next few weeks and attend to the needs of my aunt and siblings. The money my mother had realised from the sale of our few possessions had long since been spent. The younger children would need to play their part in supporting the household, but could not return to the Page farm.
Mother decided to take Alice and Walter to another nearby farm instead, where they could still earn a little by picking stones in the field. Mother would also find farm work herself. The next day she applied to Bird's farm on the Laxfield Road. It was spring and the beginning of lambing season. Even with the threat of impending war, seasonal farm work was always available. They employed Mother the same day, and for the first few weeks the hard toil was bearable, and she earned enough for us to survive. Our good fortune did not last. The evil that dogged Mother to her death began abruptly, midway through the second month that she worked on the farm. It was a balmy spring day, and Mother had been labouring in the fields during the morning, her face and neck glowing red from the lazy April sun. She was relieved of her field chores and sent to the dairy early in the afternoon, but was roused from her task at the sound of a commotion in the yard. She ran outside and joined a small crowd of workers who watched as one of the farmhands ran from the top field bellowing for the farmer. He rushed to the yard, pallid and out of breath, hands and smock smeared with fresh blood. The farmer emerged from the side porch, demanding to know what was going on. The farmhand pointed to the top field with a trembling finger, and they set off together at a brisk pace, the other workers trailing behind. They reached the field as a cloud of flies rose above the side of the fence nearest to the farmhouse. Below the buzzing mass lay two sheep side by side, their innards splayed across their white fleeces. Blood pooled in the grass. Farm labourers gathered around the butchered sheep while the farmer prodded their carcasses with his stick. He scowled at the shepherd, who had joined the throng, and admonished him for his carelessness in allowing the sheep to die. The shepherd dropped to his knees and examined the smaller sheep, parting the bloody fleece to reveal deep gouges in the sheep's neck. His face set into a frown as he pointed to the bite marks. The farmer pursed his lips and thrust his stick deep into the ground next to the slaughtered sheep, then berated the shepherd again for allowing the carnage. The shepherd protested, stating that the sheep were always under watch. It would be impossible for two healthy animals to be savaged so close to the farm when the farm dogs roamed freely. One of the older farm servants, Audrey Smith, stepped forward and spoke. She said a similar thing had happened at the Page farm. Martha Page spoke of it at the market earlier that week. She believed her dead animal was killed by a familiar sent by a witch. The workers listened in silence, then erupted in a babble of fevered speculation. Audrey Smith crossed herself and reminded them that a witch had endured a trial by water at Brandeston only a few years earlier. At this my mother raised her eyes heavenward, for she was educated and did not believe in witches or superstitious things. But the farmhand who found the slaughtered sheep spoke of the Manningtree witch trials and said if witches were in neighbouring Essex, then it would only be a matter of time before they came to Suffolk. By the time my mother returned home that day, the farm folk had convinced themselves that they had borne witness to witchcraft. When Mother recounted her day, I railed at the unfairness. The irony of imagined supernatural evil when real wickedness resided within one living in their own parish sickened me. William Page had recklessly ruined my life with his debauchery, and I had no doubt he ruined other lives before mine. Yet he lived in the heart of these people, and they could not see the evil within. He was the wicked, ungodly one. I almost laughed aloud at the absurdity of it, but I did not, for my mind was preoccupied. At first, I put it down to the maggot of fury nestling within me, the violent depths of my revulsion made real in sickness. My bruises had faded and my body healed, though my soul was forever destroyed. But I ailed, and it was not like me. I'd been healthy all my life. Gradually a thought wormed into my head, a notion so repugnant, so loathsome that I shut it out until it would not lie dormant, and when I finally allowed it voice, I wanted to die. I wanted it cut from me and was sickened with disgust. One day, when my mother returned to the fields, bone-tired with all the superstitious prattle, my aunt asked me to let her help with my problem. How she knew about the parasite within I cannot say, but it was not a great surprise, for she seemed to know much without being told. She offered me a foul-tasting liquid, yellow-tinged and cloying. I gulped it down and immediately vomited. So she made me drink more until it stayed in my gullet. She warned me that it may or may not help, and I prayed to a God I no longer trusted to destroy the evil seed within me. A week later I knew my prayers had gone unanswered. The page leech still clung to life despite our best efforts. Worse still, any hopes that my aunt would be able to assist in another way vanished. After a long life, she had succumbed to old age and infirmity, and we found her dead in her bed one Sunday morning. My aunt left us nothing, for she had nothing to leave. We sold her clothes and a few trinkets and buried her as best we could. She was laid to rest in the church where we worshipped, and her funeral passed without incident. It was the last dignity the parish afforded to us. My mother walked to work the day after Aunt Bennet's funeral. On entering the yard, the farmer came towards her and held his hand aloft, barring the way. She smiled and tried to pass, but he refused her entry and turned her away without a word. She shouted over to Audrey Smith, who was standing by the well, but Audrey turned her face and made for the dairy. My mother stared across the yard, perplexed, waiting in vain for someone to appear and offer an explanation. Nobody materialized, and she went home. The children and I were settled in the cottage, going about our morning chores, when Mother opened the door. She slumped in the wooden chair nearest the fire with her head in her hands. I rushed to her side and asked what ailed her, and she recounted her story, picking over the details, her thoughts mired in confusion. She could not account for the sudden hostility, knowing as she did that her work had always been good. I tried to console her, but she was still mourning Aunt Bennet and began to cry. When Patience saw her tears, she wiped them away with a clumsy hand and put her head in Mother's lap. Mother stopped crying at this small act of love, but stared disconsolately out of the window, brooding. I continued sewing, and an uneasy silence settled over the cottage. It did not last long. There was a hiss and a thud, and the melancholic atmosphere was interrupted by a burning stick falling to the stone floor. It had been tossed through the open front window of our cottage. Alice leapt to her feet and stamped out the flames, while we rushed outside to see the perpetrator standing before us. It was Martha Page and her son Samuel, who were waiting at the top of the path. Martha's face was a twisted mask of fury. Rivers of tears tracked down her face. "You witch!" She snarled at the sight of Mother. I stepped forward. "Leave us alone, you stupid woman," I said. I was unafraid. She held no power over me any more. "He is dead," she wailed, pointing at my mother. "And you have killed him as surely as you killed the sheep." The expression on my mother's face changed, enlightened. "Is that what you told the farmer?" she asked. "Is that why he will not let me work?" "You should not be among decent people, witch!" screamed Martha. "You have murdered my son. You said you'd make me pay when you cursed me." "I did not curse you," countered my mother. "Nor did I kill your son. I do not wish ill on your children, even if I despise your husband." Martha Page gasped. Her face whitened, as if drained of blood. "You would harm my husband?"
she cried, grasping Samuel and hiding behind his shoulder. "You threaten my family?" I stepped forward, sickened by her attempt to manipulate my mother's words. "Go," I said, "or I will make him pay bastardy for the child he has forced upon me." "You harlot!" she screamed, then turned to my mother. "You have begotten an evil, wicked child, and God will punish you." Samuel, who had remained silent throughout, spat full in my face, then put his arms around his mother's waist and led her away. Her screams rang in the distance for a long time. I wiped the spittle from my face, glaring at the incumbents of the next-door cottage. They stared back in silence, offering no support. We spent a sleepless night in the cottage. Mother tried to calm Patience, who was unsettled by the incident, while I cared for the younger two. We did not speak of it again. But worry hung heavily upon us. The next day was Sabbath, so we could neither work nor find an occupation. We decided we would both seek employment in case it became difficult for Mother to find work while the febrile atmosphere prevailed. One or other of us should be useful at this busy time of year. Though Alice was only 9, it was time for her to take a turn caring for Patience and Walter. If Mother and I could both find work, it would be more fruitful than Alice labouring in the fields. She would get paid scant wages at such a young age. We set off for church, leaving Alice in charge, and paid our respects at Aunt Bennet's grave by the churchyard wall. Mother wept for her aunt, who had shown us so much kindness. But I could not cry. My sadness had long since turned to a bitter bile which coursed through my body. Mother laid wildflowers on her aunt's grave, and we made our way to the church. We sat at the rear, nearest the door, having arrived early for the service. Only a few parishioners were already seated, and they were hostile from the first. They turned in their seats, and one after another bade us leave, saying we were not welcome in God's house. One woman seized a cross from around her neck and held it towards us, as if to ward away evil. I took Mother's trembling hand in mine, unable to decide whether she was angry or frightened, faced our tormentors, and told them it was our church and our God, and we would not leave. Then more worshippers arrived, every one of them calling for us to go. They stood in the aisle before us, threatening and catcalling. Mother shrank into her chair but did not move, and I sat bolt upright and told them I would not leave unless they dragged me out. 2 men moved towards me as if they might try it, but the vicar intervened and told them to desist. He commanded them to behave in God's house and insisted that they sat down. They returned to their pews but were not quiet, and railed and argued, refusing to worship in the same place as the witch. The vicar gestured for quiet, approached us, then asked us to leave until passions quietened. Mother pleaded with him to let us stay, appealing against the unfairness of his decision. She had caused no trouble and only wanted to be allowed to pray to God as she did every Sunday, but the vicar was unmoved. Adamant that he could not preach a sermon over the cacophony of noise, he said it would be for the best if we left and returned another day. Mother put her head in her hands, overwhelmed by the injustice. The shame of being asked to leave her beloved church was mortifying. I tried to quell the anger simmering in my chest, but it defeated me, and I confronted the vicar and called him a coward, telling him that if he turned us away, we would never return. He turned his back on me and walked to the pulpit without another word, then stood in silence, waiting for us to leave. Mother took a deep breath and walked from the church with her head held high. She crossed the graveyard before kneeling at the foot of Aunt Bennet's grave, where she sobbed as if her heart would break.
Chapter 14. Wingfield. The journey to Wingfield was every bit as awkward as Lawrence had feared. The carriage ride was comfortable enough, but there was an uneasy atmosphere. Though nothing was articulated, Lawrence sensed a mutual dislike between Loveday and Violet Smith. Loveday did not react well to the news that they would be travelling in the company of others, fearing that the conversation would be dull. But Lawrence was unmoved. They would travel together or not at all. Loveday was only pacified when he agreed to escort her to her friend's house while Michael and Violet conducted their business with Mrs. Higgins. The carriage arrived at Wingfield mid-afternoon with only a few brief words having been exchanged between the four of them throughout the journey. Lawrence did not try to move the conversation forward. He was preoccupied by the thought of May Day, which was looming fast. It had been weeks since his last nightmare, but from previous experience he anticipated that another night terror would soon arrive. They often happened when he became introspective. The more he thought about May Day, the more he feared it. The more he dwelt upon it, the more he began to create a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the good night's sleep that eluded him was the least of his problems. Catherine still occupied so many of his thoughts. He missed her more than ever, and felt her loss keenly while travelling close to Loveday and Violet. He would be better off alone, or at least in male company. Their voices, their scents, their femininity evoked memories too painful to bear. He wished he had not accepted this assignment. Better to be alone in his rooms in Bury St. Edmunds than lonely in company. For a fleeting moment he wondered whether to abandon the investigation altogether. When it became clear that Lawrence would not be a convivial travelling companion, Michael tried to instigate a conversation himself. It was not to be. Violet tried, Loveday did not, and Lawrence was, in spirit, elsewhere. All four were relieved when the carriage stopped in the middle of the village and the driver opened the door. Michael helped Violet down the step, and they walked west after agreeing to meet back in 2 hours. With Violet and Loveday apart, the awkwardness vanished. Loveday linked her arm through Lawrence's, smiling for the first time that day. He fought the urge to remove it, torn between concern at the over-familiarity versus a lack of manners. Eventually he decided to keep it there, choosing not to upset Loveday in the hope that the journey back was less difficult. She smiled demurely, and he returned her smile. She was a beautiful young woman, and he decided to make the best of the situation and enjoy her company.
"I have hardly seen you today," she complained, "only from afar as you go about your business. Have things gone well?"
"Things have gone very well," said Lawrence. "I may not have to spend quite so much time prevailing upon the kindness of our host."
"Oh, that is too bad," said Loveday, "and not at all what I want to hear. You must stay at least 3 weeks until my ship sails."
"You want me to prolong my investigation just to keep you company?" he teased.
"Certainly," replied Loveday, pouting. "You have only just arrived, and it would be too boring if you leave straight away. You are to remain here for 3 weeks, and that is the end of it."
Lawrence laughed. "Then I will make sure I miss every clue and disregard any suspect to make this case last longer."
"You have not told me what you are investigating yet," she said.
"Nor will I."
"That's not much fun," she said. "I want to know everything about you."
"There isn't much to know."
"Then tell it anyway."
"Another time," said Lawrence. "We can't be far away from your friend, and I must go to the farm."
Loveday wrinkled her nose. "I would skip my visit and come with you, if you were going somewhere worthwhile," she said. "But I don't want to go near a smelly old farm. Not even for you, Laurie."
Lawrence swallowed, thrilled by the intimacy at the shortening of his name. Only one person had ever called him Laurie. He should be disturbed at the familiarity, but it pleased him. He gazed at Loveday, his interest aroused. She smiled, then stopped by a red brick house.
"This is it," she said. "Will you come back and collect me later?"
Lawrence nodded. She put her hands to her lips, as if to blow a kiss, but did not. Then she turned away. Lawrence waited until Loveday gained admittance, then walked past, lost in thought. He picked up his pace as he stepped out towards Elm Tree Farm, where George Corbin worked. The farm was located about a mile up the road, but in his improved mood, the distance seemed minimal, and he was on the outskirts of the farm before he knew it. As he walked up the track, he spied a small group of men in the distance. They had broken from their labour and were sitting on the ground talking. He approached them and asked if George Corbin was nearby.
"I'm George Corbin,"
said a man in his 60s. He was short and stout, with a flat cap over greying hair. Deep lines furrowed tanned skin, and he appeared too old to be a labourer. Lawrence approached him.
"I'm Lawrence Hopham." "I know who you are," said George. "You've been 2 days in the village already."
"Then you must know why I am here," continued Lawrence. "Will you speak with me?"
"Yes, I'll speak with you, but only to put you right," George said. "Happen you need to speak to somebody who knows what they're talking about."
The other men laughed.
"You tell him, George,"
said one.
"And you mind your own business, Henry Harper," snapped George. "Over there,"
he said, pointing to an area in the lee of a barn. He strode ahead, and Lawrence followed. George Corbin perched on a low stone wall.
"Sit down," he said, "unless you'd rather stand."
Lawrence elected to sit. "Before we start, allow me to extend my condolences," said Lawrence. "I am sorry for your loss."
"Are you?"
asked George.
"I'm a good deal less sorry than you."
Oh. Lawrence was at a loss over what to say. Whatever he may have expected, he did not anticipate such coldness from a newly widowed man.
"You might well look shocked," said George. "You'll not meet many men glad of such a death. I am glad, though, and unrepentant."
"It is, as you say, unusual," repeated Lawrence. "May I ask why you were so glad of it?"
"The woman was evil made flesh," said George. "She killed my kin. She could have gone to the devil alone, but she took my granddaughter with her."
He spat the words through pursed lips. "Evil whore of Satan." Lawrence paused, trying to remain impassive. "How could a dying woman harm a child?" he asked.
"Curse the girl, she did," said George. "Rubbed the devil's spittle on her poor little body until it broke with sores. She burned from the inside out, like the old woman said."
"Come now," said Lawrence. "I understood your wife was bedbound and could not stand."
"Yes, she was bedridden," admitted George. "Had been for 3 months. But she had the power to deliver the devil's work. We cannot know how his wishes were granted."
"There are no witches or devils, George," said Lawrence reasonably. "If your wife could not walk, how could she harm your grandchild?"
"If my wife did not harm my grandchild, why did she say she had?"
countered George. "That I do not know," said Lawrence. "What did she say to you to make you think she had harmed the child?"
"We argued," he said. "Nobody could get along with Mary. She upset everyone, most especially my daughter. Sarah did not like her before we were wed and hated her after. My first wife, Harriet, disliked Mary, and Sarah saw no reason to disagree. She blamed Mary for Harriet's death."
"I thought your first wife died naturally," said Lawrence.
"Did you?" replied George.
"Didn't she?"
"I thought so at the time. Now I'm not so sure."
"But what did Mary say about the child?"
"She said, 'I am not long for this world, but neither is the child. I will die today, and she will burn in hell.'"
"That is not so much a threat as wishful thinking," said Lawrence, "though God alone knows who would wish that upon a child."
"It was a curse," said George darkly.
"I have been told that your wife was a herbalist, a medicine-maker, that she helped people."
"If you say so," said George sullenly. "She made tinctures, which some said helped with their ailments. And she made charms for the girls. I did not mind at first. I thought she was like a quack doctor, but harmless. If sick people wanted to waste their money on her balms and cordials, then why should I care?
Why did you marry her? Asked Lawrence. Your children were grown. There was no need.
A man should have a wife, said George. Besides, she chose me. I was bewitched.
He stared at the floor, embarrassed. Did you always fear her? Asked Lawrence.
No. As I said, she was mostly harmless. She changed. It was Hannah Roper that first noticed. Said she was worried that Mary was taking herself too seriously and had frightened one of the other women. Eliza Clay, it was. You should speak to her. She was scared senseless, and if she has recovered her senses by now, she might tell you about it. And how Sarah never liked Mary. The more she showed her dislike, the more Mary played up to it. Then it eased again and people forgot.
I can't see where witchcraft comes into it, said Lawrence.
I don't know where it came from either, said George. But not long after Harriet died, the whispers started. People claimed Mary had overlooked her. Then someone said she'd bewitched her dead husband, and that she had bewitched me, for I never cared for her until I married her. Then she was accused of causing the death of poor Jonathan Carter. He was scared to death, tormented by crows.
What is this story of crows? Said Lawrence. I'd never heard of crows bringing bad luck before I came to Fressingfield.
I suppose you grew up in a town, did you? Asked George.
I did, as it happens. George looked him up and down.
Not much of a surprise, he said. You don't need to hear stories in the countryside. You use your eyes. Where there is death, so there are crows. Human or animal, it's all the same to them. They feast off their own kind.
He shuddered. Your wife had a tame crow, didn't she?
There was nothing tame about that feathered imp,
said George, closing his eyes as if to block an unwanted memory.
She fed it with a spoon, and it talked to her.
Talked to her?
She spoke to it, and the thing crowed back at her, like two folk gossiping. It was unnatural, wrong in every way.
Where is the crow now?
It has gone, said George evasively.
You released it?
No. I wrung its evil neck.
Lawrence shook his head, disgusted. It was one thing harbouring a fear of witchcraft, but another to use it as an excuse to kill a living creature. Was that necessary? He asked. Surely it behaved no differently to a caged canary. George scowled, but did not answer. Let us suppose that witches exist, said Lawrence. Do you really believe your wife hated your grandchild so much that she deliberately caused her death?
I believe it with my whole heart, said George firmly. Everything my wife predicted came to pass, everything. Her and I getting wed, the baby's death, and Harriet's death.
You did not tell me she foretold Harriet's passing.
That was why Sarah hated her.
And you heard her say this?
I did not. Perhaps it was Sarah, and if it wasn't her, then she would know who did. You should talk to her anyway. Then you would find out how much Mary Corbin was disliked.
I will talk to her, said Lawrence. Today, if I can.
If you see her before I'm tell her I sent you, said George. She won't speak to you otherwise.
Lawrence opened his mouth to ask another question, but George had already turned away and was shuffling slowly back towards the farmhands as if all his energy was depleted. Lawrence returned to the centre of Wingfield, mulling over the conversation. George was fanciful but sincere, and his fear of Mary was real. But their conversation had not helped the investigation. If Lawrence hoped to understand the mood of the village, he would have to speak to George Corbin's daughter soon. Chapter 15. An Ill Wind. Lawrence did not return in time to speak to Sarah. It was dusk before they arrived in Fressingfield, and the journey had not gone to plan. He had collected Loveday, as promised, before meeting Michael and Violet, and they'd boarded the waiting carriage. A few moments into the journey, the carriage hit a hole in the road. It had lurched forward before tipping to one side. They calmed themselves and stumbled down the steps to find the wheel buckled and beyond repair. The cabman had apologised and said he would need to find a new wheel before they could go any further. There was little choice but to walk, and as they set off, it had started to drizzle. Loveday linked her arm through Lawrence's, and they'd walked ahead of the other two. Lawrence's mood had darkened again, and he felt self-conscious at the public display of intimacy. Michael and Violet had maintained a respectable distance behind, sensing his discomfort. At first, Loveday regaled him with stories of her time in Cheltenham, but as the rain fell harder, she grew quieter and began to shiver. Lawrence had offered her his jacket, which she accepted, but by the time they'd arrived in Fressingfield, they were soaked to the bone, and the greater part of the journey had been spent in unnatural silence. It had not been a happy day. Lawrence woke the next morning burning hot and with a swollen neck. He tried to rise, but the room swam, and as the sweat trickled from his brow, he realized he had a fever. He struggled to his feet, fighting the lightheadedness that threatened to overwhelm him, reached the washstand, and vomited. Though Lawrence felt dreadful, he was too considerate to leave a mess for the maids. He dressed slowly, fighting the urge to return to bed, collected the soiled basin and carried it downstairs to the water closet with its newly installed piped water. The room was not in use, so he entered, emptied the basin into the sink and swilled it, shivering throughout. He left the basin to drain on the side and entered the hallway with the intention of returning to his room with a cup of tea. He contemplated breakfast but was unable to face the thought of eating. As he passed the morning room, Michael looked up from his paper. "Good morning," he said, then noticed Lawrence's pale face. "You look awful," he continued.
"I feel awful,"
croaked Lawrence. His throat was aflame. Beads of sweat mottled his brow. "Go back to bed, old man," said Michael sympathetically. "I will ask Anna to fetch the doctor." Lawrence did not argue. He returned to his room, undressed, and got back into bed, waking several hours later to a sharp rapping at the bedroom door. Anna McElliot opened the door and showed a smartly dressed young man into the room. "Dr. Taylor," she announced. Lawrence opened bleary eyes. The young man standing before him did not look old enough to have graduated, much less completed medical training. "Good morning," grinned the young man, offering his hand. "Andrew Taylor, locum doctor of this parish for my sins." Lawrence coughed.
"Lawrence Harpham,"
he said.
"Private investigator and carrier of germs."
"Ah, you still have a sense of humour," smiled Andrew. "That is a good sign, and means you can't be too unwell. Now, sit up, please, and let me examine you." The doctor located Lawrence's pulse, keeping time on a silver fob watch. "Nice healthy beat," he said before opening his medical bag and extracting a thermometer and a flat wooden stick. "Open," he said. Lawrence opened his mouth obediently. The doctor placed the stick on his tongue and looked down Lawrence's throat. He made a clicking sound, then inserted the thermometer in Lawrence's mouth, noted the reading, wiped the instrument, and returned it to his bag. "You have a temperature," he said. "Your throat is inflamed, and there are some nasty white spots down there. A touch of tonsillitis, I suspect." Lawrence groaned.
"I don't have the time to be ill,"
he complained. "Well, ill is what you are," said the doctor, "and a week's bed rest is what you need to make it better." He searched his bag again and produced 2 envelopes of powder. "Take these twice a day. I will write you a prescription for some more. Have it dropped with Henry Late at the chemist, and you'll be fixed in no time." Lawrence sighed.
"I suppose I ought to thank you," he said, "but the prospect of a week's bed rest when I'm well on the way to finishing my investigation is not a welcome prospect."
"Split the difference, then," said Dr. Taylor jovially. "Stay in bed today, then see how you feel tomorrow. If you feel better, then you may go out a short distance if you take it easy."
"I will settle for that,"
said Lawrence. "Thank you, Doctor."
Andrew Taylor nodded and left the room. Lawrence closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. He slept soundly and would have slept through the night had he not been roused by a tapping at his door. He woke with a start, eyes drawn to the uncovered window where the curtains were still pulled apart. It was early evening, and the light was starting to dim. He rubbed his eyes. There was another knock at the door, this time softer.
"Come in,"
he said, straining his voice. He was no longer faint, but his throat felt like a flaming poker had been scraped down the sides. The door clicked open. He half expected Loveday, and was disappointed when Violet Smith emerged carrying a tray with a pot of tea and a plate of sandwiches. She was dressed in a plain, unflattering gown, and her dark hair tumbled from an unruly bun.
"You don't need to wait on me,"
said Lawrence, sitting up.
"But thank you anyway."
Violet placed the tray on his lap.
"I volunteered to," she said. "Mrs. Raven insisted you should eat, and I offered to bring your tray upstairs. Something has happened in the village. I thought you might want to know about it straight away."
"What is it?"
he asked, intrigued.
"There has been a death,"
she said.
"A sudden death, quite unexpected. I don't know the woman, but she is young and was in good health."
"Go on,"
croaked Lawrence.
"Her name is Eliza. Her mother found her dead on the floor in her parlour."
"Do you know anything more?"
"I know that she lived alone,
and had 2 young children, but she worked, so her mother minded them during the day. Eliza failed to bring her children to her mother's house this morning, and her mother was concerned and set off to find her. When she arrived at the house, the 2 children were crying beside Eliza's body, which lay prone upon the floor. She was cold to the touch, and her mother summoned the surgeon who lived nearby. Both Mr. Smart and Dr. Taylor attended the body, and I've heard that neither man was prepared to write a death certificate. She's been taken away for an autopsy."
"Extraordinary," exclaimed Lawrence. "Quite shocking. Still, it may yet turn out to be a natural death. Who was the young lady?"
"Her name was Eliza Clay."
"But I only heard that name yesterday," said Lawrence. "In fact, I was told to seek her out."
"There's no point now," said Violet, practically. "But why would you have called upon her?"
"I'm not sure," said Lawrence, shaking his head. "I was told that she was afraid of Mary Corbin, and thought it would be useful to find out why. George Corbin suggested speaking to her, but I got the impression that he didn't know much about it either."
"It's hard to believe her death is anything more than a coincidence,"
said Violet, watching Lawrence drain his cup. She poured him another tea.
"Agreed," said Lawrence. "And we must wait until the autopsy is finished to know if there is anything suspicious about the death. It may be entirely natural."
"In that case, I will leave you to your thoughts,"
said Violet. Lawrence smiled.
"Thank you for bringing me the news," he said. "You did the right thing."
Violet returned the smile, revealing perfectly straight teeth. "Sleep well," she said, and left the room, shutting the door behind her. Lawrence's night was disturbed, and he barely slept at all. At first, he slid beneath the covers, expecting to drop off quickly, but having rested for the best part of the day, his mind was too active. After a futile hour trying to get comfortable, he gave up, lit his bedside lamp, and walked over to the dressing table. He lit a candle from the lamp and flicked through the untouched sheaf of papers he had placed with the journals the previous day. The documents were loose, but at one time they had been bound together in a book whose binding had long since perished. He scanned each paper, disappointed at their content. Most contained records of the parish overseers. Pages of outstanding accounts were notated, each sum of money ascribed with the name of the payee and the date the payment fell due. His cursory look did not reveal any mention of Faith Mills, or witchcraft in general. He turned to the notebook he had not found time to read the previous day. Once again, the book appeared modern compared to the parish records. It was 70 or 80 years old, written in the same hand as the other notebooks, and was entitled Miscellaneous. The contents of the book were recorded in neat handwriting on the inside cover. Below, the author inscribed a further explanation of the reason for the transcription, noting that the book was a handwritten record made from fragile parchments too degraded to last. The vicar's notes read, "Recorded for posterity." Lawrence nodded, appreciating a fellow historian's attempt to preserve the past. He flicked through the notebook comprising several chapters of information, preceded by a heading and date. The dates did not run in sequence, and the records were written in the order that they were read. The ink had not faded with time, and the writing was tidy. Each record was easy to understand. Lawrence turned the front page to an account dated February 1810, which listed the many donors for a repair to the interior of the church. Next was an account of the tragic death of a young boy apprenticed to the village thatcher who had fallen to his death from the roof of a house at the young age of 13. Lawrence continued reading. Most of the accounts were personal, and only indirectly related to the church, which made them more interesting than the paper records. Lawrence assumed they had been chosen out of curiosity as they were not historical documents of public concern. Lawrence yawned. Reading had tired him, which was ideal, and he might sleep better now. He decided to read one last chapter to be sure he was sufficiently drowsy to guarantee sleep. He turned several pages at once to assess how much more he had to get through to complete the chapter. The account was huge, much bigger than the previous sections, and continued to the end of the book. Lawrence decided to take the journal back to bed and read the first few pages until he dropped off to sleep. He carried the candle to his bedside table for extra reading light and turned the page. Chapter 16. Honour. Betrayed.
Call yourself a man of God, do you, Vicar? You, who have abandoned us to the paranoia of fools. You, who cast us out of your congregation by your failure to lead your flock as a parish priest ought. You're no better than your predecessor, the useless Fail. Can you imagine what you've done? I thought not. So I will tell you. Hang your head in shame, Vicar. Know that if you had done the right thing, we would not be here facing this evil. Pray for forgiveness while I pray for revenge. Save your soul, for mine is lost forever. Do you remember that day in church when we came to pray? We were two poor women, threatened and harried by grown men. You stood by and did nothing, while they all but forced us through the church door. And why? Because a boy child died of fever and livestock were savaged by a wild animal. You will remember burying my mother's aunt. You were the one who gave the reading at the funeral and prayed for her soul. But when Mother returned to your church, laid off from work for some imagined wrongdoing, where were you to comfort her? She turned to another vicar, one unprejudiced by the hate fermenting in the village. He consoled her, gave her peace, while you stood by and did nothing. In the end, Laxfield Church was her only place of refuge, the only place she was made welcome, comforted by the vicar and his church wardens at least, if not by the parishioners. Day after day she walked long miles there and back, occupying her time in worship, for no one would give her work. Then the soldiers came, destroyed her sanctuary, and she never returned. How unfair that you, who did nothing for her, suffered less damage to your church than the kindly vicar of Laxfield. He was never the same man again. My mother's heart, already damaged, was broken beyond repair at the sight of the desecration wrought upon her beloved church. And however awful it was upon that sorry day, fate brought far worse. Did you know how I came to be with child? Would you have treated us any differently if you had known that Page's bastard child was forced upon me? Not only was my mother unemployable, but I was too. They judged me harshly for my pregnancy, assuming I was a harlot with no morals. But I was a virgin until Page had his evil way. Nobody would take us, though we were willing to work, though we needed to work. They would not even take Alice or little Walter for stone-pecking. You could have influenced them, but you chose not to. You elected to do nothing. How do you think my mother felt having to beg the overseers for parish relief? Imagine the humiliation of a once prosperous merchant's wife making an inventory of her worldly goods to prove she needed charity. Do you think they found everything she owned? They did not, which is why I have parchment and paper to write this upon. They granted her a small sum, and it broke her to take it. They called me before the parish constable and made me say who had impregnated me. Do you know what they did when I answered them? They jeered and said I was a liar. They did not attempt to pursue Page for his bastard, and they gave me next to nothing for its upkeep. Did you help us then? Was the church not obliged to provide charity? Perhaps for some, but not for us. We lived off our chickens until they died. Then we had no meat and no eggs. We grew what we could in our yard, but it was not enough to feed a family of 4 with one on the way. We scavenged the forests for fungus and berries and anything that might feed us. We grew weak and thin. The seasons changed and our house grew colder. My mother was forced to beg for wood so we did not freeze to death. One by one the village turned against us. In the beginning, only some believed in our crimes, but not everyone. Occasionally we were shown charity and given food or fuel, but anyone who showed kindness was vilified by the rest of the village. Eventually nobody would help or even look in our direction. One day my mother was walking the lanes looking for sticks to burn, when Thomas Aldous came by in his cart. As he approached, his horse bolted for no good reason, and he was unseated, and the cart was overturned. Mother watched in silence. But Aldous rose from the ground and confronted her, waving his fists. Like John Breen before him, he accused her of bewitching his cart and horse. The murmurings of witchcraft, which had begun to subside, grew to a crescendo again. After the cart, they said she caused cattle to ail and gave James Smith's son the pox. Then they decided that the summer's poor harvest had been caused by magic, and declared it to be her doing. Wherever she went, they cried, "Witch!" Nobody had a kind word for her or any of us. We were utterly abandoned, and in the depth of the winter of 1644 in a freezing house, my bastard son was born. Nobody came, and nobody helped, and how he stayed alive I do not know, for I had scant milk to give, and I did not care if he lived or died. As you know, Vicar, he lived.
Lawrence turned the page. The account stopped, and at the bottom of the page was an ellipse, followed by the words, Journal 3. Only then did he realize that he'd read far more than he'd intended. Frustratingly, the journal finished partway through the account, and Lawrence wanted to know more. The manuscript had mentioned bewitchment. Could the woman be Faith Mills? Her name had not been mentioned, but Lawrence felt sure it must be her. Lawrence was intrigued and almost ready to take the lamp and return to the outbuilding. His sore throat and lethargy caused him to stop short, but he resolved to visit the basement as soon as possible the next day. He turned off the lamp and attempted sleep. It did not come easily, but eventually he felt his eyes grow heavy, and darkness descended. Chapter 17. On the mend. Lawrence awoke late morning feeling as if he was over the worst of the fever, though his throat was still damnably sore, and he needed a tonic. Lawrence reached for the prescription left by Dr. Taylor, but it was not there. He rose and padded over to the dressing table to see if it had been mixed up with the parchments and journals, but despite his best efforts he could not find it. The prescription had vanished. He was still debating whether to get dressed or stay in bed a little longer when there was a knock at the door, and Mary entered carrying a tray containing tea, toast, and a boiled egg. Next to the food were several brown packets balanced against the side of the teacup, and marked, "Take twice daily after meals." "Is this my prescription?" he asked.
"I believe so, sir," said Mary. "Miss Smith dropped it into the chemist yesterday."
"That was good of her," said Lawrence.
He had not seen Violet remove it the day before, and she'd not asked if she should.
"Please thank her, Mary," he said.
Mary bobbed and left the room, and Lawrence took the decanter from his bedside table, poured a glass of water, emptied one of the powders, and gave the mixture a vigorous stir. He sipped a few mouthfuls of tea while waiting for the solution to settle. Lawrence had hardly eaten the previous day. Breakfast was welcome and quickly disposed of, and he reclined in bed until he had finished eating while watching the treetops shimmer in the slight breeze. Eventually, Lawrence decided he was well enough to get up and do something useful, and rose, dressed, and exited the room, leaving his breakfast dishes on the side. He went downstairs to the morning room but found it empty, and relocated to the drawing room where Violet was sitting in an armchair deep in conversation with Mrs. Harris.
"Sorry to intrude," said Lawrence. "I hoped I would find you here, Violet. I wanted to thank you for the breakfast tray."
"It was no trouble," smiled Violet. "How are you feeling today?"
"Much better," said Lawrence. "Apart from a sore throat, and I dare say those powders will do the trick." He grimaced. "Dash it, I've left one dissolving upstairs. I'd better go and fetch it."
He left the room and almost bumped into Michael in the hallway, still holding the door he had opened to admit Dr. Taylor.
"Hello again,"
said Lawrence, surprised. "I was just passing and thought I would look in on you," explained the young doctor.
"I'm much better," said Lawrence, "as you can see."
"Good," replied Dr. Taylor. "Your colour is improved, but I will check your temperature to be sure. Is there somewhere we can go?" Lawrence nodded and showed him to the empty morning room, while Michael discreetly disappeared to the study.
"I hear you were busy yesterday,"
said Lawrence. "News travels fast," said Dr. Taylor grimly. It was the first time Lawrence had seen him without a smile.
"It does," said Lawrence. "I'm supposed to be conducting a discreet investigation myself, but it transpires that several people knew of my mission long before I set foot in the place."
"I knew," said the doctor, opening his Gladstone bag and retrieving a thermometer. "Open?" He popped the thermometer under Lawrence's tongue. "Yes, I was told that you were here to hunt a witch." Lawrence's eyes widened. "Only joking?" "Not that it is anything to joke about. I'm a man of facts, as I'm sure you can imagine," he said. "But certain people in this village are convinced that witches are afoot. They are afraid." He removed the thermometer. "That's better," he said. "Back to a normal reading." "Did you see the body of the child that died?" asked Lawrence. "No," said Andrew Taylor. "I'm a locum, and only usually present when holidays and sickness demand it. I did not see the body, though I have read the medical accounts of it. What do you think happened?" "I don't know. I have never encountered anything like it. The child's body was covered in pustules, the skin thick and horny. It was red, as if burnt, but not scalded. I cannot account for it, and neither could the surgeon. No residue remained of any substance that might have been applied to the skin." "And the young woman who died yesterday," said Lawrence. "Did you see her?" Dr. Taylor nodded. "I examined her, but I won't participate in the autopsy." "There will be an autopsy, then?" "Bound to be. We can't account for the death by natural means." "Why?" "Her eyes were dilated, considerably so, and she had vomited. Her face was contorted as if she died in pain. It could be nothing unusual, of course, but we must check." "I trust you won't discuss this,"
"Of course not," said Lawrence. "Could the two deaths be connected?" "No," said Andrew. "There are no similarities at all. Why do you ask?" "I intended to visit Eliza Clay this week," said Lawrence. "There had been some difficulties, and she'd argued with Mary Corbin. She feared Mrs. Corbin, and I want to know why." "I am surprised," said Dr. Taylor. "Mary Corbin was an odd woman, though harmless, and certainly not a witch. No such thing. She had a layperson's knowledge of medicine, and though her tinctures would not have been much help, neither would they have caused any harm." "She was disliked," said Lawrence, "particularly by her husband." "Yes, Mary Corbin was strong-willed," said Dr. Taylor. "George Corbin did as he was told while she was alive. Now that she has gone, he has grown bolder." "He grieves for the loss of his grandchild," said Lawrence, "and regrets his marriage to Mary. He would still be with his first wife if she had not died." "Now that was a less straightforward death," said Dr. Taylor. "It was one of my first visits to Fressingfield as a newly qualified doctor. I was assisting Dr. Anderson when we were called to the Corbin house. The first Mrs. Corbin lay dead in the bed when I arrived. She'd suffered from heart problems for a long time, but was strong in all other regards. There's nothing odd about that." "There was a little," Taylor continued. "Harriet Corbin had also vomited on her deathbed. I remember the smell of it. Most peculiar. Vomiting is not commonplace in heart cases, but equally not unheard of. It made me uneasy, but Dr. Anderson felt justified in citing the cause of death as heart disease, though he considered an autopsy." "Did you know that George Corbin thinks his second wife bewitched his first?" "I have heard talk of it, but it is complete nonsense. Granted, the vomiting was unexpected, but there's no connection whatsoever with witchcraft." "You can't entirely rule out foul play of some kind?" asked Lawrence. "Dr. Anderson is far more experienced than I am, and he said the cause of death was heart disease alone." "That is not what I asked," said Lawrence firmly. Andrew Taylor sighed. "I cannot rule it out entirely," he conceded. "And when will they perform the autopsy on Eliza Clay?" "The surgeon lives locally and is readily available. I dare say Mr. Smart will have it finished in the next few days." "I would be glad of any information you can give me," said Lawrence. Dr. Taylor snapped his bag shut and replaced his hat, then shook Lawrence's hand. "Come and see me at the surgery in 2 days," he said. "I'll share what I know." Lawrence escorted Andrew Taylor to the front door as Emily and Loveday walked downstairs. "Hello, Doctor," said Loveday. Dr. Taylor tipped his hat. "Good morning, ladies," he smiled. "We're walking into the village," said Loveday. Emily opened her mouth as if to speak, but Loveday glared, and Emily kept quiet. "We will keep you company." They exited the door, leaving Lawrence standing in the hallway. Loveday had not even acknowledged his presence. He turned to find Violet watching him from the drawing-room door. She raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Lawrence pursed his lips, feeling a little hurt, then decided to do something productive. He would defy the doctor and visit George Corbin's daughter. Time to get to the heart of the matter, though he would have to tread carefully. The poor woman had only recently been bereaved. Chapter 18. More about Mary. It was a short walk to Sarah's cottage, which was just as well. Lawrence had not realized how ill he still felt until he left the confines of the warm vicarage. It was spring, and though the weather was mild, Lawrence could not help shivering. He was unsure whether Sarah would agree to see him and wondered whether the journey would be a futile waste of time. He asked a passer-by for directions to her house, and she pointed to a stone cottage further down the street. Lawrence approached the dwelling and knocked at the shabby wooden door. After a few moments, it opened to reveal a woman in her late 30s, most likely Sarah Hammond. She looked Lawrence up and down and waited for him to say something. "I'm Lawrence Harpham," he said. "Your father sent me." She pursed her lips, and he regarded her heart-shaped face and high cheekbones. Her sunken eyes were dark-rimmed, and her full lips fell into a frown, not natural but circumstantial. In another life, she would have been pretty. "You had better come in," she said. Lawrence stooped as he entered the low door of the cottage which led to the front parlour, where 4 wooden chairs were clustered around an empty fireplace. A large gap between the bottom of the door and the stone floor left the cottage draughty and cold, and Lawrence regretted leaving his bed. "What do you want?" Sarah asked abruptly. "Your help," he said, "if it doesn't cause you any more pain. I'm sorry for your loss, but would ask you to consider answering a few questions about your daughter." She grimaced. "I'm sorry too," she said. "I love that child, and she knew it." "She? You mean Mary Corbin?" "Yes, I mean the witch. Mary Corbin. I hope she suffers in purgatory for all eternity." Sarah's lip wobbled as she held back tears. "Sarah, you don't have to speak if it's difficult. Your grief is still raw, and I understand." "No doubt you do," she sighed. "But it hurts. It hurts because I loved my child, and it hurts because I knew it would happen. And it hurts to have been right all along. At least I'm not afraid any more. The worst has happened." "There is nothing to fear," said Lawrence gently. "Not now. But there was. Your father suggested that you hated rather than feared her." "I hated and feared her equally," said Sarah. "She was not right in the head. But the worst of it was that she took pleasure in frightening people. I don't doubt that Mary had power, but people misunderstand the nature of it. My father thinks she was a witch, plain and simple. He thinks of witches as supernatural, women who fly at night on broomsticks with devils and imp familiars. That wasn't it. Mary was a witch, but in the manner of a wise woman, versed in the art of divination. She understood how to use herbs and poisons." "Poisons?" asked Lawrence. "You suspect poison?" "Why not poison?" whispered Sarah. "What is the alternative? That the devil walked among us and destroyed a tiny life? I agree it's preposterous," said Lawrence. "But was she capable of such a thing?" "She was hateful enough," said Sarah. "Unkind and not unintelligent. She knew the law, knew where to pick things, and what was dangerous to use, but she did not know how to keep her mouth shut. She was not clever enough to hide her true feelings, and she loved to boast." "But what grievance could she have towards your young child?" asked Lawrence. "She liked the child well enough," said Sarah. "It was me that she couldn't abide. Look, you had better sit down. I can't talk about this standing by the doorstep, as if we were having a pleasant chat." Sarah slumped onto a wooden chair to the left of the fireplace and gestured at Lawrence to do the same. He sat straight-backed, watching her wipe some imagined dirt from her clenched hands, as if they were full of untapped energy. "Why did she hate you so much?" "I knew her for what she was," said Sarah. "But I did not show my fear. My father tolerated her nonsense because he was afraid. I did not seem fearful, but look at me now. Unhappy and bereft." Lawrence wanted to reach out and touch her, pat her hand, and tell her she would come to terms with her loss in time. But how could he peddle a lie? The pain had never left him. Sometimes, he forgot for a moment, he might see a rainbow or feel the sun upon his skin, and for a second the sadness slipped away, but it always returned, and just as viciously. Sarah continued. "As it turns out, my father was right. He lost a woman he had grown to despise, and I lost a child I loved. Had I not angered her, she might not have taken Edith. I still can't understand why she disliked you. It must have been personal. Surely if Mary hated you enough to destroy your child, a great deal of animosity must have existed first.
She killed my mother,
said Sarah. What makes you think that? Asked Lawrence, taken aback.
She told me.
Told you? Repeated Lawrence. Calmly or in the heat of an argument?
As calmly as we are sitting here talking now,
said Sarah.
As unemotionally as if we were discussing the weather.
What did she say?
It happened one Sunday,
said Sarah.
We were at the christening of Chester Calver's child, and one of the guests drank too much cider and was much the worse for wear. The guest tripped over an empty jug and broke her wrist, and father accused Mary of wishing it upon her, as they recently had words. Mary said it was true, and that was the way of things. Whenever someone crossed her, they always suffered.
She sounds delusional, said Lawrence.
There is more,
Sarah continued.
Hannah Roper was standing with us at the christening, and Mary turned to her, face shining with satisfaction. See, Hannah? The spirits avenge me, just like they did with Harriet Corbin. My jaw dropped to the floor, and Hannah looked mortified. Mary kept gloating, as if gossiping to a stranger and not in the presence of the dead woman's daughter.
Did she say anything else? Asked Lawrence.
Only that she had words with my mother a few days before she died. Apparently, Mother looked at her in an odd manner, and Mary took affront. Mary said Mother would pay for it, and then she died.
That's not really a confession, said Lawrence.
It sounds like a confession to me. Sarah crossed her arms and looked at him defiantly.
I don't deny its strange behaviour, said Lawrence, but not compelling evidence. From your account, Mary didn't confess to killing your mother. In any case, how could she?
My sister Martha was living with Mother when she died, said Sarah. She found her in bed, not restful like she was sleeping, but with eyes that stared out of her face in fright. Her mouth was agape as if she'd died in terror and she'd been sick with fear. Martha was in the house the whole time, and there was nothing for Mother to fear when help was so close. She only needed to call for Martha, and Martha would have come.
But how could Mary have been involved? Asked Lawrence.
I don't know how she works her evil, said Sarah angrily. If I knew, I would have stopped her killing my baby. But she did something to cause it, there's no doubt.
Sarah's hands shook, and a crease beneath her eye twitched uncontrollably. I am sorry, said Lawrence gently, reaching towards her. She allowed him to pat her hand and, biting her lip, managed to staunch the tears that threatened.
What happened to your hand?
Lawrence started. The words came from nowhere, frank, pointed, and cutting through common courtesy. Most people were too polite to ask. He rubbed his gloved left hand. I burned it, he answered, and I can't bear the sight of it, so I don't look. Sarah touched the tips of his gloved finger. He wanted to recoil, but she was trying to be kind, and he needed her cooperation.
You know loss, too,
she sighed.
I can see it.
Lawrence swallowed as goosebumps prickled his arms. He would not be distracted from his questions, nor would he allow a stranger to intrude into his nightmare. Why was Eliza Clay afraid of Mary? It was his turn to parry. The question cut through his discomfort, slicing her kindly interference away.
That was Mary at her most wicked, said Sarah. She frightened that poor girl to her wit's end. Eliza thought that Mary had the power to destroy her.
What did Mary do?
She made a wax doll and put some of Eliza's hair into it. At least she said it was Eliza's hair. It could have belonged to anybody.
That's just a parlour trick, said Lawrence. Anyone would be simple-minded to believe in it.
Eliza wasn't frightened, to begin with, said Sarah.
Tell me, why did Mary make the doll?
Because they fell out, said Sarah, over money. Mary had made a cough tincture for one of Eliza's children. She made things all the time. There was nothing unusual in it, except Eliza already owed her money for other things. Mary asked for her usual fee, which was not very much. but she couldn't afford to give things away, and Eliza said that she didn't have any money now but would pay Mary's fee as soon as she could.
Reasonable, said Lawrence.
It happens all the time, agreed Sarah. So, Eliza owed Mary for several things, and Mary let it go for a few months. Then Eliza's brother died. He was a member of the Friendly Society, and they gave money to his mother to pay for his funeral. There was a little left over, so she gave it to Eliza.
So Eliza could pay her debts, said Lawrence.
Yes. She had the means, confirmed Sarah. But she did not do it. Instead, she ordered a new dress, and Mary came to hear of it. She was furious.
So furious that she made a wax doll?
Exactly. Sarah nodded. She took it to Eliza's house one day and showed her. Eliza laughed, and Mary pulled a pin from her hat and stuck it into the doll's leg. Eliza said that her leg was already wounded due to a sprain, and Mary was too late with her dolls and her pins. Then Mary left and came home.
Came home here?
No. We didn't always live in Fressingfield with Father and Mary. We were in Wingfield at the time.
It must have been difficult living with Mary when you disliked her so much.
It was, agreed Sarah. I tried to stay out of her way, but it was a small cottage, and there wasn't much chance of avoiding her. We tolerated each other. And that is where I heard her wish Eliza ill.
How?
Mary was at home when I returned from my errands, cackling in the corner with Hannah Roper. You've met her, haven't you?
Lawrence nodded.
Hannah wasn't like Mary. She was pleasant and did not have much truck with Mary's foolishness. But she was her friend and ignored her faults when she ought to have chastised her. I can't think what she saw in Mary, for Hannah was far more intelligent. But they became as thick as thieves after Harry Roper died in '84. Anyway, they were together as usual, and Mary smiled at me as soon as I came through the door. Well, she rarely smiled at me. We disliked each other, so I knew no good would come of it. Mary showed me the doll and pointed to the pin in its leg, then said that Eliza would suffer for her treachery, smirking as she said the words. She thought she was so clever. But even Hannah stood behind her, shaking her head in disbelief.
Well, evidently she didn't harm Eliza, as Eliza still lived until yesterday.
Oh, but she did, said Sarah. 2 days after she put the pin in the doll, Eliza suffered an infection in her leg that nearly killed her. The flesh almost rotted to the bone. Were it not for the skill of Mr. Smart, Eliza would have lost her leg. He cut the rotten flesh away and saved it. She had a scar, but she could walk.
Just another coincidence, said Lawrence. An existing injury is easily infected with or without a wax doll.
Probably, agreed Sarah. But it put the fear of God into Eliza, and she never crossed Mary again. She borrowed the money from her mother and paid it to Mary as soon as she could walk.
Extraordinary, said Lawrence.
This matter seems to be one coincidence after another joined together to make a fantasy in which rational people foolishly believe. Don't you believe in evil? Asked Sarah.
Evil exists, but the devil does not, said Lawrence. There is a difference.
You have suffered a loss, and so have I, said Sarah. My loss was an innocent child. I don't know what you grieve, but I can see that you feel the injustice of it. How do some people lead wicked lives and never come to harm while good people suffer? If that is not evil, then what is?
Lawrence considered her words. She was heading into uncomfortable territory again. I have one more question for you, Sarah, he said.
Feel free to ask.
Did Jonathan Carter die a natural death?
Now, there's a question, said Sarah. The medical men thought so, the inquest said so. But my mother knew better.
She was his sister? Asked Lawrence cautiously.
Yes, she was. Jonathan lived with her for a while, and she knew about the crows.
I've heard of them too, said Lawrence. People say they plagued him.
They did, said Sarah, but Mother didn't believe in witchcraft. She said it was a spiteful act, the crows, that is, She was cross with Uncle Jonathan for taking them seriously and thought the accident had made him weak in the head.
"What accident?" asked Lawrence.
"A horse kicked him," said Sarah. "Nasty business. He was steadying a cart while it was being loaded, and a horse reared up and kicked him in the ribs. Poor Jonathan was never quite the same after that, though he fared better than the other man who was killed outright when he fell."
"Dangerous things, horses," said Lawrence. "I've never been fond of them."
Well, Jonathan stayed clear of them after that, I can tell you. He seemed better after a week in bed, though he appeared to have aged, become frailer, you know.
"Commonplace for an older person after an accident," mused Lawrence.
Yes, but we wondered if he overreacted to the crows because he was still not himself after the accident. He might have responded more rationally if he'd been in full health.
"I see," said Lawrence. "He reacted particularly badly."
"Dreadfully," agreed Sarah. Her voice trailed away as the door slammed open and a boy of about 11 ran into the room. He stopped at the sight of Lawrence. "Hello, sir," he said, removing his cap. Sarah smiled. "Charles, my eldest son," she said.
Lawrence offered his hand.
The boy cautiously accepted, then dragged a chair to the corner of the room and sat with his arms around his knees. Sarah shrugged her shoulders, and Lawrence interpreted it as reluctance to speak in front of her boy.
"I should go now," he said. "Can we talk another time?"
Sarah nodded. "You know where to find me."
Lawrence emerged from the cottage, blinking. He hadn't realized it was so dark inside, and the daylight hurt his eyes. He considered his next move. There were very few people who could offer any insight, and the investigation felt like a waste of time. What had he actually discovered? Nothing new. Some people thought the deaths were natural, and others did not. There was no evidence either way, only anecdotal accounts that amounted to nothing. On the plus side, he was pleased with the cooperation he had encountered. Everyone had behaved decently. He had feared that the village would be seething with rumour and speculation. It was less than that. If it had been the case a few weeks ago, then the worst of the rumours had passed, and he was confident that things would return to normal soon. In fact, his presence was probably inviting speculation. He should finish as quickly as possible and return to Bury. The only outstanding matter was Faith Mills. He was on the right track, he was sure. But he still hadn't found the link that connected her with Jonathan Carter. He decided to return to the vicarage and locate the other journal. Chapter 19. Discord. Lawrence arrived at the vicarage feeling tired and a little shaky. Sitting down was fine, but walking even a short distance made him feel unwell again. He had talked too much and his throat burned. He walked through the door and straight upstairs to his room, which had been cleaned in his absence. He picked up one of his powders and reached for the water decanter, but his breakfast tray had been tidied away together with the glass and wash bowl. Lawrence sighed. He wanted to rest, but he would most likely be interrupted by the maid returning to complete her unfinished task. He picked up the journal again and sat on the bed, rereading the last entry. He must have fallen asleep as he read, and woke, bleary-eyed and fully dressed, on the bed with the notebook splayed open on the floor where it had fallen. He reached for his pocket watch. He had been asleep for 2 hours, and it was past lunchtime. Lawrence sighed and rose from the bed. He was hungry, which was encouraging, as the illness had depressed his appetite up to now. He went downstairs and peered into the drawing-room. It was empty, and he tried the morning-room, where he found Emily Raven sitting alone sewing. "How are you feeling?" she asked when she saw him. "A little better," he said. "The house seems empty. Where is everyone?" Emily smiled. "Mother has joined Father in Norwich, Violet has taken Mrs. Harris to Eye, and Loveday has gone for a walk with Dr. Taylor." "Has she now?" said Lawrence. "Yes," said Emily, "and it is extremely inconvenient. Poor Anna is unwell, and I am worried about her. She has taken to her bed and cannot keep a thing down." "I hope she hasn't picked up my illness," said Lawrence. "No, she has stomach cramps," said Emily. "It is different. "Tell me where they went," said Lawrence, "and I'll fetch the doctor." "Thank you," said Emily, stopping short as she heard the front door open. "Perhaps that is Loveday now," she said. They walked into the hallway to see Loveday standing by the open door, waving to someone outside. "Ask him to return," called Emily. "Why? Just ask him." Loveday beckoned the doctor back, and Emily explained the situation. Then the three of them disappeared upstairs, leaving Lawrence alone again. He decided to revisit the basement room for more reading material, and strode to the back of the house where the passage turned into the orangery. Lawrence collected the lamp from a cabinet by the inside door and a box of matches, which had been thoughtfully left beside. He put the matches in his breast pocket, then walked across the lawn to the screened area, unlatched the door, and entered the room. It was still dark and musty. He lit the lamp and descended the steps, turning the wick so that the lamp was at its brightest. Lawrence gazed towards the parish chest and almost dropped the lamp in shock. The lid was closed, and the contents of the box were spread haphazardly across the floor. Papers and journals were everywhere, covered in debris from the damp ground. With a shaky hand, he placed the lamp on the steps and gathered the books. He picked through them, searching until he found 3 in the familiar writing of the transcriber, stacked them together, took them upstairs, and placed them on the table. Lawrence returned to the basement to finish tidying and arranged the lamp to light the greater part of the room. As he collected the papers, he began to wonder who had been down here. What were they searching for? Or was it some mindless act of vandalism? Hairs prickled the back of his neck as he considered what might have happened. The lamp flickered, plunging the cellar momentarily into darkness. Lawrence clutched his chest to still his rapid breathing. He did not intend to spend a moment longer in the cold, underground chamber, and would tidy and go. He grabbed a handful of papers and heaved the chest open with his good hand, but a smell of death assailed his nostrils with a foul stench that had not been there yesterday. Lawrence leapt back, dropping the lid, and a thud echoed around the room. His heart was pounding, pulse racing. He dropped the papers over his feet, not caring where they fell. All he could hear was his own heavy breathing, and he stood still, too afraid to move, riven with terror. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly reached behind for the lantern. Lawrence held it aloft in his left hand, knelt upon the damp floor, and pushed the lid of the chest open again. Inside, lit by the flickering lamp, was a maggot-infested, feathery mass. A sharpened stick protruded from the vile carcass, with a note folded into the cleft. Lawrence did not stop to read it. He dropped the lid, scrambled up the steps, and, without latching the door, ran straight back to the vicarage. Chapter 20. The Curse Crow. "Lawrence, what's wrong? You're as white as a sheet." Michael emerged from the study, disturbed by the running footsteps in the passage. Lawrence was out of breath. The lamp, still lit, wobbled unsteadily in his shaking hands. He set it down, trying to steady his breathing. "Come into the study, sit down," said Michael, concerned. "No," said Lawrence. "No, I can't. You must come and see this thing in the storeroom, Michael, and tell me I'm not losing my mind." "Calm down," said Michael. "You're speaking in riddles. What have you found in the storeroom that's so upsetting?" "Just come with me," commanded Lawrence, "but for God's sake, man, bring another light." They returned to the basement room. Lawrence was still shaken, but less so than when he was alone. Nothing had changed. The books were still in the same tidy pile that Lawrence had made, but papers were strewn across the floor. "Who did this?" asked Michael. "Not you, I hope." "Of course not," snapped Lawrence. "Sorry," said Michael. "This vandalism is distressing. We'll have to put a padlock on the room now. Why would anybody make such a mess?" "There's worse," said Lawrence darkly, fear welling in his chest again. "Open the box." He raised the lamp high above, while Michael lifted the lid. The smell of decay permeated the stagnant air.
Michael looked in the box, then up at Lawrence, and shook his head. "This is unbelievable," he said. "You can't tell anyone." "I know," said Lawrence. "There would be uproar." "We'd better clean it up," said Michael practically. "There's a box upstairs," said Lawrence. "I'll fetch it." "Then leave the light here," said Michael. Lawrence returned to the table. The journals were by the box where he had left them in his panic. He upturned the box, littering the desk with candles, and took it to the basement. Michael reached for his pocket handkerchief. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, he placed it over the writhing mass and set it in the box. The stick, thrust firmly into the remains of the dead bird, held a note in the cleaved top. "You read it," said Lawrence. Michael opened the small square of parchment, then stared at Lawrence, bewildered. "What does it say?" asked Lawrence. Michael passed it over, wordlessly. "I curse you, Lawrence Harpham. Death stalks you." He turned the note over. On the reverse side, in the bottom corner, were inscribed the words, "For Honor Mills." Chapter 21. Nemesis. I forgot about the Clay girl. She was unfinished business that I had neither considered nor factored into my calculations. And if I had, I would have dismissed it. Why would anybody consult Eliza Clay when there were so many better witnesses to Mary's guilt? But she alone had seen through the ruse. The mask had slipped in her presence. Perhaps she would not have remembered the incident nor even mentioned it. But I could not take that chance. How could I risk it now? In the name of faith, honor, Charles, and all the others, I must stay hidden. They visit me all the time now. Ghosts of ancestors past urging me on, taking my revenge as their own. If only I could settle their ills, perhaps they would leave me be. But even I, with all my intelligence, cannot know what living persons are to blame for the unfairness of deeds carried out centuries before. There are too many to count. All the loose ends were tied when the baby died, and that should have been the end of it. One dead, one ruined, and some satisfying unintentional damage along the way. It quietened the ancestors for a while. They visited less often, and I thought their work was complete. All was well, until he came, poking and prying into our lives. I did not worry at first. There was nothing to fear. Then I heard that he was going to visit Eliza Clay, and I wondered whether she would remember that day. And the moment that I thought it, the ancestors heard, and their voices revisited, low at first, then in a crescendo. They called me to action. I resolved it the old way, the way that wise women chose before medical men came. I reasoned that if they suspected poison, they would not know I created it. Whether they discovered it or not, I would be safe. Nothing could link back to me. And I put it in a mug of beer and waited until the Clay woman left her cottage. I popped it through the rear window onto a handy ledge. Sure enough, she drank the ale without considering what might be inside or who had left it there. It was too much to hope that she would die gracefully, serenely, without a clue to her demise. She did not. I hear her face was contorted and slaked with vomit. They took her away to cut her open, and now they will know it was not a natural death, though they will not recognize my part in it. But if the policeman finds out, he will remain in our village, and that will anger the ancestors. They brook no interference. He has gleaned too much already. Fortunately, he does not know who we are or why we seek vengeance. There is no reason to suppose he ever will. Even so,
The ancestors demanded a curse crow. They thought it might make him leave. He ought to go. Then they will settle. Until next time. Someone saw him poking around the old parish chest. We do not know why, but we have sent him a gift. It was signed by Honor, the loudest of the ancestors. Already her voice grows quieter. Chapter 22. Another illness. Lawrence and Michael disposed of the bird at the top of the garden in a quiet corner, mainly occupied by soft fruit bushes. The gardener had conveniently left a spade in the ground by the cold frames, which they used to dig a small hole. They buried the box and its dreadful contents, and returned to the house. Dr. Taylor was standing in the hallway comforting a crying Emily Raven, while Loveday perched on the bottom stair, watching impassively. "What's wrong?" asked Michael. "I must go," said the doctor. "Emily will explain." Andrew Taylor opened the door and walked briskly away.
"He's fetching Mr. Smart," cried Emily. "Anna is extremely sick indeed. He can't find any reason for it and seeks a second opinion."
"I'm sorry," said Lawrence, "but I'm sure they will be able to help her."
"I hope so," said Emily. "She's only 14. I must tell her mother."
"Shall I go?" offered Michael.
"No," said Emily. "It is my responsibility. I must do my duty with mother and father absent. Will you come with me, Loveday?" "Must I, darling?" asked Loveday. "Wouldn't you prefer it if Michael joined you?"
"It would be my pleasure," said Michael. Emily's cheeks flushed red across her pale skin.
"I would like you to come,"
she said to Loveday in low, measured tones, indicating a hint of anger.
"Very well,"
sighed Loveday, smiling at Lawrence.
"I'll see you later."
"Perhaps," he murmured, turning to Emily. "Is there anything I can do?" Emily shook her head.
"Mary Warne is sitting with Anna. She will not leave her side until my return. Dinner may be late tonight, but that is nothing. We must look after Anna."
Lawrence nodded, watching as the girls left the house. "Do you think I should send word to the Reverend?" asked Michael. "Not yet," said Lawrence. "Everything seems under control. It would be a shame to bring him home unnecessarily. We ought to find out what Mr. Smart has to say before making a decision." "Agreed," said Michael. "And we won't mention the other business until his return." "No, not a word to anyone but the Reverend," said Lawrence. "Good," Michael agreed. "I shall retire to the study now and make myself useful until Mr. Smart arrives. How are you feeling?" "Much better," said Lawrence. "I don't know why I reacted so out of proportion to the event. It must have been the dark. It magnified my fears out of all reason. I understand. I expect the crow is somebody's idea of a bad joke and nothing to dwell upon." "I won't give it another thought," said Lawrence. "And I have these journals to read through. They'll keep me occupied." Lawrence carried the journals to the morning room at the back of the house. It was a light, bright room overlooking the lawn, and although he was alone, the room was near enough to the study to feel secure. Though usually solitary, he appreciated Michael's proximity. The curse crow had given him a shock. Lawrence was a rational man and should not care. The crow was not supernatural, nor evil. But the thought that someone disliked him enough to go to the trouble of concealing the feathered corpse was unsettling, and the disquiet brought a familiar dread, a nebulous, indiscernible anxiety from the past. Then he remembered when he had last felt it, during the fire when Catherine and little Lily died. An accident, they said, but he was never quite sure. Something had always felt awry, something he should have dealt with long ago, but in his grief dismissed while he tried to heal. He banished the thought and looked down at his hand, which was throbbing in pain, and realized that he had been rubbing the glove into the scarred flesh beneath. It was sore and painful, like the memories. Enough.
Lawrence picked through the notebooks, blowing a film of dust into the air, and wrinkled his nose. It could have been his imagination, but the journals smelled like a decomposing crow. He wiped the cover of each book with a napkin from the table and turned the first page. He was in luck. The page began with an ellipse, and the account he had been reading before continued. Chapter 23. Honour. The Witch-Finder. I did not ask you to baptize him, Vicar, for I knew you would not. And I had abandoned the church by then, even if Mother still believed in a God who had forsaken us. Charles was born a bastard, and remained unbaptized, and we continued friendless and destitute. Every trivial ill suffered by the village was laid at Mother's door. When Goodman Smith's cow jumped a stile and broke her leg, Mother was blamed. Temperance Parker, the village wise woman, doubled her business overnight. Cunning old crone that she was. Before the last of our acquaintances were frightened away, they told us her method for profiteering from our misfortune. It was a ruse she employed to stir up the first of the trouble with that wicked woman, Page. They said that Martha Page consulted the wise woman when her child first took ill, pleading to know whether he would live or die. Parker, sensing an opportunity for money-making, told Martha that her boy was bewitched and would die if the witch could not be traced. She asked Martha to name anyone who might have wished evil upon her. Martha could only think of one person who hated her enough and named my mother. The irony cut through me like wire through cheese. Martha, cruel, spiteful Martha, whose ill treatment of her servants was renowned, dared to accuse my mother, the soul of kindness, of such a heinous act. But any name would have done as far as the wise woman was concerned. It was trickery. She seized upon Martha's suggestion, scroyed with her mirror, and behold, Faith Mills became the perpetrator of the crime. Temperance Parker prescribed witch bottles full of stinking urine, iron pins, and hair. Martha Page purchased them, took them and buried them around the house, as if spending money on waste items and the wise woman's piss would ward off real evil. The lucrative business served Temperance Parker well, Vicar. Did you not think it wicked? You must have known what was afoot. Did you secretly approve? Casting out the devil and all his works is time-consuming. She saved the church a job, did she not? The accoutrements of witchcraft flourished in the village. Runic markings appeared over walls invoking the Virgin for her protection, and villagers flocked to the wise woman for defending charms. Her business, which had once scratched a living, became prosperous. She had money to spare while we starved. I heard it said that Lawrence Calver was so afraid of my mother that he killed his cat and bricked it into the chimney because the wise woman said it would spare him from the witch's wrath. Did you censure her, Vicar? Stop her making money from them under false pretences? You did not. You were as guilty as they were. You did nothing. And the atmosphere turned febrile in a county already paralysed by uncertainty. If good men had stood firm, the horror could have been prevented. If you and your like had intervened, Hopkins and Stern would have been sent away. They came in the spring of 1645. By then, the witch hunters were renowned, already having caused the death of alleged witches in nearby Cambridgeshire. Word of their cruelty had long since reached the village, and we knew they were dangerous men. They rode into town unbidden and made their way to Ufford Hall, where they sought out Francis Sanford. He was a pious man, Vicar, pious and God-fearing. He should have turned them away, shown some compassion to his lonely parishioners, but he invited them in, gave them house room,
Told them of the troubles in Fressingfield. No doubt you approved. He invited them to the village where they applied for and were granted funds for their services. Then they sent for their entourage, who lodged at the inn. They were housed in the warm and fed good food. I saw them in the village square by the well, dressed in all their finery. Hopkins and Stern were clothed like lords and burning with zeal. They dismounted their sweating horses, which were led away by the inn servants, and I heard them talking, plotting their campaign. They did not see me, not that it would have mattered. They knew nothing of the village folk, or who would be accused and marked for trial. They were both well-nourished, and spoke like educated men. One was younger and better-looking than the other. I listened as the taller, older man deliberated about where they would go next. They decided that the man called Stern would head south, and the younger man would conduct his business in Fressingfield. It was agreed that both would lodge at the inn, spending the day on their separate missions and returning each evening. When they had finished their conversation, they returned to the inn. I did not follow. I went instead, Vicar, filled with trepidation. I knew why they were there, everybody knew. As I walked past the green, I was ignored by some and jeered by others. One unpleasant child spat in my face, nothing to which I was not accustomed. What else should the daughter of a witch expect? I tried not to worry as I walked home, assessing the effect that this intrusion of witch hunters might have on my family. We lived quietly. Perhaps confrontation was avoidable. Alice and I still ventured into the village from time to time, neither of us prepared to accept our status as outcasts. Brave Alice. She was 10 this year and showed the spirit of an adult woman. Mother only left the house to scavenge in the woods and byways for what little she could put on the table. She had lost her purpose now that she no longer worshipped in Laxfield Church. Walter was too small to go out alone, and Patience, poor Patience. Perhaps it was better for her than for any of us. Her mind was so enfeebled and impaired, each day the same as the next. She was not troubled by the hostility, as she could not comprehend it. But that was all to change.
Chapter 24. Honour. Torture.
They arrived at daybreak the following day, Vicar.
It cannot have taken long for the ignorant fools to cast aspersions our way, for they visited our cottage first. Fervour shone full in the witch-finders' faces, especially Hopkins, a young, almost handsome man with narrow eyes exposing a cruel and cunning nature. He wore a moustache which covered his lips, as if disguising some facet of his personality. When he spoke, it almost hid his sneering lips. Almost, but not quite. I saw them and detested him on sight. The door was already ajar, and I watched Hopkins stride up the pathway, opening it further to show there was nothing secretive about our home. He looked me up and down, then asked if the lady of the house was available, as if he was visiting a friend. His voice was courteous, his tones even, almost languid, slippery. I kept him waiting on the doorstep while my mother rose and made her way to the door. She bowed her head, and her face was pallid as if all the blood had drained away. Smiling, he told her she must answer some question. She could speak to him in her room or go to a room at the inn. If she stayed at home, they would make us leave the premises, so against her better judgment, she elected to follow him. They set off, accompanied by 2 soldiers and 2 women he had brought from Manningtree. Mother was paraded down the street like a common criminal, guarded between soldiers at the front and the women at the rear. Hopkins strutted at the head of the party while Mother remained expressionless, walking a pace with her head held high for the first time in a long while. Somehow, her predicament made her stronger. It was 1/2 mile to the inn from our cottage.
and she passed many people along the way. Some jeered as usual, but others turned their heads away and looked at the ground, shocked and fearful. Thankful it was not one of their own. When Mother arrived at the inn, the soldiers took her through the front door. I tried to follow, but they blocked my passage. I sent Alice home, to her chagrin. She had followed me, but Patience, Walter, and the baby could not be left for long, and I pressed Alice to go and mind them. She reluctantly agreed, but only when I insisted upon it. I ran to the rear of the inn, checking every window for signs of my mother. Not every room was visible from outside, and I could not see Mother in any of the rooms with a viewpoint. Desperate to find her, I slipped through the rear door and up the creaky staircase. Loud voices rang from a room at the end of the passageway. Someone was inside shouting instructions. I tiptoed towards the noise and found a small bedroom immediately before the room in which my mother was held. The door was open, so I crept in and closed the latch. I crouched by the window. The ill-fitting wood panels allowed me to hear every sound and view a small part of the room through an empty knot in one of the planks. My mother was sitting on a wooden chair next to a square table. Hopkins squatted in front of her, and two women watched from the rear of the room. They were both in their 40th decade. One plump, with hair piled in a greying bun, the other thinner with a slight stoop and loose straggly hair which she stroked with dirty, bitten nails. Two men of about the same age stood behind Hopkins, leering at my mother, their lips curled in disdain. Hopkins stared in silence for a minute or more and then spoke. In a gentle voice he said his name was Matthew Hopkins and he was going to ask her some questions. Hopkins spoke almost conversationally, asking for Mother's full name. When she replied, he asked what she preferred to be called. She responded, and he nodded his head as if she was a small child winning favour. He asked her about her family and her work. Then he leaned forward until his face was almost touching hers. In the same quiet voice, he asked why she had bewitched the page boy. I saw her start at his sudden change of direction. She put her hands on the chair of the seat and shrank back in shock. He moved further forward and repeated the question once again. She denied it vehemently. He raised an eyebrow, then stood up and walked to the rear of her chair. Leaning over her shoulder, he asked why she had killed the livestock. He counted on his fingers the various locations where the killings had occurred. His voice was even, low, and sonorous, though his words were poisonous. Mother denied any wrongdoing, insisting that she would never kill. Having worked on a farm, she cared for animals, and it was against her nature to harm them. From what she had seen, the livestock had been mauled by a wild creature. Hopkins closed his eyes and moved his head away. He looked towards Mother and sighed before slamming his hand down on the square table with such force that an unlit candle clattered to the floor. Hopkins turned to her triumphantly, claiming that she had made the candle move. Before she could deny it, he demanded that she confess to conspiring with a devilish creature to wreak havoc within the parish. Why did she hate the farmers? Was she in league with the devil? She clasped her hands to her face, eyes misting in despair, and said again that she was not, and he said that he did not believe her. The two women exchanged glances. A smile flickered across their faces. Satisfaction. A good outcome. My mother glanced over her shoulder, to the left and to the right, movements swift, eyes exploring every part of the room, searching for a way out. Seeing none, she looked straight into his eyes and reprised her denials. Hopkins continued, ignoring her words as if she had not said them. Witnesses had seen her covenant with the devil. She asked how that could be, as she had never done so, and he said that it happened in the presence of Martha Page and others who would attest to her wickedness. Furthermore, She had encouraged her daughter to do the same. Mother's face paled. She clenched her fists in anger, raising her voice for the first time. Mother accused William Page of defiling her daughter, and Hopkins countered it at once. Martha Page had already told him that Mother would say this. The devil would persuade her to lie, and any claims about William Page were wicked untruths put into her head by Satan. Mother shook her head, railing against the unfairness, and asked him outright what the purpose was in answering his questions if he was going to ignore what she said. He shook his head and said that her words could not be trusted, for her motives were tarnished by her pact with the devil. Then Mother lost her temper, Vicar. She was educated and could see the hearing for the trap that it was. She jumped to her feet and said she would not tolerate any more questions. But Hopkins thrust her against the chair. She almost tumbled backwards, but righted herself, maintaining a modicum of dignity. All the while, my hand was in my mouth for fear that I would cry out, watching her tolerate his cruelty. Hopkins questioned her for at least an hour, though it seemed an eternity. I heard the church bells ring from my vantage point, marking the passing of time. Mother rebutted every accusation and denied the barrage of slurs against her character. She did not fold, not once. Hopkins' mood was darker now, and angry. He might have thought that the interrogation would be easy, and that Mother would break quickly under his onslaught. Unhappy with his progress, he summoned the women to his side. They had been muttering in the corner, bored by the proceedings. He introduced them to my mother, addressing them as Anne and Priscilla, oddly formal in the context of what he was about to ask them to do. Then he commanded them to search her and strode from the room. I waited next door with bated breath as he walked past the door and stopped, sick with fear in case he entered. I covered my face, as if it could stop him. Then he moved along the passageway with measured steps, and I could breathe again. The distraction now gone, I peered through the wormhole. Do you know what I saw, Vicar? Can you begin to imagine the horror of it? They held my mother down and tore the clothes off her back. Every item of apparel was peeled from her body and flung into the corner of the room. She sat on the chair trying to cover herself, exposed, humiliated, her dignity in tatters. She wept, Vicar. Big, shuddering sobs, as if her heart would break. They hovered around her like a pair of vultures, pointing to her body parts and discussing her anatomy in graphic detail. I did not want to look. But if she must endure it, so would I. Bitter tears streamed down my face as I watched her torment through the wall. They made her stand, Vicar, while their beady eyes scanned her body so close that she could feel their breath on her flesh. The women were like truffle pigs, rooting, snouts twitching with anticipated pleasure. She covered her breasts with one hand, Vicar, and her modesty with the other, trembling from head to toe. Whatever they sought they failed to find, and soon grew impatient. The thin woman ordered Mother to move her hands, but she refused, and they viciously swiped them away. Then the plump woman lumbered around and pinioned her arms from behind. Mother cried out and kicked her assailant, and the thin woman slapped her about the face, causing a vivid red welt. She gave up then, Vicar. It was as if she shrank, became less. She stopped crying and stood impassively. They pushed her to the chair and parted her legs while the plump woman cackled in delight. She pointed to something on my mother's thigh and likened it to a nubbin. A witch's mark, she claimed. a teat for a familiar to suckle upon. My mother said nothing, and did not argue or rail against it. She did not try to close her legs, but stared into the distance and allowed them to look at her. The thin woman took a long, wooden implement from the floor and walked towards my mother, sneering. She said that the instrument was a precking needle, and it would soon reveal whether mother was a witch. She brandished it in the air so close to me that it could only have been an arm's width away. The needle glinted, sharp and long on the end of the stick. Then she manipulated a mechanism and the spring-loaded needle vanished. By the time the stick reached my mother, the needle was out of sight. They prodded it against her thigh, and of course there was no pain. The blunt stick was not capable of piercing skin, and the needle was concealed in the shaft. When mother failed to cry out, they declared her a witch. On hearing their cries, the soldiers returned to find mother sitting on the chair, naked and numb. They did not avert their eyes. They were no gentlemen. Priscilla Briggs recovered my mother's clothes and tossed them in her lap. She told her to cover up and sit down. Then a soldier opened the door and called for Matthew Hopkins. Hopkins returned from the room in which he had been resting further down the corridor. He marched past my room, and once again I held my breath as my heart thumped in my chest. One single sound and he would have heard me. One sob or heavy breath and it would have been over. I knelt, my bones stiff with lack of use, waiting to see what would happen to mother. My pulse thundered in my ears as I considered her fate. She had already been subjected to horrific treatment, Vicar. How much worse could it get? Hopkins strode towards her. She was half-dressed by now, stays up, dress open, eyes red-rimmed and empty. She stared at him, unblinking. He collected the precking needle and examined it, stroking a gloved hand across the rough wood. He smiled with a sinister twinkle in his eye and told my mother that she had failed the test. They had found a teat, and there was no doubt that she was a witch. Now she must confess. My mother remained seated, head bowed, eyes sullen. He spoke again, and told her to make her confession immediately in front of witnesses. She shook her head. He threw the stick to the ground and pressed his face up to hers. Snarling, Hopkins bade her confess again. She spat a single word. No. The men cried, shame, and the women jeered. Hopkins hauled my mother off her seat by her hair and told her he would make her confess in the jailhouse. They marched her away again. 2 burly men to the front, and the 2 searchers to the rear. Hopkins headed the wicked parade, striding out in front like a vainglorious soldier, sated from the capture of his prey. I waited until the footsteps faded to nothing, then rose to my feet. Shivering, my head swam. For a moment I thought I would faint away. I had been there for hours, crouched and cramped, without water or sustenance. I waited unsteadily by the window until I was sure that they had left the premises and watched them in the distance. They had tied my mother's hands behind her back. She walked lonely and friendless towards the parish jail. When I was sure that I wouldn't be seen by the occupants of the inn, I crept downstairs and away from the house, into the clean air, unpolluted by evil. Mother was held at the jail for 3 long nights. I could not find a way to see her the first night and paced the cottage throughout the evening. At daybreak I journeyed to the jailhouse, desperate to be in close, though impotent, proximity to her. The 2 cells in the jail were formed from a stone-built room. They had been locked the previous evening, but now stood open. I tiptoed inside and saw Mother at once. She lurched up and down the cell, linked arm in arm with Priscilla Briggs, who was dragging her along. Mother moaned, eyelids half closed,
head shaking from side to side while Priscilla complained, chiding my mother for being too slow. I concealed myself behind a screen, and after 10 minutes, Priscilla turned and stared through the cell door's beady eyes, searching for signs of life. She shoved my mother into a corner and told her to stay there, and I slipped outside and flattened myself against the wall, hoping she would not see me. She walked towards an oak tree and stood on the other side, then removed an old clay pipe from her apron and puffed upon it, obscured by the tree. I took my chance and tiptoed towards the cell. Mother was slumped in the corner with her head in her lap. I reached for her hand and called her name. She lifted her head, regarding me with faded eyes, and whispered that I should not have come. She had only been in the cell for 1 day, but her lips were cracked and her tongue swollen. She asked me to leave and told me that everyone would be in danger if I was seen. She said she could endure the pain, but not the thought of one of her children being harmed. I said I did not care, but she was adamant I must go. Then I asked her what they had done to her, and she said they had walked her through the night without stopping, up and down the cell, over and over again. She had fallen to her knees more than once, but they hauled her up and started anew. They worked in shifts, taking turns at dragging her, and one by one they left for sleep or sustenance. Within the hour, another woman would replace Priscilla, and were it not for Priscilla's tobacco habit, Mother would still be walking the cell. Mother implored me to leave. I tried to argue, but as tears began to well in her eyes, I decided not to drive her to further anxiety, so I left her, Vicar, walked away, and left her to her fate. At least I visited her, which is more than can be said for you, or indeed of any of God's holy men. I walked home the long way, wending my way through the woods in search of something edible. I had not eaten for a whole day, and my milk had begun to dry. I would need sustenance soon. The child still fed from my breast, and if I could keep producing milk for a little while longer, there would be one less mouth to worry about. My other concern was keeping Walter alive. He had grown thin and sickly and was in dire need of nourishment. For once, food came easily. A fat hedgehog shambled along the track in front of me, and I picked it up and put it in my apron pocket. I gathered some fungi and a few sticks, enough for food and a little heat. When I arrived home, the house was quiet. Alice was nursing the child, and Patience rocked in the corner chair while Walter slept in the upstairs room. Alice asked me how Mother had fared, and I told her everything. Facts a young girl should never hear. I told her anyway because I feared worse would follow, and she might as well be prepared. She was stoic, rational beyond her years, but sad. I prepared the meal, despite my lack of appetite, and we were readying ourselves to eat. There was a disturbance outside. Alice opened the door, and Matthew Hopkins strode into our abode as if he owned it, his 2 male assistants following behind. He surveyed the room, curling his lip in disgust at our lowly quarters, then addressed me and asked which of us was Patience. Alice looked anxiously towards me. We exchanged glances, and I hoped she understood my meaning. I said nothing. He asked again, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. I stared, mutely. He looked at me with a sneer and said he would beat me if I did not answer, and I readied myself, but at that moment Walter traipsed down the wooden steps, rubbing his eyes. He looked at the big man standing before me and pointed, wordlessly, towards Patience. Hopkins told Walter that he was a good boy, and Walter smiled, not realizing what he had done. Hopkins ordered his assistants to seize Patience. I shouted no and sprang at Hopkins, but he pushed me to the floor and my head smacked against a wooden chair leg. I watched through a mist of pain as he approached Patience. She began to wail. He pulled up short and stared as if he did not comprehend the nature of this full-grown woman rocking and moaning like a child. Patience did not like strangers. She was inconsolable already, and her tears mixed with snot as they tracked down her face. Hopkins swore under his breath. Take in God's name in vain, which did not trouble me, Vicar. Then he called Patience an imbecile and said that the devil must have been desperate that day. The two soldiers sniggered. I tried to rise, but the knock had left me reeling, and I could not stand. I begged them not to take her and told them that despite appearances, she was only a child. Do you think they showed her mercy, Vicar? Did they consider the impact of tearing a gentle soul with an impaired mind away from her family? You know full well they did not. They took my tender-hearted sister, tied her hands behind her back, and pushed her from the house. She howled piteously as they dragged her up the street as if no better than a donkey in harness. Alice ran from the house, screaming at the men as I crawled towards the door and vomited over the floor. Walter and the child were crying, I was retching, and Alice's angry cries rang in our ears, a discordant mess of anguish. Within moments Alice returned, slammed the door, and threw herself on the floor, head upon her knees, sobbing fit to burst. I asked her what had happened, and she said they had taken Patience to the jail. When they saw her following, one of the men took a rock and hurled it, narrowly missing her head. Do you think of us, Vicar, when you say your prayers at night? 4 troubled souls who were trying to make sense of what happened. 2 of them too young to comprehend. We sat there for the rest of the day and huddled together through the night. Paige's child slept, but the rest of us lay awake in wary silence. Alice held Walter while she prayed to a God she no longer believed in. And I counted the ways to exact my vengeance upon Hopkins and his ilk. Chapter 25. The Smoking Baby. Are you there, Lawrence? A female voice was calling him, pulling him away from the other world. Unwelcome. He looked up from the account and snapped the notebook shut. What is it? He asked tersely. The door opened, and Violet Smith entered. Sorry, he said. I didn't realize it was you. Don't worry, I wouldn't have disturbed you, but something's happened, and I think you should come downstairs. Why? He asked. Then, ignoring her suggestion, continued, When did you get back? About an hour ago, she replied. Should be impossible, he said gruffly. I can't have been reading a whole hour. He pushed the notebook away. Did you enjoy your trip? Never mind the trip. It was Violet's turn to be short. Something has happened, she reiterated, staring at him wide-eyed. Lawrence almost reached for her hand, then decided against it. What is it? It's Anna, said Violet. She's taken a turn for the worse. Have you seen her? No. Mr. Smart turned up not long after I returned, and I showed him to Anna's room, but didn't go in myself. Instead, I settled Mrs. Harris and unpacked for her. But when I finished my duties, I met Mr. Smart on the landing. He was telling Michael how worried he is. Why? It's Anna. She's dreadfully poorly, Lawrence. Much worse than we thought. She can't stop being sick. Poor thing, murmured Lawrence. Her heart is weak, her breathing shallow, and they have taken some of her vomit away in a bowl. That sounds serious, said Lawrence. It is, said Violet. She is still conscious, thank goodness. Mr. Smart asked her what she had eaten. He suspects food poisoning. A reasonable diagnosis, said Lawrence. It explains her symptoms. It would do, except that she's barely eaten, and has hardly drunk anything for that matter, said Violet. Apart from dry toast, a mug of tea, and a few sips of water from the glass in your room, she has had next to nothing. None of that's likely to cause food poisoning, said Lawrence. It's the sort of meal you could safely give to an invalid. I know, said Violet. I'm a paid companion, and I do have a little medical knowledge. Lawrence raised an eyebrow at her tone, wondering if he ought to apologize, then decided not to. Sometimes Violet seemed bitter about her choice of occupation, but that was not his problem, and he had not intended to cause offence.
He searched her face for further signs of displeasure, but found none. "Well, let's hope she soon recovers," he continued, gazing towards the washstand. "Dash it, she must have taken ill before she finished cleaning," he said. "My washbowl and decanter have not been returned." "I'll be sure to admonish her as soon as she's out of bed," said Violet with the barest trace of a smile. "I didn't mean it like that," Lawrence protested. "I know you didn't," said Violet. "No, but now I come to think of it, her presence in my bedchamber could be important," said Lawrence. "The decanter was almost empty because I've been unwell and keeping hydrated. I used the last of the water to dissolve my medicine this morning, but I did not drink it, do you see? I was interrupted and left it." "You think she drank your powders?" Violet asked. "It is a possibility. The mixture was left for a long time. It might have settled until the residue was at the bottom and looked like water." "And that caused her stomach upset?" "The powders weren't prescribed for her. She might have an allergy to something in the preparation." "Where are the powders now?" asked Violet. "Here," said Lawrence. He took the small brown envelopes from the chest of drawers on which they had been placed. "Do you think I should show Dr. Taylor?" Violet nodded. "Yes. He's in Anna's room with Mr. Smart. Wait for them to come down and ask them what they think." They left Lawrence's bedroom and proceeded downstairs. Michael met them at the entrance of the drawing-room and stared down the hallway with his hands on his hips. "What an awful day," he said. "I've had better," agreed Lawrence. "Will it take Anna long to recover?" asked Michael. "It's hard to tell," replied Violet. "We are worried that she might have taken Lawrence's medicine by mistake and suffered an allergic reaction." Michael started to speak, but was interrupted by footsteps on the stairs. "How is she?" he asked, as Dr. Taylor came down, followed by Mr. Smart. Dr. Taylor shook his head. "She is gravely ill," he said. "There has been no improvement." Mr. Smart pulled his pocket watch from his waistcoat. "Has her mother been fetched?" he asked. "She has," said Michael. "She should be here by now. I don't know what is keeping them." "I must go," said Mr. Smart, snapping his watch shut. "Taylor, you inform her mother." Dr. Taylor nodded. "What is wrong with her?" asked Violet. "She is a very sick young lady," Mr. Smart responded. "Aside from the vomiting, her pupils are dilated and she has bradycardia with mild ventricular arrhythmia. In layman's terms, she has a slow and irregular heartbeat. These are not symptoms of food poisoning." Lawrence spoke. "Could she be suffering from an allergy to an unprescribed medicine? I have reason to think she might have accidentally taken some of my powders." "What do they contain?" "Nothing uncommon," answered Dr. Taylor. "It is one of my preparations, just a dose of opiate powder with syrup to taste." "We can rule that out," said Mr. Smart. "There is nothing untoward in that mixture, but show me if you have any left, in case there has been a mix-up." Lawrence reached into his breast pocket and withdrew the remaining envelopes and passed them to the surgeon. Mr. Smart unwrapped the papers, looked inside, and sniffed the contents before placing a few grains on his tongue. Pursing his lips, he handed it to Andrew Taylor, who did likewise. "That's not my prescription," said Taylor, recoiling at the taste. "What the devil is it?" "I cannot say," said Mr. Smart. "I don't recognize it. Where did it come from?" Violet stepped forward. "I collected it from the pharmacy at the post office. Mr. Harpham was in bed and the housemaids were busy, so I thought it would be more efficient to take the prescription myself. I dropped it at the chemist, but no one was there, so I left it on the counter. When I finished my errands, I returned. The powders were already prepared and in the tray with the other prescriptions. Mr. Late was busy with customers, so I left a penny and took it." Mr. Smart turned to Dr. Taylor. "I'll go to my next appointment by the druggist," he said. "This preparation tastes nothing like a cold remedy, and we urgently need to find out what is in it." He opened his bag and dropped the envelopes inside, then took his coat and hat from the stand before placing his coat over his arm. "You were right to think that Anna drank from your glass," he said, doffing his hat to Lawrence. "She told me herself when I questioned her earlier, and I thought nothing of it at the time. We must, at the very least, confirm what was in this mixture of Taylor's." "I will go with you as far as the chemist," said Dr. Taylor. "I feel responsible and must check it was not a misinterpretation of my prescription. You know how bad my writing is." He smiled, but his poor attempt at a joke fell flat. Both medical men hastened down the path, almost bumping into Emily and Loveday. A middle-aged, freckle-faced woman accompanied the girls.
"Where can I find her?"
asked the woman.
"Upstairs," said Emily. "I will show you the way."
They watched the woman bustle upstairs. Then Michael spoke. "Have you got a moment?" Lawrence nodded and followed Michael to the study. "What is it?" he asked. Michael beckoned him to sit, placed his elbows on the table, and steepled his hands. "What do you make of this, Lawrence?" Lawrence shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "The most likely explanation is that a mistake was made with the prescription, as Dr. Taylor says, or perhaps it is food poisoning after all." "Don't be alarmed," said Michael. "But after what we found this morning, I think you ought to be careful. There's another, more personal explanation." "What do you mean?" asked Lawrence. "I thought we had decided there was nothing in that business with the crow." "There may not be," said Michael. "One event on its own is not necessarily suspicious, but two inexplicable events on the same day makes me nervous, that is all." "You think someone intended to harm me?" asked Lawrence. "No," said Michael, thinking out loud. "But if the crows were put in the basement for your benefit, and there is a possibility that your powders were tampered with, then we ought to consider it. Together, it doesn't seem quite so far-fetched that someone may want to hurt you." Lawrence flinched. "Surely you can't think that someone interfered with my medication. Why would they? I've no quarrel with Mr. Late." "No," said Michael, "of course not. And he is a professional man, experienced and highly unlikely to make an error. Though, according to Miss Smith, there was at least one occasion that the chemist's shop was empty. Anyone could have entered and tampered with the packet." "Now you say it like that, it sounds fanciful," said Michael. "The pharmacy door chimes on entry, so nobody could get in without being heard. Far too risky. No, Lawrence, it is my mind conjuring up nonsense. Forget I mentioned it." "I cannot," said Lawrence. "Not now. The powders could have been meddled with at any time, if you think about it. The original contents might have been tipped away and replaced with something sinister. It could have happened when they were left unattended in the house. I should speak to Violet and Mary. She brought them in on my breakfast tray. And I don't know where they were left in between. A lot of time passed between Violet fetching them from the chemist and Mary delivering them with breakfast." "Well, speak to them then," said Michael. "It will put our minds at rest, and can't do any harm." Lawrence walked towards the door, pushed the brass door plate, then stopped. He turned to Michael. "How much do you know about Violet Smith?" he asked. "Lawrence," Michael exclaimed. "Steady on." He delivered the words brusquely. "I'm sorry," said Lawrence. "I'm an investigator on a case. I don't want to divide your loyalties, but you must see that I am obliged to ask." "It is not a matter of division of loyalties," said Michael. "My duty is to Reverend Raven, and I will help you with any aspect of your investigation, but I have known Violet Smith for 2 years now. She is dependable and kind. Her devotion to the family is exemplary. I don't doubt it," said Lawrence. "But who is she? And where does she come from?" "You will have to ask her," said Michael. "I have never heard her speak of a family, but she has been with Mrs. Harris for a long time, and I doubt she has suddenly decided to poison her employer's guests." "I'm sure she hasn't," agreed Lawrence. "And for all we know, young Anna is suffering from nothing more than a spot of food poisoning." "Exactly," said Michael, smiling. "It will all look very different tomorrow." Lawrence re-entered the hallway, intent on returning to his room, but Anna McElliot's mother was descending the stairs at a pace and impeded his progress. "Excuse me," he said, waving her through. "How is Anna?" Mrs. McElliot shook her head. Her face was flushed, and she looked as if she had been crying. "Not good," she whispered. "The doctors gave her an emetic earlier, and she is exhausted from vomiting. What a colour it is, too." "Is there anything I can do?" asked Lawrence. "You are kind, sir," said Anna's mother. "But there is nothing to be done.
Anna is asking for Alice Etheridge. She is her best friend, and they are as close as sisters. I am going to fetch her at once."
"Well, tell me where she is, and I will go," offered Lawrence. "I'm sure you would rather be with Anna."
"I would," said Mrs. McElliot. "You are very kind. You will find Alice at the tailor's shop."
"I'll return as soon as I can."
Lawrence took his hat from the hat-stand and strode towards the centre of the village where he located Alice and explained what had happened. She dropped her sweeping brush and accompanied him straight back to the vicarage. She was young, close in age to Anna, and about 15, he surmised, but had a vastly different character. Anna went quietly about her business, blending into the background as a good servant should, whereas Alice was brash and showed no self-consciousness. She conversed with Lawrence as if they were of similar age and standing. "Is she going to die?" Alice asked as they left the shop.
"No, I don't think so," said Lawrence. "But she is very poorly."
"I couldn't bear another death," said Alice passionately. "This village is damned."
Anger flashed in her eyes.
"What do you mean?" he asked.
"It is cursed. We are all cursed," she said.
"There is no curse," countered Lawrence gently.
"You wouldn't think so if you'd seen the things I have seen. You have no idea," said Alice coldly.
"Tell me about it, then."
"I saw it," she said. "I saw the smoking baby."
"Sarah Hammond's child?" Alice nodded and stopped walking.
"Yes."
"You saw it the day it died?"
"I did, and I will never forget it."
"What happened?" he asked.
She took a deep breath and moved, head lowered, watching the ground as she spoke.
"I was in the village running an errand for Mr. Borrett. It was early afternoon and the weather was unsettled, drizzling and misty. I saw the Hammonds come towards me, pushing a perambulator. All seemed well at first, but as they neared, I noticed faint wisps of smoke coming from the top of the pram near the baby's head. At first I thought I'd imagined it, and then it became clear that the baby's parents had not noticed. They were arguing and fully engrossed with one another. When they were so close, there could be no doubt. I stopped them and told them that there was something wrong with the child."
"What did you see?"
asked Lawrence. "I saw Sarah Hammond stop. Then I heard her scream," said Alice. "She pulled the child from the pram and unwrapped the swaddling, sobbing fit to burst. The poor wee babe was red raw and blistered. It lay there in a torpor, eyes rolling back in its head and too weak to cry out."
"Did you see anything on the child's skin?" asked Lawrence. "Was there a substance, an irritant of some kind?"
"I saw nothing," said Alice, "but I will never forget the smell of it."
"The smell?" repeated Lawrence.
"Yes. An acrid, evil, burning odour like sulphur. It was brimstone, I'm sure. There is no doubt in my mind that Edith Hammond was bewitched."
Chapter 26. Honour. Deception.
We rose the next morning, Vicar, deprived of sleep and desolate, yearning for the new day to bring fresh hope. It did not, and our torment continued. I left the children and trudged to the jailhouse again, but they refused me entry, and I waited outside until well past noon. Matthew Hopkins' creatures came and went, working in shifts to ensure they had a constant supply of sleep and sustenance, both cruelly denied to my mother. As each person left, I implored them for news of her, but they walked by, either ignoring me or sneering. Just when I feared I would never know how she fared, Dorothy Webb passed by carrying a pitcher. Dorothy was a young relation of Thomas, my friend from Page's farm, and we knew each other a little. She owed me nothing, and I did not know if she had turned against me, as so many people had, but I was desperate for news. I approached her and begged for help, asking her to find out whether conditions had worsened for my mother in jail. Fate offered a rare moment of kindness when she agreed. She dallied in the jail for a long time. I'd assumed that she was delivering water, but she must have had other tasks to occupy her time. I paced the yard in turmoil, waiting for her to appear, and when the door eventually opened, I rushed headlong towards it before realizing it was Priscilla Briggs. She saw me and barked orders to move along, muttering under her breath that the child of a witch did not belong among decent people. I glared at her, willing her heart to stop still in her chest. But it did not, and she shambled towards the inn, clay pipe in hand. Trepidation rendered me immobile, and by the time Dorothy left the building my limbs were stiff with lack of movement. She exited the jailhouse with her head lowered, attempting to scurry away. Whether she was trying to avoid me or whether she was desperate to leave the prison, I could not be sure. I did not allow her to pass me and stumbled towards her, weak from hunger. She blanched at the sight of me, sorrowful green eyes welling with tears. Her hair was matted, her clothes covered in dust. I do not know why, and I did not ask. Instead, I addressed her and insisted on hearing how my mother fared. She started to cry, opening her mouth to speak but forming no intelligible words. I pleaded with her to try harder, begging her to speak without delay. I could wait no longer. Whatever she had to say could be no worse than the horrors conjured up in my imagination. She clasped her hands to her face as if in prayer, then told me to prepare myself, for her news was dreadful, and I would not have contemplated it in my worst nightmare. She earnestly hoped that God would show mercy to my family. I did not repeat my blasphemous opinion of God and his lack of compassion, as I needed her help. So I took her hands and led her to the rear of the jailhouse, then, lifting my skirts, I settled on the grass and bade her join me. She sat down, still trembling, and took a deep breath, then said it was all over. Mother had confessed to every accusation made against her. My heart lurched, and bile rose in my throat. I asked her to repeat herself, demanding every detail. Had my mother gone mad? What had she confessed to? Had they tortured her? Dorothy struggled to find the words. She put her head in her hands, covered her face, as she told me that my mother would be tried as a witch. I tried to make sense of her words, Vigor. You cannot imagine how it felt to hear such a thing, to know that my good, kindly mother would be on trial for her life, her only crime to have met with ignorance and superstition in the village, her only sin to be unable to extricate herself from the cynical, money-making ruse of Hopkins and his entourage. There was nothing that my honest, God-fearing mother would have done that could require a confession. Dorothy watched my pale face and started to cry again. She composed herself for long enough to give me further details, stating that she could see the jail cell from the front room while she swept. When she first entered, my mother was being dragged up and down the cell, held upright by a man and a woman, while my poor sister lay moaning in the corner. Another man directed the charade, and from the description Dorothy gave, must have been Hopkins. He grew impatient with my mother, commanding her to confess, accusing her of acts of witchcraft in a voice that rose and grew angrier by the moment. My mother was exhausted, hardly able to put one foot in front of the other, but determined not to succumb to his wishes. Finally, he lost his temper and directed the woman to strip-search Patience. My mother fell to the floor, screaming, and flung herself towards my sister, desperate to protect her. At that moment, Dorothy stopped sweeping and watched as a triumphant smile spread across Matthew Hopkins' face. He had found my mother's weakness. Hopkins approached Mother and forced her away from Patience. He stood above her, gloating, and said that if she confessed
to witchcraft. He would leave Patience alone.
Mother acquiesced in an instant.
By then Dorothy had finished her chores and was making for the door. Hopkins saw her leave and coaxed her into the cell, where he induced her to join John Goodin as a second independent witness to Mother's confession.
Dorothy heard every word my mother uttered.
She witnessed the entire confession. It was not like the confessions that you hear in church, Vicar, for none of it was true. Even Dorothy, young and impressionable as she was, did not believe it had any basis in fact. But my poor mother, drained and fatigued, drew upon her last ounce of strength to protect her child, her eldest, special daughter. She spun tales of witchcraft and satanic worship with preposterous claims of familiars and spell-making. She said that she owned 3 pet birds, going by the names of Tom, Robert, and John, that she kept as familiars. They suckled from the teat on her thigh. She owned to covenanting with Satan by setting her imps to make mischief in exchange for money, and confessed that she instructed them to make a cow jump over a stile, thereby breaking James' oldest cart. Ridiculous as it was, that satisfied the witch-finders for a confession. They had their witch, and that should have been the end of it, but there was much worse to come. They reneged on their promise, Vicar. No sooner had the confession left my mother's lips than they placed irons upon her, set her on the floor, and left her to watch while they tore the clothes from my sister's body and started to search. Dorothy stalled, unable to tell me what happened next. I'm ashamed of how I bullied her, Vicar, but I needed to know, and made her say it. Dorothy sobbed so hard her voice broke as she told me how my mother struggled against her restraints. She scraped her arms and legs until they were bleeding and raw as she tried in vain to reach her daughter to offer comfort. Patience screamed, kicking out like the child that she was, terrified and uncomprehending. Though impaired, she was strong and not easy to subdue, so the women spread-eagled her on the floor and stuffed a gag into her mouth. The searchers worked quickly, identifying warts upon her skin, which they called teats. Then they removed the gag and accused her of devilry. They spoke of things she could not understand, demanding that she confess herself a witch. In her distress, she repeated the words like a child, and the searchers smirked and pronounced another successful confession. When Hopkins was satisfied, one of the men produced a set of leg irons and clamped them to Patience. Hopkins dismissed Dorothy and she left. Dorothy had one further piece of news to impart. She said that Hopkins intends to submit my mother and sister to Bury St. Edmunds for the witch trials. That is what it has come to, Vicar. And still, there is not a man of God in sight. Chapter 27. Poison. Lawrence sat alone in the drawing-room, mulling the day's events and trying to work out what he was still doing in Fressingfield. On the one hand, some of the villagers were behaving more rationally. They appeared to be free from the superstitious fears that had caused such worry within the church. But a higher number still remained convinced that witchcraft was alive within the village. Lawrence did not believe in witches, but the terror of finding the curse crow had shaken him. Even the memory almost paralyzed him with fear, and he found himself more sympathetic to those beliefs he had formerly dismissed out of hand. He remained concerned about Anna McElliot, who was confined to her attic room, still hovering between life and death. Her mother had not left her side, sleeping in a chair beside her daughter through the night. Lawrence visited Michael first thing that morning to talk through his fears. Having discussed the matter, both men convinced each other that Anna had contracted food poisoning. and the consumption of Lawrence's powders were entirely coincidental. On that basis, what is the point of me being here? He said out loud as Loveday entered the room.
Are you going then? She asked. I've hardly seen you these last 2 days.
We have both been otherwise occupied, said Lawrence.
You spend all your time reading, she pouted. When you're not bedridden, that is.
And you spend all your time walking with Dr. Taylor, Lawrence smiled.
He has more time for me than you do, said Loveday. Are you jealous?
Lawrence considered her question. She was a beautiful creature, he thought, but the spectre of Catherine still haunted him, and he was sure that she would disapprove. Dead or alive, her perceived opinion mattered. Should I be jealous? He asked.
He's very handsome, said Loveday. But so are you.
Lawrence blushed. She was alarmingly outspoken. He had no experience of women who conducted themselves so openly. You should not be thinking about either one of us, he said, straightening his tie. You're leaving England soon. She raised an eyebrow and looked into his eyes.
I would not leave if I had something to stay for.
Lawrence opened his mouth to reply, but could not think of a suitable response. He was nearly 40 years old, and in thrall to this young, self-assured woman. He was saved from further awkwardness by the rattle of the door-handle. Violet entered the room, pushing Mrs. Harris in her bath-chair.
"Good morning,"
said Violet cheerfully.
"I do hope we're not disturbing you."
"Not at all," said Lawrence. "I was about to leave."
"Please don't go on our account."
The front doorbell chimed, leaving no opportunity to reply. Loveday walked to the window and peered through the curtains.
"It is Dr. Taylor,"
she said, rushing from the room. Emily was already in the hallway and had opened the door to see Dr. Taylor standing on the doorstep, accompanied by a police officer. His face was pinched and solemn. "Good morning," he said. "I believe you are acquainted with Constable Chapman, Emily?" Emily nodded.
"Good morning,"
she replied. "Is the Reverend at home?" asked the policeman.
"He is not," said Emily. "He's away in Norwich with my mother and will not return until next week."
Lawrence stepped forward. "I'm a private investigator appointed by Reverend Raven," he said. "Can I assist?" The policeman nodded. "Is there somewhere we can speak?" Lawrence turned to Emily. "Do you mind?" She shook her head.
"Please feel free to use my father's study."
Lawrence knocked on the study door. Michael was in his usual place, scribbling at the side desk by the window, and he stood to greet them. "Can I help?" he asked. "I am here to bring news," said the doctor. "Will you stay, Michael?" "Of course." He gestured to 2 wooden chairs in front of the Reverend's desk. Lawrence waited for the men to be seated before settling on the vicar's chair. "I'll come straight to the point," said Andrew Taylor. "We have analysed young Anna's vomit, and it contains traces of poison. The same substance was also found in your medication." Lawrence exchanged glances with Michael. For all their speculation, they had convinced themselves that poison was unlikely. They were almost as shocked as if they had not considered it in the first place. Police Constable Alan Chapman spoke. "This is a serious crime," he said. "Too serious for a village bobby to investigate. Inspector Draper will be arriving from Eye later today. He will want to question you. Please do not leave the village." "Are you suggesting that I am the target of a poisoner?" said Lawrence, still trying to digest the news. "Without a doubt," said Dr. Taylor. "The contents of your medication were only partially as I prescribed. A substantial quantity of taxine had been added to the preparation." "Taxine?" asked Lawrence. "Yes, taxine. From the yew tree. In this case, ground yew tree seeds. Someone had taken great care to acquire the seeds, dry them, and grind them to a powder at some risk to themselves. This was a deliberate act, and you were the target." "What I need to know," said Constable Chapman, "is why." Lawrence took a deep breath and looked towards Michael.
He'd intended to conduct his investigation discreetly, but so many people now knew that it had become a poorly kept secret. Even so, he was reluctant to divulge the full details without authority. Michael correctly interpreted his hesitancy. Reverend Raven asked Mr. Harpham to investigate some rumours regarding the Hammond baby's death, he said.
What has that got to do with this?
Asked the constable. Probably nothing, said Lawrence. I am far from convinced that there is anything to investigate about that particular death. Does Eliza Clay have anything to do with your inquiry? Asked Dr. Taylor. Possibly, said Lawrence. I was advised to speak with her and would have done so, had she not died. Then you should know that she was poisoned with the same substance, said Dr. Taylor. A brief silence descended. Then Lawrence spoke. Then it seems to have more of a bearing than I realized, he said.
Have you been threatened? Asked the constable.
Not directly, said Lawrence. His voice trailed away.
You sound uncertain,
asked the constable. Lawrence rubbed his face. A decomposing crow was left in a place where I was most likely to find it, he said, although there would have been no certainty that I would be the finder, or that it would be discovered at all. More certainty than you think, Michael interjected. It was in a basement storage room away from the vicarage which had not been used for several years before Lawrence availed himself. Could the crow have flown in the room and died naturally? Asked the constable. No, said Lawrence. It had been placed there. It was in a trunk, and the lid was shut. Papers and books were strewn around. Was anything taken? I could not say, said Lawrence. I was unfamiliar with the contents of the trunk, but noticed that there was more damage to the older documents than the newer. Many had been moved and discarded, yet the recent papers were hardly disturbed. A good thing, too, as it turned out, as unexpectedly my interest turned out to be with the latter.
None of this seems relevant, grumbled the constable. It does not explain why somebody wants to poison you.
I cannot explain it either, said Lawrence. The constable stood up.
Well, you had better consider it now, he said. I don't believe you have been entirely frank with me. Inspector Draper will be along later, and he will not be satisfied with half a story. You must tell him everything.
They left the room, and Michael showed them to the front door while Lawrence wandered back into the drawing-room. Mrs. Harris was gently snoring, while Violet read beside her. "Good book?" he asked. "Very good," she replied. "It is Wilkie Collins, The Woman in White." "Don't you find it rather gloomy?" Lawrence continued. "I do," Violet replied. "It is one of the reasons I like it so much. I don't frighten easily." "That's just as well," said Lawrence, frowning. "I have news, and it's not pretty. There is definitely a poisoner here in the village." Violet snorted. "Nonsense," she said. "I mean it," said Lawrence, pulling up a chair and sitting in front of her. "Miss Smith, there is no longer any doubt that Anna McElliot was poisoned, or that the poison was intended for me." Violet's smile faded. "You are serious," she said, "and don't call me Miss Smith. It sounds so terribly formal." "Sorry," said Lawrence. "But please listen. I'm trying to tell you that we must all be careful. Anyone could come to harm. Anna is suffering because she drank from my glass." "Poor Anna," said Violet. "I hope they can save her." "The fact that she is still alive is encouraging," said Lawrence. "Poison tends to be fast-acting, and the longer she lives, the greater her chances of survival. As far as we know, she only drank a small quantity." "Is news of the poisoning common knowledge?" asked Violet. "If not, I will make it so," said Lawrence. "It's too dangerous to bury this news, and neither of our medical friends has asked for discretion. Dr. Taylor is on his way to see Anna, and I expect him to tell her the truth. In the meantime, I will inform Miss Emily, but before I do, I must ask you something." "Anything." "How can I help?" "Where did you put my powders when you returned from the chemist?" "I left them on the table in the hallway. They were there all night, as we did not want to disturb you." "So anyone could have tampered with them?" "Anyone," Violet admitted. "I wish I had never collected them in the first place." "You were only trying to help," said Lawrence. "Don't blame yourself." "I do not," said Violet. "But in hindsight, I should have left them somewhere safe." "Did you see anyone touch the envelopes?" "No, but I didn't stand guard over them. My time is precious." "I know," said Lawrence. "It was just a thought. You were always fetching and carrying for Mrs. Harris, and could have seen something and not remembered." "I didn't," Violet repeated. "Now I have a question for you." "What do you want to know?" "Why would someone want to poison you?" "I have no idea," said Lawrence. "I can only imagine that I've inadvertently uncovered something during my investigation. The trouble is, I don't know what it is." "Call yourself a detective?" She laughed. "You don't sound at all like Sherlock Holmes." "He is a work of fiction," said Lawrence, affronted. "I have never met a detective in or out of uniform who thinks like Conan Doyle's creation." "I was teasing you," said Violet. "But the point I am making is serious. There must be a reason why someone wants to harm you. And it must have come about since you've been at the vicarage. Unless, of course, you have an existing enemy who has followed you to Fressingfield." "Most unlikely," said Lawrence. "But you are quite right. I have been here a short amount of time, and I ought to be able to work it out. A good starting point would be to find out whether it's connected to the crow." "What crow?" Lawrence hesitated. Michael had cautioned him not to mention the bird, and he was not sure that he trusted Violet. But she was so rational, so clear-minded, and he valued her opinion. Lawrence took a deep breath and told her what had happened, recounting the discovery of the crow in the bottom of the trunk. He told her about the note sticking out of its breast and the piles of disturbed papers on the floor, while omitting to mention his irrational terror when he realized that he was alone in the dark with the stench of death around him. "What did the note say?" she asked. He told her verbatim. "I curse you, Lawrence Harpham. Death stalks you. For Honor Mills." "Who is Honor Mills?" "She is the daughter of Faith Mills," said Lawrence. "The Fressingfield witch." "Well, that's an easy puzzle, then," said Violet. "You came to Fressingfield to investigate Mary Corbin, who was accused of witchcraft. Your only clue directed you to Faith Mills, who was also a witch. All you need is to find the connection between them." "It can't be that easy," said Lawrence. "Assuming there is a connection, how would I find it? Mary is dead, and Faith Mills must have been dead for several centuries." Violet laughed. "What is in the basement?" she asked. "Parish records, papers, removal orders, and diaries," said Lawrence. "Precisely," said Violet. "Parish records. Mary and Faith might connect through their lineage." "They might," said Lawrence, "though how that will help I'm not sure. I suppose it could be useful to know if they're related." "Indeed," said Violet. "You should locate the birth records and see what you can find." "I'd better do it now," said Lawrence, scowling. "I'm being interrogated by Inspector Draper later." He walked towards the door, then turned. "Would you like to help?" Violet smiled. "I thought you would never ask." Chapter 28. Nemesis. The ancestors are angry, and I cannot find peace. Their voices whisper constantly, harsh, wounding words haunting my thoughts like malevolent wraiths. They say I have failed them. They who had lain dormant these 2 centuries long, exposed to others when it was our family secret. They want me to atone, and soon. The fruit of the yew has long been my friend. I harvest it myself, then dry it and store it safely away, always wearing gloves. It is a powerful toxin. My mother taught me not to take risks. The clay girl died badly. If the others before her showed traces of their fate, they did not wear it as boldly as she. The doctors suspected an unnatural death and sought to prove it. They have found the evidence. I should not have used it again on the man. Though he seeks the truth, he knows nothing of consequence. But the words in my head drove me on, directing the hatred towards him, and when an easy opportunity arose, I took it.
How was I to know the silly servant girl would drink it? A situation so unlikely it ought to have been impossible, but drink it she did, and now lies somewhere between life and death. I punished him with a crow, as I did with the Carter man, the cause of my misfortune. He, who could not complete a simple task without a catastrophic lapse of concentration, deserved his cursed crow. It scared the life from him. The perfect death, as I did not need to use the you. My masterpiece. The killing of a human by manipulation of his mind. I do not know whether the cursed crow will work again, but I will persevere. I cannot hope to replicate the satisfaction of that first death, but this is the route down which my ancestors guide me. They grow fractious, increasingly restless. I cannot sleep for their constant intrusion and spectral pleas for justice. I must work quickly. This will end soon. Chapter 29. A Family Tree.
I may as well move my bed down here, grumbled Lawrence as he unlatched the basement room for the 4th time that week.
He searched the vicinity and located a brick, which he used to prop the door open. A narrow shaft of light spread into the room. He entered the storage room, followed by Violet, and they placed 2 large storm lamps on the desk. "Wait here a moment," he said, brandishing a pair of shears which he had brought from the orangery. He walked to the back of the building and began clipping the ivy that obscured the back wall and a substantial part of the tiny window. When it was clear, he returned, located the latch, and forced the window open. "It doesn't make much difference to the lighting," said Violet. "No, but it will clear the musty air," Lawrence replied, remembering the smell of decomposing crow. The open window might not be effective as a light source, but it made him feel better about returning to the basement. He dragged the desk a foot closer to the basement stairs and lit the storm lamp. It cast a wide beam of light into the dark of the cellar. "Better," he said. Violet collected the second lamp and followed Lawrence below. The room was unchanged from his last visit, and he walked to the rear and hefted the lid of the chest without hesitation. There was no smell of decay, and no unexpected items in the chest. The books and papers were orderly as he and Michael had left them once they had cleared the remains of the crow. He pushed the lid to its furthest extent and rifled through the chest. The parish records were much larger than the journals in his bedroom, and he located them with ease. There were only 2 books. "I would have expected more," he said, turning his head towards Violet. "There should be more," she agreed. "But the current registers are with Elijah Scoggins. You will only find the older entries here. I can't see much in this light, so I'll take both. I would rather not attempt to decipher the dates in these conditions." He closed the lid and walked towards Violet. "No need to spend any longer here than necessary," she agreed.
This is your time, your space, your free audiobook. Let the music fill the silence before we return to the story.
They removed the records and returned to the house, relocating to the morning room, where they spread the books across the table. Lawrence opened one book
and Violet the other. "This one dates from 1554, he said. "Oh dear. What is it?" asked Violet. "It is in Latin," he said, "and my schoolboy Latin is not up to the task at hand." He turned the first few pages. "Agnes strane vidua sepulta fuit 14 Iuli, 1556. He read in Latin. "What does that mean?" "It is a death record," he said. "Perhaps I will get by. I don't know every word, but I may not need to." "We are looking for entries for anybody called Mills," said Violet. "Anything else?" "Not that I know of, but if you see something strange or anything about witches, note it down." He nodded towards papers and ink, which he had placed on the table earlier. "My book dates from 1673, said Violet, "and finishes only a few decades later. It is very thin, but at least it is written in English and looks a great deal easier to read than yours." "That is fortunate," said Lawrence. "Mine is giving me a headache already."
"Ah, I may have found something," said Violet. "Alice Fayers Alls Mills, born in 1674. What does Alls mean?"
"Alias, I think," said Lawrence. "It sounds like she was a Mills, but the family wished to be known as Fayers. I wonder why."
"Could they have wanted to escape the association with witchcraft?"
"Yes," agreed Lawrence. "Faith Mills had a daughter, Alice," he continued, "but that cannot be her christening record."
"Why not?"
"Because the journals were transcribed from writings made during the Civil War, and it was all over by 1659. Faith's daughter Alice was about 10 when the original letters were written."
"What letters?"
"Terrible letters. Angry letters written to the vicar of the local church by Faith's daughter, Honor Mills. She held the parish vicar responsible for their ills. It seems they received support from another vicar in a different parish. The incumbent of Fressingfield Church sided with the accusers, abandoned them, and left them to suffer."
"Are they real letters?"
asked Violet. "What a curious question," said Lawrence. "Why wouldn't they be?"
"It was rare for women to read and write in those days.
It is hard enough to get some parents to send their children to school even now." "I see," said Lawrence. "These were educated people, fallen on hard times. They were all able to read and write except for the eldest daughter, who was intellectually deficient in some way."
"How sad,"
said Violet.
"I will note the name anyway, in case young Alice is a relative."
Lawrence pored over his records, growing increasingly frustrated, while Violet notated a string of entries in her notebook.
"There was one other child christened Fayers Alls Mills after Alice," she said. "But they seem to have given up the name Mills entirely after that."
"You are having better luck than I am," Lawrence grumbled. "I am ruining my eyesight for nothing. I cannot find a single entry for this family."
"Perhaps they were not born in the parish,"
said Violet.
"Of course,"
said Lawrence. "They may not have been. And if the mother originated there, she would have been called by another name. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack."
"Go to the end of the record,"
said Violet. "You may have better luck." Lawrence flipped the book over, peeling the last page away from its binding. It was blank, so he flicked a few pages further forward. "That's better," he said. "And in English. There is a birth here for Thomas Mills, christened in 1672, son of Charles and Christian."
"He is also the father of Alice," said Violet. "See if you can find their marriage."
Lawrence turned a few more pages, and there it was. "That explains that," he said. "There is a marriage entry here for Charles Mills and Christian Fayers, both of this parish. Odd. It is scribbled in the margin. There are no other marriage entries in this book. There must be a separate register. Excellent."
"What is?"
"I've just realized where Charles fits in."
"Where?"
"He is the illegitimate son of Honor Mills." "Good. Keep going." Lawrence continued for several hours, sifting through the records, while Violet came and went as her duties to Mrs. Harris allowed. Eventually, they gleaned enough information to build a family tree. Lawrence sketched it onto a large piece of paper, starting with Faith Mills at the top. Of her 4 children, There was no death record for Patience, but Alice had died at the age of 16. The youngest child, Walter, married and produced descendants, and Honor died at the age of 91, survived by her son Charles. There was no evidence that she married or produced more offspring. When they finished, they examined the chart. "I suppose we are looking for a descendant of Honor rather than Walter?" asked Violet. "It would make the most sense," agreed Lawrence. "So, we have Faith Mills, Honor Mills, Charles Fayers Al's Mills, Thomas Fayers, and James Fayers, all of whom are direct descendants. Then our register runs out. We have also found several siblings." "It is a good start," said Violet. "But I can't think where to go from here," said Lawrence. "We have recorded a lot of information, but how does it help? I thought we would find a connection with the Corbins, but there are no marriages between the two families that I can see." "The only way forward is to trace the tree to the present day," said Violet. "To do that, you will need to consult the parish clerk and ask to see the newer records." "Elijah is due to visit Michael this evening," said Lawrence. "I will get Mary to run down to his shop and ask him to bring the register with him." "No need," said Violet. "Mrs. Harris has asked for some junket for her tea. Mary has run out of rennet, so I must pop out and get some. I will see if he is prepared to trust me with the register." "Good," said Lawrence. "I have not quite finished reading the journals yet. We are still a long way from understanding this thing, so it can only help to know as much as possible about the Mills family. I will read on while you are out." "Do let me know what you discover," said Violet. "I'm intrigued." "It is good to have your help," said Lawrence. And it was. As he ascended the stairs to his bedroom, he thought how much he had enjoyed the morning's work, despite the eye strain. Working quietly together with a companion genuinely interested in the research was gratifying and a balm to his loneliness. Violet Smith was plain, but good company, intelligent and articulate. If only he could be sure she was trustworthy. He reached his room and sat at the dressing table, eager to read more about Honor Mills. He opened the journal and turned the page to the now familiar handwriting, devouring the words as he read. Chapter 30. Honor. Trial. It takes 9.5 hours to walk to Bury St. Edmunds from Fressingfield as the crow flies. I know, Vicar, because I walked it. What else could I do with no money or friends? They removed my mother from Fressingfield the day after her confession, and I use the term loosely, for it was no such thing. They carted mother and Patience to an unfamiliar town clad in leg irons like common criminals. I watched the cart leave, my kin in the hands of the two watchers, Moses Rayner and Richard Glanfield. Two men who had treated them with contempt over the last few days and from whom I could expect no sympathy in the next few. I expected to hear the usual round of abuse as I watched the cart draw away. Though many had turned out to watch, they were subdued, silent, guilt-ridden perchance, wondering if it would be their kith and kin the next time. I paused only long enough to make plans with Alice to ask her to care for Walter and the boy while I was away. Then I set out on the long, arduous walk to Bury St. Edmunds. It drizzled steadily, and I walked until nightfall, breaking the journey after 6 hours in an abandoned shepherd's hut where I found shelter of sorts. The ruined shack was past the point of offering much protection from the elements, but it kept the worst of the rain away. I woke at dawn to birdsong, cold, wet, and hungry, and resumed my journey to Bury. I limped into the outskirts of the town, footsore and weary, so lacking in sustenance that I was beyond hunger. Feeling faint, I scooped a handful of water from a trough near a farrier, sipping through parched lips. Still feeling as if I might pass out at any moment, I decided that I must eat, whether hungry or not. I could not help my family if I allowed myself to become ill.
I broke the 8th commandment, Vicar, because it was quicker to steal than beg. I walked past a market stall and helped myself to a loaf of bread. Quite how I was not apprehended, I do not know, so brazen was my act. But nobody gave chase, and I kept the loaf hidden beneath my shawl. Found a quiet spot near the Abbey ruins and forced myself to eat. I stuffed the rest of the bread into my apron pocket. You may wonder why I bothered, Vicar. Wonder what I could hope to achieve? But understand this. I could not abandon my family as you had. I did not know Bury St. Edmunds, but I walked the streets until I came to recognise them. After a while I realised that I could travel unnoticed. I was a stranger, my mantle of invisibility restored. In Bury, I was not the witch's daughter, merely another peasant girl attending to her chores. I struck up a conversation with a washerwoman hanging clothes in an open space near a row of cottages. She was amiable and prepared to pass the time conversing with a stranger, so I asked her if she had seen a cart come by from Fressingfield. She did not know of such a cart because carts came into Bury every day from all parts of the county, more than ever since the witch trials. But it was useful to know, and I continued asking questions. Then she passed on some news that chilled me to the bone and caused me to feel faint all over again. 18 people had recently been executed in the town square for witchcraft, and almost 200 more languished in Bury jail, awaiting trial. My face must have paled, for she asked me if I was unwell and guided me towards a mountain stone where I sat for a moment. I could not tell her what ailed me as I needed her help, and could not risk condemnation. I told a white lie, and said I was a little overeated and would be well in a moment. She carried on with her laundry while I gathered my thoughts. After a little time had passed, I joined her again and asked how to get to the jail. She did not question my intentions and gave me directions. I left her and sought out Bury Prison. I had given little thought to the purpose of my visit, and was at a loss when I arrived there. From the first it was clear that gaining entry was out of the question. There was no way to see my mother and no way to ascertain whether she was there at all. I waited for 2 days, Vicar, wandering around the Cornhill in the hope that I would witness her leave or arrive at the jail. I spoke to anybody who would give me the time of day, trying to glean further intelligence. At dusk, when activity in the town had quietened, I returned to the Abbey grounds. Few people passed by, and although I could not find shelter, I remained out of sight and unexposed to the danger of vagrancy charges. I fell into a routine, and my morning chore was to steal food by whatever means possible. I grew more skilful, Vicar, and my conscience did not trouble me. On the 3rd day, I moved from the Cornhill further down towards Churchgate Street. While there, I happened upon a friendly labourer with whom I fell into conversation. He carried out menial tasks at the jail and told me that another court was due to convene shortly. There were still many witches due for trial. He said that the Civil War had proved a disruption and prevented many of the scheduled hearings. There were more witches in the jail than it had space to hold, and the matter had become pressing. The date for the trials had been brought forward, and they would be convened on the morrow. I gasped, and asked where the trials would be held. The labourer misinterpreted my interest and thought me keen to see the evil folk condemned. He said it was possible to go to court and watch the proceedings, and he knew of people who had attended Shire Hall last time. They witnessed the trials and remained there until sentencing. Now I had a purpose. If I could get inside, I might find an opportunity to see my mother. I asked the labourer what I should do to gain entry to the court. He laughed and said I only needed to turn up on the day, but he doubted they would let me in dressed as I was. Given the condition of my attire, not to mention my hair, it was unlikely that I would be allowed any further. The least I must do is look respectable. Stealing was becoming second nature, Vicar, and I spent the remainder of the day deciding how to find suitable clothes to misappropriate. With the trial less than a day away,
I had little time to act. By now it was afternoon, and the marketplace was empty. I needed clothing, and soon. After walking the streets, I located a tailor and wandered inside his shop. It did not take long to realize that there was no opportunity to take clothes without being caught red-handed. And I was clearly not welcome in the establishment. The tailor eyed me with suspicion, watching my every move. Hardly surprising, as I was wearing rags and did not look as if I could afford a turnip, much less a fine dress. I could not decide how to proceed, so I walked the streets again. As I circumvented the town, I passed by the rear of a merchant's house. The afternoon was set fair, and several items of clothing were laid upon a rail in the backyard drying in the sun. I waited until there was no sign of movement, then climbed over the low wooden fence at the back. Tiptoeing up the pathway, I moved towards the window near the rail and grabbed a handful of clothing items in the hope that at least one would fit. I was halfway back down the garden when an elderly man shuffled from the house, brandishing a stick and shouting. I heard him cry, "Thief!" and momentarily stopped still in shock. A woman in her 40s emerged behind him and rushed towards me. I gathered my wits and pulled my skirts high off the ground, then set off running towards the bottom of the yard. I reached it a few yards ahead of the woman and clambered over the fence, before running through the town and back towards the abbey grounds, until their cries of indignation were only a memory. I arrived at the abbey ruins, out of breath and perspiring. My heart pumped through my chest, fit to burst. It took several minutes to recover. Then I laid the stolen items on the ground and surveyed my purloined spoils. There were 2 dresses, both damp, not of high quality, but they had the advantage of being plain. I hung them behind a bush to dry, then waited until dusk and set off for a trough in which to wash my hair. I returned well past midnight and fell asleep, slumped against a small outbuilding to avoid getting grass or straw in my drying tresses. I rose at dawn and dressed in the smaller of the 2 garments before running my fingers through my hair. I looked presentable as far as I could tell from my reflection in the abbey pond. Then I set off for court, confident that my appearance would not betray me. On arrival, I realized that I did not know where to go and followed a pair of well-dressed merchants as they made their way into the Shire Hall. I trailed close behind them and was granted access without challenge. A low buzz of chatter came from the courtroom, which I followed. The dark-panelled room was full of people, and I squeezed through the crowd and stood at the back, waiting for proceedings to begin. Presently, Justice Edmund Calamy entered the courtroom and nodded at the gathering before easing himself onto a carved wooden chair behind a high desk. Once the justice was comfortable, Sergeant Godbold marched towards the rear of the court. He called out the names of 40 alleged witches, including my mother, and they entered the courtroom. Every one of the accused was a woman. Most were elderly, and judging by the state of their clothing, many lived in poverty. I searched for Mother, and finally located her squashed at the back of the crowd, looking pale and emaciated. She seemed to have aged since I last saw her less than a week ago. The women stood crushed together with many obscured from sight, and I could not see patients, however hard I tried. Sergeant Godbold called for silence and asked for the witnesses to make themselves known. I recognized at once the smug form of Matthew Hopkins as he pushed forwards, full of self-importance. As the first few women arrived at the stand, Hopkins uttered a monologue of his findings, followed by a recommendation for further action. For the first cases, he suggested an additional trial, this time by water. There was a collective gasp from the crowd at this notion, but Sergeant Godbold rose from his seated position and slammed his hand down on the desk. He studied Hopkins for a moment, then addressed the room, making it clear that the judiciary had neither the time nor inclination for any trial other than the one in progress. He explained that the Royalists were en route from Peterborough. Too much time and expense had been expended upon the witchcraft problem, and there was a war to consider. Only the worst cases of witchcraft would be heard today, and the remaining witches would go to Ipswich jail or return to their parishes. Godbold remained on his feet, facing Hopkins, face florid and fists clenched. I formed the impression that he did not have much regard for the witch-finder. Matthew Hopkins spoke up, defending his position. He warned of the folly of leniency, but Calamy forestalled his objections. It was a rare moment of pleasure, Vicar, as I revelled in Hopkins' discomfort, and I stole a brief but premature hope that our ordeal might end with this declaration. It did not, and the trial continued for those women in court. Sergeant Godbold addressed the accused one at a time, while Hopkins reluctantly selected some women for release and fewer still for punishment. How he decided I do not know, for he did not use manuscripts to refresh his memory and spoke without notes. In the end, I think, it was a matter of remembering. He had forgotten details of the earlier confessions, while the more recent ones were fresh in his mind. It did not end well for us. Not only was my mother the most recent case, but Hopkins produced John Gooding to stand as a witness against her. Gooding had been present at my mother's alleged confession, which he embellished for the benefit of the court. When he spoke of imps, loud gasps came from the crowd. One man stood and shouted, "Death to the witch!" and a chorus of voices soon joined him. With the court against her, Mother had no hope of clemency. Justice Calamy condemned 9 women to death by hanging, ordering their transfer to Armoner's barn on the edge of Bury and execution within the week. The women held hands as they received their sentence, standing meekly before the court, resigned to their fate. I did not cry, Vicar, for I was numb. I did not rail against it, for I knew it would be pointless. I did not call out, nor did I commit an act of violence. I sat until the court was almost empty, and then I left. I could not say whether my mother saw me, and I did not know where my sister was. I rested beneath a tree outside the courtroom overlooking the gravestones, trying to decide what to do next. My mother was to be taken straight to Armoner's barn, wherever that was. A barn might be less secure than a jailhouse. There could be an opportunity to see her, or even speak with her. As I did not know what else to do or where to go, I decided to look for the barn. At least that way I was doing something. So I returned to the outside of the courthouse and asked passers-by for directions until one of them helped me.
Chapter 31. Honour. Armoner's barn.
They did not move my mother immediately, as it happened. I waited night and day by the jailhouse, watching for signs of movement, yet not a carriage or cart appeared. I was there more than an entire day, my stomach cramping with hunger, bleary-eyed and weak. How they did not move me on I cannot say, for I gave every impression of being a vagrant, though I was better clothed. Inevitably, sleep stole upon me, and I woke on the second day to the sound of hoofbeats against the earthen streets. A covered cart had emerged from the rear of the courthouse, and was halfway up the road before I comprehended its purpose. I could not catch it. Over a day without food had rendered me too feeble for speed. I watched it clatter into the distance, yearning to be close to my mother and hear her voice one last time. Finding Armoner's barn became my sole aim, my only concern. I did not know where to look, and darkness was approaching. There were few people on the streets and nobody who appeared trustworthy. I considered returning to the Abbey grounds to beg help from the Jesuit priests who occupied the least damaged part of the Abbey ruins. It took seconds to dismiss the thought. After our recent rejection by the church, any man of God was abhorrent. My stomach churned at the thought of their pious faces. I loitered instead by the door of an alehouse, too timid to enter and ask for help in the presence of a crowd. And it was a rough crowd, for I watched through the uneven glass as a man held a knife to the throat of another. There was no bloodshed on this occasion, but it gave me fair warning of the folly of entering the establishment. I waited outside for a short time, sure that someone would enter or leave. It did not take long. An elderly woman staggered through the door well into her cups. I reached for her arm and implored her to tell me where I could find the barn. Her eyes were unfocused and her head swayed from side to side, but she was sufficiently alert to mutter instructions. She waved a gnarled finger towards Westgate Street, and I thanked her and set off in that direction. The town was silent, but an uncharacteristic fear gripped me all the same as I traipsed the cobbled streets. I slowed my footfall and tiptoed close to the shadow of the buildings, feeling the same need to be invisible in the town as in my intended destination. Eventually, I arrived on the outskirts of Bury and watched the great stone barn loom tall in the distance, surrounded by two smaller barns with thatched roofs. The walk had not been long, but a fall in temperature combined with my lack of sustenance and sleep made it feel like an eternity. I gazed at the heavens as I made my way towards the barn. The night was cloudless. Stars sprinkled across the sky, while faint slivers of light glinted from the wooden doors of the barn, fitted not quite flush against the stone. I thought I could hear muffled sounds as I neared the barn, so faint to begin with that I decided it was my imagination, but as I stepped closer, all doubt vanished. The occupants of the barn were singing, and strains of Psalm 23 rang clear in the night. There was a time when it might have moved me to tears, but not now. I was sickened by their worship of a God who had deserted them, unable to comprehend their need to cling to futile hope, a senseless waste of the final hours of their lives. As I digested this with dread, I was shivering as I reached the first of the barns. I anticipated the presence of guards, but could not see one, and ran towards the enormous wooden doors. They were held together with solid iron chains, secured by a rusty padlock, and offered no possibility of access. I walked the perimeter of the great barn, irritated by the singing and my inability to gain entry. There were no reachable doors, and the only window was shuttered and too high to be accessible. In the narrow wall containing the window, stone ran only to waist height, with the remaining part of that side of the barn constructed from timber. Another large doorway appeared high up in the wall, secured by another locked latch. At head height, near the bottom of the doorway, the timbers were swollen and damaged from damp and wear, with large gaps between the wooden pieces. I waited for a lull in the singing, which eventually quietened as voices trickled to a low murmur. I did not know whether there were guards inside the barn, but my only chance was now, and I leaned towards the damaged timbers and shouted my mother's name. The voices stopped. There was a momentary silence. I called again, and a timorous voice replied, asking who I was. I said I was Honor Mills, come to speak with Faith Mills. The woman hesitated, and I heard her call out for Faith. My heart leapt in my throat as I heard footsteps coming towards me from the other side of the barn. Joy of all joys! My mother pushed her fingers through the gap in the wood just far enough for me to touch her fingertips. First, she chided me for being there before telling me that she loved me. She thought she would never see any of her children again, and no words could express how much it meant to have me near. She implored me to tell Alice and Walter how dearly she cherished them, and that she was sorry she would not see them grow. I stroked her fingers.
trying to control my faltering voice, and said I would make sure that they knew how much they were loved. I would tell them how brave their mother and sister had been. I asked her if Patience was inside the barn or still at the jail, and an unsettling silence descended. I asked again, and a piercing, hopeless wail emanated from the other side of the wall, and my mother's fingers fell away. I called her name, realizing to my horror that the heartbroken, guttural sobbing was hers. I waited for the awful sound to cease, but it went on and on. She cried hard for a long time until I thought she might choke, and I screamed her name again. Inside the barn, I could hear the voice of a kindly person as she calmed my mother. The disembodied voice offered words of comfort, but the sobs did not cease. I fell to the ground with my head in my hands, trying not to think of what had driven my mother to this outburst. After 10 long minutes, the sobbing ceased, and a broken voice whispered my name. I stood and reached for my mother's fingertips, hoarse with grief. She told me that Patience had begun to ail during the journey from Fressingfield. With her daughter exhausted, burning hot and running a fever, Mother had pleaded for a doctor as soon as they arrived at the jail. Her entreaties were ignored. Both Patience and my mother were herded into a communal cell, cold, crowded, and awash with disease. Already weakened, Patience was vulnerable and succumbed to the prison fever that raged about the jail. She died in my mother's arms the day before the trial. Mother wept as she said she was ready to die and waiting to join her 2 eldest children in God's arms. Her words pierced my heart like shards of glass. My mind filled with images of my innocent sister's final hours. I thought of her cooped up in a fetid jail, unable to comprehend what she had done to provoke such a punishment. Mother and I cried together, separated by the width of the barn wall, but united in grief. I held her fingers for as long as I could, but as the hours passed, waves of sleep coaxed me from standing to crouching. I fell, slumped against the barn wall, too tired to hold on to the last physical remnant of my mother's love. I was woken at dawn the next day by a sharp pain in my shoulder, as a burly man pummeled me to the ground before kicking me away from the barn wall. As I lay prone, not quite conscious, he kicked me again and told me to move on before he set his dogs on me. I pleaded for more time, but he put his face close to mine and snarled a refusal. I scanned the barn one last time, hoping to see my mother, but no one was there. I gathered my skirts and ran towards the ruined abbey with tears streaming down my face. As I approached Westgate, the heavens opened and fat drops of rain spilt down my back. The streets of Bury turned muddy in moments, and I was covered in dirt and soaked to the skin by the time I arrived at the Abbey vineyards. It was early morning, but the sky was black with rain. The grass was high and wet. There was no shelter, no hope, and all decency had been sucked from the world. Life was lopsided, and good people punished while the holy men who ought to protect them were filled with sinful indifference to those they were obliged to defend. Sobbing and railing against the injustice, I clawed at my clothes and my face as I walked through the grounds half mad with grief. At the side of the boundary hedge, a crow, with a broken wing, hopped unsteadily on the ground. There was a time when I would have nursed it, Vicar, when there was still some humanity left in me. But I did not. I grasped the stick near its injured body and drove it deep into the crow's chest. As blood welled from its beak and the light left its eyes, the burning pain in my heart began to recede.
Chapter 32. An Inspector Calls. Lawrence met Violet at the bottom of the stairs.
Have you got the register? He asked abruptly.
No, she said, placing her basket on the floor. I couldn't get it.
Did Scoggins refuse?
Mr. Scoggins was perfectly prepared to let me have the register, said Violet. Indeed, he went so far as to fetch it for me. But when I opened it, I realized it was futile.
Why?
Asked Lawrence. Because the register dates from 1797, which means there is a big gap. The records we need are missing.
Typical, said Lawrence. What can we do about it? Problem? Asked Michael, emerging from the bottom of the passageway. He strolled towards them, smiling. Our research has ground to a halt, said Lawrence. There is a gap in time between the parish register in the basement room and the book that the parish clerk currently uses. Michael frowned. There shouldn't be, he said. It is quite common for the parish clerk to retain only the most up-to-date records, but the others should be safely stored away. Well, the one we need is missing, said Lawrence. It looks as if something was taken from the basement after all.
If that's the case, we may be on the right track, said Violet. Otherwise, why take it?
If someone removed it to impede our progress, they've certainly achieved their aim, sighed Lawrence.
Not necessarily, said Michael. Parish records are transcribed for bishops and archdeacons.
It is a requirement even now, and many historical transcriptions have already been deposited. Where are the transcripts kept? Asked Lawrence.
We are in the Diocese of St. Edmundsbury, said Michael, grinning.
So they are held in Bury St. Edmunds?
Yes,
he nodded. And how can we apply to see them?
The diocese has an office in town. It is usually open during the day, and I generally turn up, ask to see the records, and they allow me access. It may be different for non-clergy, but I know some of the clerks, and I'll write you a letter of introduction to be on the safe side.
Lawrence sighed. There's still a flaw in the plan, he said.
What?
Asked Violet. I have been instructed to remain here for questioning. Inspector Draper will be arriving at any minute.
Are you under arrest?
Asked Violet. Her eyes sparkled, and she wore a half grin.
Of course not,
said Lawrence. Oh, I see, very funny. Perhaps I should leave by the tradesman's entrance before he gets here and catch a coach to Bury.
Or I can.
I can't ask you to go, said Lawrence. Not alone.
I need to ask permission in any case, said Violet. But if Mrs. Harris does not require me, then why not?
I can always join you if your business can be finished in a day, said Michael. But I must be back here by tomorrow evening at the latest.
It is settled then, said Violet. Michael and I will go to Bury this afternoon and return tomorrow. You can answer the inspector's questions at your leisure.
Lawrence sighed. I am supposed to be the investigator in this case, and I don't like having to answer another investigator's questions while you are investigating my mystery. It doesn't seem right, he added. But it is the best of a bad job, I suppose. And I'm grateful. I will stay here and do my duty. Lawrence loitered in the morning room for half an hour before deciding to make better use of his time. He retreated to his bedroom and collected the notebook he'd been reading earlier, before flicking through the remainder of the journal. It revealed nothing but blank pages, so he picked up the fourth and final notebook and opened the front cover. The notebook was thick and uneven. The inside pages were obscured with a multitude of paper items clipped from other sources and stuck down. A shabby envelope fixed to the flyleaf contained receipts for payments to Matthew Hopkins from the village coffers. The ink was faded but legible, and showed costs of 15 shillings plus travelling expenses to Fressingfield parish to extract confessions from Faith Mills and one other, with a further 2 shillings paid to each searcher and watcher for services rendered. Their names were appended and recorded as Honor Mills had journalled, naming the searchers as Anne and Priscilla Briggs, and the watchers as Moses Rayner and Richard Glanfield. It was further proof that a long-ago incumbent of Fressingfield parish had been an avid collector of unusual historical facts. The next page contained a series of clips from an ancient pamphlet purporting to be a first-hand account of the witchcraft trial, and was entitled, a true relation of the arraignment of 9 witches at St. Edmundsbury, tried and convicted and condemned to die on the 29th of September 1645. Also, an account of the supernatural event which followed thereafter. Lawrence read on, transfixed. At the Assizes in St. Edmundsbury on Friday the 22nd of September in the year of our Lord 1640 and the 20th year of the reign of Charles I, 9 witches were tried and condemned before Edmund Calamy, one of the justices of the Common Pleas, to be brought for execution the following Friday. These 9 were carried by cart to the market square in Bury St. Edmunds, and arrangements were made to record the proceedings for posterity. The said witches were unloaded from the cart which arrived from Almoner's barn, where they had been confined the previous evening. Their leg irons were struck away, and they were marched to the centre of the square to await their fate. In attendance was respected Minister Samuel Fairclough, and he stood next the gallows, from whence he read a series of accusations pertaining to those witches there present. The 9 before him sometime previously confessed to all manner of sinful things, which he recounted in detail to the waiting crowd. Confessions included covenanting with the devil, keeping imps with which to do mischief, and the suckling and nurturing of these imps. Prisoners admitted debased acts including the murder of children, the slaying of livestock, and other diverse and evil misdoings committed for the benefit of Satan. Minister Fairclough spake with each prisoner in turn, and asked whether they should die for their sins. 2 confessed they should, and were blessed, while others recanted their original confessions and did not receive absolution. All prisoners were directed to climb the steps to the cross, and the executioner tightened each knot in turn until they were all bound and ready. Then the prisoners were hung and left to die, 8 of them taking almost half an hour before they expired. The last to hang was a witch by the name of Faith Mills, who confessed to the killing of a child, the laming of livestock, and the nurture of 3 imps from a nub upon her extremities. This witch was hanged by her neck like the others before her. Within moments of her suspension, a young woman, clad in bloody rags, ran from the throng and pulled upon the prisoner's legs with such force that she did expire quickly and without suffering. The crowd was much aggrieved at this devilry, fulminating against the girl for preventing the prescribed punishment. They demanded retribution for her interference, calling for her to hang in place of the witch. The girl faced them in anger and did not surrender to their demands. Instead, the damnable creature stood upon the steps of the gibbet and cursed the crowd and the church and all holy things, and the sky did darken, and thunderclouds filled the firmament, while a flash of lightning lit the market square in a strange, unearthly manner. And at the second clap of thunder, there fell from the sky the dead body of a crow, which settled at the feet of the minister. The crowd gasped in terror, and in the confusion that followed, the girl vanished, and was never seen in Bury again. Lawrence closed the book. The account was wrong. Honor did appear again. He'd seen the burial record himself. Honor Mills had lived an extraordinarily long life for the time, dying at the age of 91. She probably never left Fressingfield again. Her remains may have been buried somewhere in the churchyard. Lawrence could not help but admire her bravery and fortitude in bringing her mother to a quick end. A risky action in front of a hostile crowd. She was foolhardy, but with formidable courage for such a young girl. He thought about the crow, struck by lightning that had fallen at the minister's feet. The superstitious crowd would undoubtedly have taken it as a sign. Rumours may have reached Fressingfield. Was the story passed down through the generations? Could it be the reason for the recent spate of dead crows? His reverie was interrupted by a rap at the door from Mary Warne.
"The inspector is here to see you, sir,"
she said. He followed her downstairs, where Inspector Draper was waiting in the hallway. "Mr. Harper, I presume?" he said, offering a firm hand. Lawrence accepted it. "I trust you had a good journey," he said. "Tolerably," said the inspector. "A tree has come down on the Stradbroke Road. We were forced to divert, and that is why we are late. Tell me, Harpham, is there somewhere we can talk?" "Come through to the morning room, if you like," said Lawrence. "No, somewhere public, I mean. It has been a difficult day." "Oh, I see," said Lawrence. "Somewhere like the Fox and Goose, perhaps?" "That sounds ideal." The inspector smiled and rubbed his hands appreciatively. Lawrence warmed to him. They set off across the road towards the church. "Well, Lawrence, may I call you Lawrence?" "Please do. And you can call me Jack. Let's dispense with the formalities. Now, who wants to kill you, and why?" Lawrence flinched, momentarily taken aback with the direct approach. "I'm not entirely sure," he said. "It may have something to do with my current case." They walked through the graveyard, which was empty apart from a woman at the far end who was kneeling on the ground and paying her respects. She tidied some flowers and stood to leave well ahead of them, and as she walked away, an item of clothing fell from her arm. "Wait!" yelled Lawrence, but she was too far away to hear. They walked over to where the apparel lay crumpled on the floor. It was an old shawl, threadbare and worn, and had seen better days. It lay across a well-tended grave with a granite stone marked in the name of Anne Chittock. Anne had died in 1855, and had been well loved, if the tidy appearance of her final resting place was anything to go by. "I'll take it to the public house," said Lawrence. "Someone there may know who it belongs to." The inspector nodded. "Is this it?" he asked, pointing to the red brick jetted building, nestling on the edge of the churchyard. "It is," said Lawrence, "but the door is on the other side." "Jolly good," said the inspector. "Lead the way." They entered the public house, ducking their heads as they passed through the low door. The interior was dark but welcoming. The bar counter stretched across the longest part of the room, and the barman stood to the side of it, polishing glasses. "Good evening, sirs," he said, placing the cloth on the bar. "What can I get you?" "Two of your finest ales," said Inspector Draper without asking Lawrence what he wanted. "What is your name, sir?" "Benjamin Powley," said the victualler suspiciously. "Well, Benjamin Powley, you keep a very fine inn," he said, gazing at the room appreciatively. The innkeeper beamed. "I'm glad you like it," he said, passing 2 jugs of beer. "Enjoy your drinks." "Shall we sit?" asked the inspector, gesturing to a table in an alcove further into the room. "It is quiet now, but we may be glad of privacy later." "You go," said Lawrence. "I will be with you in a moment." Inspector Draper took both beers and settled down on a chair. "Do you happen to know who this belongs to?" asked Lawrence, showing the shawl to the innkeeper. "Sorry," said Mr. Powley. "I've never seen it before. Where did you find it?" "We saw someone drop it as we were walking from the vicarage," said Lawrence. "It was lying on a grave. I did not recognize who it belonged to. She was too far away." Benjamin nodded. "Wait a moment," he said, opening the door to the rear of the bar. "Margaret!" Moments later, Margaret Powley arrived. "Do you know who owns this?" asked her father. "I found it on the arched granite gravestone nearest to the church," said Lawrence helpfully. "It is probably Anna Roper's," said Margaret. "Her mother is buried there." "Good. Thank you," said Lawrence. He was glad that it belonged to Hannah, a pleasant woman who he would enjoy seeing again. She was sensible and worth consulting further. He still had 1 or 2 questions to ask about Sarah Hammond. As much as he had warmed to Sarah, something was bothering him, and Hannah might be able to help. He folded the shawl as he walked towards the alcove, where he joined the inspector. "Cheers," said Jack Draper. "Now, to business." He interviewed Lawrence at length, in a companionable and unthreatening manner. Lawrence responded in kind, as if deep in conversation with an old friend. Lawrence stopped short of telling Draper about Faith Mills, but revealed that he had been summoned to the village by Reverend Raven. He mentioned how unsettled the Reverend had been at this suggestion of witchcraft following the death of baby Hammond. "Quite an understandable reaction from the Reverend," said the inspector rationally. "A credulous lot, it would appear." When Lawrence had finished divulging all that he was prepared to tell, the inspector spoke. "The Clay girl's death is murder pure and simple," he said. "There is no doubt whatever. There will have to be an inquest, of course, but your doctors are adamant that Taxine could not have entered her body accidentally. In the absence of any evidence or anecdotal report of suicidal intent, we must assume it was deliberate. So, let's not prevaricate. If the Clay girl was murdered and your servant girl was poisoned by the same means, you were most likely the target. Why?" "I don't know," said Lawrence. "I've told you everything relevant to the case." "No, not everything," said the inspector. He waved at Benjamin Powley and gestured for 2 more beers. "Almost everything. The only thing I haven't mentioned is that this may connect to someone who died 2 centuries ago. It is by no means certain, and the link is tenuous," said Lawrence. "And the subject matter is so unlikely that I'm reluctant to mention it." "If that is all, I will leave you to investigate that part yourself," said the inspector. "As for the rest of it, you should avoid proceeding any further with the case." Lawrence opened his mouth to protest, but the inspector preempted him. "I'm not trying to prevent you from earning your living, Lawrence, but you have come to the attention of someone who wishes to do you harm. Lay low for a bit. You can come back to it all when we've located the poisoner. Understand?" Lawrence nodded. He was going nowhere until the case was settled, but it would be sensible to appear to be cooperating. "That's a good chap. Now, there is a billiards table over there. Do you fancy a game?" Chapter 33. A Hostile Crowd. Lawrence woke late the next morning and flinched as sunlight flooded into his room from undrawn curtains. He screwed open one eye and felt for his pocket watch, which he hoped would be on the bedside table as usual. It was, and he flipped the catch open and examined the timepiece through bleary eyes, finding, to his chagrin, that it was almost 10 o'clock. Lawrence sat bolt upright, wincing at the pain in his head. His temple throbbed in time with the judder of the second hand. He wiped his brow while considering how much he had drunk the previous night. It couldn't have been more than 4 tankards of ale, surely. It had been a long time since Lawrence had indulged in that much beer at once, and the brew was uncommonly strong. Lawrence dressed gingerly and made his way downstairs. He peered into the morning room, hoping for some breakfast, but everything had been cleared away. He decided not to impose on Mary Warne, given the circumstances, and set off for a walk to take his mind off his empty stomach. Lawrence strolled towards the village along the Cratfield Road, walking past the Baptist chapel and around the village centre towards the Jubilee pump. His head began to clear in the light breeze. As he approached the Swan Inn, his eye was drawn towards the church, where 2 figures walked side by side in the distance. Loveday and Dr. Taylor. They walked arm in arm through the empty churchyard, deep in conversation. As he watched, they stopped talking, and Andrew Taylor drew her close, then kissed her gently on the lips. Lawrence blinked and looked again. They were still together, locked in an embrace, Taylor's arms encircling Loveday's waist, and her face lit with a rapturous smile. Lawrence lowered his head and walked away, not wanting to see any more, or, God forbid, be seen by them. If he returned to the vicarage, their paths would cross, so he trekked across the field following the stream until he reached Gould's Green Lane. It was a much longer walk than he'd initially intended, but it gave him time to think about the scene he had witnessed. Lawrence was undoubtedly attracted to Loveday. Not only was she beautiful, but she had a youthful exuberance he had never possessed himself. But was he falling in love with her? And if not,
Why did he feel so flat, having seen her with the young doctor? On reflection, he was confident his feelings did not run that deep. If he had wanted to, he could have acted already and encouraged her. It was only an infatuation. By the time he returned to the vicarage, his headache had disappeared and he had come to terms with Loveday's transfer of affections. He'd been flattered by her attention, but it was right that she was with the younger man. He walked through the door as the grandfather clock chimed midday. Michael's coat and hat were in their usual position on the coat stand. "You are back," said Lawrence, opening the drawing-room door. Violet was sitting with Mrs. Harris, discussing the evening menu. "We arrived 10 minutes ago," said Michael. "How did you get on?" "Good and bad equally," said Michael. "Violet has it all written down. I will let her explain when she has finished with Mrs. Harris." "I hope it wasn't too taxing." "Not at all," said Michael. "It took only a few hours, so we decided to visit my brother. He would not hear of us staying at the inn, and offered us rooms for the night. He laid on a jolly good spread for us, too. He asked after you, Lawrence, and sends his regards." "I will make a point of going to see him as soon as this is over," said Lawrence. "I'm sorry I wasn't with you. It sounds like you enjoyed yourself." "How was the inspector?" asked Michael. "Did he give you a hard time?" "Not at all," said Lawrence. "The man is completely charming. Quite the reverse of what I was expecting. I could not find it in me to dislike anything about him." "Jolly good," said Michael. "I don't have to feel guilty now for enjoying myself while you were in his clutches. It looks like Violet has finished with Mrs. Harris. She has much to tell you, so I'd better leave you to it." Violet scurried past. "I'll only be a minute," she whispered as she left the room. Lawrence smiled awkwardly at Mrs. Harris. She said nothing, but picked up her lace, hooking the stitches with slow, deliberate strokes. They sat in uncomfortable silence until Violet returned. "Sorry, I was giving Mary instructions for dinner," she said. "Now, listen to this." She opened the notebook. There were only a few relevant entries, 1 or 2 deaths and marriages of distant cousins, and hardly any direct line descendants. James Fayers had a brother and sister, but the brother died young, and the sister died in childbirth. James also had a child of his own, just the one, a daughter named Anne. Anne went on to have an illegitimate daughter, Sarah. She was christened in 1771, but we could not find any trace of Sarah after her christening. "The trail goes cold," sighed Lawrence. "It does a little," agreed Violet. "But the register held by Elijah Scoggins begins in 1797, so we could check it for a marriage. Sarah would have been 26 or more, which is a little old for the time, but it is always possible. On the other hand, she could have died. If she died, there is no trail. Honor's line dies with her." "Can Mrs. Harris spare you again later?" asked Lawrence. "We could look at the register." "No," said Violet firmly. "She has done without me for almost a whole day, and I cannot abuse my position." "I understand," said Lawrence. "I'll save it until you can join me. And I've other errands to run today. I need to visit Sarah Hammond without the inspector finding out. And I must return Hannah Roper's shawl at some point. She dropped it yesterday." "We can look at the records tomorrow," said Violet. "I'll be free then. Before you go, I must give you some news. Did you know that Anna McElliot has returned to her mother's house?" "Has her condition worsened?" asked Lawrence. "Quite the opposite. Anna has improved enough to go home. Dr. Taylor says she must rest for at least a week before returning to work, but it appears that she has survived the poison." "Excellent news," said Lawrence. "I am relieved." "Well, I won't keep you from your duties any longer. I'll call in on Sarah Hammond and drop the shawl on my way. I'll see you later, no doubt." Violet smiled and put the notebook in her pocket before collecting the tea tray for washing. As she walked through the room, she tripped over the fraying edge of the carpet, and a sugar bowl tumbled to the floor. Violet sighed and put down the tray before picking up the spilt sugar cubes from the floor. As she stood to retrieve the tray, she noticed a blue shawl draped across the daybed. She set the sugar bowl down and grabbed the shawl, yanking the front door open so she could hail Lawrence. It was too late. Lawrence had already crossed the road and was striding briskly towards the church, well out of shouting distance.
She sighed and hung the shawl on the coat hook, not prepared to run after him. He would have to finish his errand another day. Lawrence hurried along the pathway and past the butcher's shop, which stood at the end of a terrace of white-painted cottages. He continued until he reached the post office, but when he opened the door, he realized he had forgotten the very thing he was supposed to be returning. Inwardly rebuking himself, Lawrence closed the door and walked towards Sarah Hammond's cottage instead. As he neared her house, he happened upon a crowd of people grouped around the village sign. About 30 people were gesturing and discussing something in excitable tones. The crowd quietened as he approached, and George Corbin stepped forward.
"Hey, Mr. Private Investigator,"
Corbin hollered.
"it's not so much nonsense now."
He put his hands on his hips and glared at Lawrence. "What do you mean?" asked Lawrence.
"The witch," said George Corbin. "Deny it now if you dare."
"There is no witch," snapped Lawrence.
"Well, something means to harm you," continued Corbin.
"And how long will it be before it turns on the rest of us?" "I don't know what you mean," sighed Lawrence. "We know all about it," said a short, slight man with bowed legs. Lawrence recognized him as one of the farm workers. "The word is out. Young Anna took a dose of poison intended for you, and Eliza Clay was killed with something similar." "Who told you?" asked Lawrence.
"What does that matter?" said the man. "Who told us is neither here nor there. George says it is Mary back from the grave, taking the life of all who crossed her. And there were many."
Lawrence shook his head. "This is the work of someone who lives on this earth, not below it," he said.
"What would you know?"
spat an unkempt woman. Her face was furrowed with deep lines, and her 2 front teeth were missing.
"History repeats."
"What she means," said George, "is the way my wife and brother-in-law died. We said it was unnatural, and they insisted it was heart disease. Well, they were murdered, and it was Mary who did it. Now she has returned and walks again."
George folded his arms and glared at Lawrence, daring him to disagree. "You cannot attribute every death in the village to your deceased wife," said Lawrence.
"He doesn't,"
said a familiar voice. It was Sarah Hammond. "But there is no denying that death comes in waves in this village."
"Yes," said George. "First Jonathan died, then Harriet, and before that Henry Riches and poor old Harry Roper."
"You cannot claim that witch's poison caused Henry Riches and Harry Roper's deaths,"
said the short man.
"Especially not Harry Roper. That was a different kind of brew altogether."
He winked and poked George Corbin in the chest. The other men bellowed.
"It's not a laughing matter,"
scolded Sarah Hammond, turning to her father.
"If you would only stop at 1 or 2 ales, you would not get in such a state."
"It was that old fool Carter," scowled George. "If he'd been concentrating, it wouldn't have mattered that I tripped over him, and Harry would not have fallen from the cart, doddery old idiot. Don't blame me."
"Well, it wasn't caused by witchcraft, was it?" said Sarah. "Any more than Henry Rich's death was. You have taken a silly idea and run wild with it."
Lawrence smiled weakly, relieved to find someone in the village who could still view matters with a sense of balance.
"Witch or poisoner, I don't care," said the unkempt woman. "Evil dwells in this village, and it must be stopped." "What can we do?" cried a young woman, wringing her hands. "We will all be killed in our beds."
"We can pray."
"A lot of use that does in the face of Satan," said the thin man. "Go back to the old ways," said the crone. "I have witch bottles aplenty for those who can afford them." "Don't listen."
Caroline Elliot, the monthly nurse, stepped forward.
"She will have all your wages if you are not careful."
"Hush your mouth, woman,"
said George Corbin.
"You should know better than to question a wise woman, with your charge full of child."
"A proper doctor will attend her," Caroline said. "You keep your superstitions away." "Tell that to her husband," said the thin man. "He knows the truth. A bigger bag of nerves I have yet to meet since the poor fellow found Jonathan Carter in the churchyard." "You leave William Edwards out of this, Henry Harper," hissed Caroline. "He is a sensible man.
Lawrence watched nervously. Tempers were becoming frayed, and the atmosphere was tense, febrile. He wondered whether to intervene, but decided against it. His presence was provoking further anxiety, and an air of mistrust had descended over Fressingfield. Violence threatened, and he began to understand why the Reverend had been sufficiently concerned to call for an investigation. He was on the verge of returning to the vicarage when he saw a pair of figures in the distance. Inspector Draper was walking towards them, accompanied by Dr. Taylor. Lawrence approached them, relieved. "What's going on?" asked the inspector. "Things are getting nasty," said Lawrence. "They have heard about the poisonings and think there's a connection with witchcraft. Corbin says his wife has returned from the dead and he's whipped them up into a terrible frenzy. Some genuinely fear that the dead walk among them." "They are afraid," said Dr. Taylor. "There is a poisoner in their midst who they cannot identify." "They are turning on each other," said Lawrence. "They ought to be stopped." Inspector Draper strode towards them, holding up his hand. "Move along now," he said. George Corbin began to argue, but the inspector was firm. "Go back to your homes. There is nothing to see here." He stood watching with his arms crossed. A few men objected, but Inspector Draper radiated natural authority, and before long the crowd had dispersed. The inspector waited until the last person had gone, then returned to Lawrence. "I thought you were keeping out of the way," he said. "I was running an errand and happened upon them," said Lawrence indignantly. "I was only walking past." "You should return to the vicarage at once," said the inspector, "and stay there for your own safety." "I don't want to have to ask you to leave Fressingfield." "But I need to see the parish clerk," said Lawrence. "Not today," said the inspector. Andrew Taylor smiled sympathetically. Lawrence thought of Loveday and could not meet his eyes. "Very well," said Lawrence, trying not to antagonize the inspector by arguing. It would be easy enough to slip out later. He left the two men and retraced his steps, returning through the churchyard. As he picked his way moodily up the path, he saw a squirrel sitting on top of one of the taller gravestones and wondered what the incumbent of the grave would have thought about his visitor. As Lawrence considered the matter, he wondered whether any of Honour's descendants were lying in Fressingfield churchyard. If he could find any gravestones with Mills or Fayers inscribed, he might glean some more information. The weather was clement, and Lawrence was in no rush to return to the vicarage, despite the inspector's concerns. He circumnavigated the churchyard and began searching for relevant gravestones. It was not an easy task. Lichen covered the older graves, their inscriptions weathered and worn. Few were readable, and the newer, clearer tombstones were of little interest. Lawrence couldn't find any graves bearing the Mills name, but after half an hour of fruitless searching he found a stone inscribed with the name James Fayers. Lawrence pictured Violet's drawing of the Fayers family tree, remembering that James Fayers was Sarah's grandfather. His tombstone was of reasonable quality with a clearer inscription than most. James had died in 1798 at the age of 76. But the sparse dedication included no further details, and no family members were buried nearby. Lawrence sighed in frustration. After all that searching, he had learned nothing new, but as he turned to go, Lawrence noted that the lichen-covered rear of the stone was not quite flat. He reached into his top pocket for a handkerchief and gently scraped the moss and debris away. As he surveyed the headstone, he felt a rush of adrenaline, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. Carved into the reverse of the tombstone was the unmistakable form of a crow. Chapter 34. Somerset House. Lawrence hurried towards the vicarage, keen to share his news. By rights, he should discuss the carving with Michael, but Violet Smith had been so helpful, so accommodating, that he wanted to share the discovery with her. Besides, he was not quite sure what it meant and how it helped. Violet was sensible and would, no doubt, have a ready solution. When he arrived, the house was quiet. He searched the rooms, but they were empty. Hearing a sound, he glanced towards the garden. The family were sitting outside on the lawn, enjoying tea. Reverend Raven and his wife had returned from Norwich. Michael, Violet, Mrs. Harris, and the girls were sitting on wicker chairs, chatting together. Lawrence decided not to join them. It was too intimate a gathering. Instead, he sat at one of the study desks and considered what he had found. What exactly did it reveal? He already knew James Fayer's age and death date, so the age on the gravestone was no surprise, and he could not determine the relevance of the crow. What would Violet say if she was with him and not enjoying tea on the lawn? She would ask why a poor man had a gravestone at all. Of course, that was it. Not only did James Fayers have a headstone, but someone had commissioned a carving on it. He must have been a man of means, and, as a man of means, he would have had assets to dispose of when he died. There was a good chance that he'd made a will. Lawrence paced the study, watching over the garden. Though he felt uneasy about the prospect of intruding on the family scene before him, he needed to consult with Violet. Just as his patience was coming to an end, Michael stood and walked towards the house, and Lawrence greeted him by the rear door. "What are you doing inside?" asked Michael. "Come and join us. It is a beautiful day." "It is not a beautiful day in the village," said Lawrence, before describing the scene of discontent he'd witnessed earlier. "That's what the Reverend was afraid of," said Michael. "It was like this a few weeks ago, and then it passed. I don't wonder at their concern about these poisonings. It is one thing after another. I'll go and meet George Corbin and see if I can talk some sense into him." "He's the ringleader," said Lawrence. "Despite his ridiculous ideas, I have a little sympathy for the man. He has lost a wife and grandchild after all." "I will treat him kindly," said Michael. "One thing before you go," said Lawrence. "Yes?" "Do you know where I can find a copy of a will?" "Yes," said Michael, "but it will mean a trip. You'll need to go to Somerset House." "Where is that?" asked Lawrence. "In London," Michael replied. "Is it necessary?" Lawrence nodded. "I expect so," he said. "I'm going to seek out Elijah Scoggins to search his records, but if I cannot find what I'm looking for, it is the only option left." Michael nodded. "Then Godspeed," he said. Lawrence considered leaving his visit to Elijah Scoggins until the morrow, fearing that the inspector might order him to leave the village if he ignored his request to stay away. But the matter was pressing. If he must go to London, then he'd better go without delay, and if the parish register bridged the gap in information, the trip to London might be avoidable. It was only a short distance to Scoggins' cottage, and it might save an unnecessary journey. He decided not to wait, regardless of the inspector's request. Lawrence watched from the vicarage window to make sure Church Lane was empty. It was, at least as far as he could see. He took the most direct route to Elijah's cottage, where he received a friendly greeting and an assurance of cooperation. Lawrence was shown inside and given the register which he checked in Scoggins' parlour. It was easier to read than the older versions, and he scanned through it in no time. Within half an hour his worst fears were confirmed. There was no reference to Sarah Fayers, no death, and no marriage. He asked Elijah's opinion on the matter, who suggested that Sarah could have married or died in another parish. It was news that Lawrence did not want to hear, and he thanked him for his time and left the house, knowing that a journey to London was unavoidable. Lawrence joined the family for their evening meal, taking a seat at the top of the table next to Reverend Raven, while Violet sat at the opposite end. There was no opportunity to speak to Violet again that evening, and she retired early. After an evening of stilted small talk, Lawrence was unsurprised to be summoned to the Reverend's study after the meal to discuss his progress. The Reverend Raven was barely able to conceal his disappointment. "Inspector Draper telephoned me earlier," he said. "I'm sure you have tried your best, Lawrence, but the disruption in the village is the very thing I hoped to avoid. There is now an official investigation underway with all the problems that entails. It is time for you to return to Bury." "I understand," said Lawrence, But there is one further thing I need to check. You are right, this has not been a successful investigation, but I'm sure that there is something in Faith Mills's lineage, something that connects the two outbreaks of witchcraft. I want to visit Somerset House to see if I can prove it. If not, I will return to Bury and leave the matter in Inspector Draper's hands.
I can't see how it changes anything whether you succeed or fail, said the Reverend.
There is a poisoner afoot, countered Lawrence. Just because the deaths were not caused by witchcraft does not rule out a connection. The two things link together, I'm sure.
I'll give you 2 days, said the Reverend. The Church will not pay for any more of your time. Those 2 days are on the condition that you do not get in the way of the official investigation. You must cooperate with Draper.
I will, said Lawrence, and they parted company. Lawrence spent a restless night at the vicarage and was relieved to leave the following morning. Michael had been upset and embarrassed by the Reverend's antipathy towards Lawrence, and profusely apologized when he heard Lawrence's account of the meeting. He insisted on ordering a carriage for the journey to the station, which Lawrence boarded after breakfast, alighting in Eye in time to embark upon the 10 o'clock train to Liverpool Street. He spent the most part of the 94 miles of the journey reviewing the genealogy of the Mills family, which he had traced from Faith Mills to Sarah Fayers. Had James Fayers left a will, he could have named his grandchildren, if any existed, with the potential to expose the presence of any other children he may have fathered. Lineages might be revealed in which Sarah did not feature. On the other hand, there might not be a will at all, and if a will existed it might contain nothing of note or be unreadable. He decided not to dwell on the negatives, and was in an optimistic frame of mind by the time the train pulled into Liverpool Street. Lawrence collected his paperwork as soon as the brakes were applied and waited at the carriage door. He vacated the train and walked down the dusty platform and past the ticket offices, pushing through the crowd and into the busy concourse, where he hailed a cab. The ride to the Strand was noisy and bumpy. The city smelled rank and unwholesome, hectic, loud, and wholly different to the calm purity of the countryside. He was grateful that he did not have to live in the busy metropolis. Lawrence endured an uncomfortable carriage ride to Somerset House, a grand, imposing mansion set around a large quadrangle. The size of the building and the beauty of the neoclassical architecture made the arduous journey worthwhile. He admired the craftsmanship as he walked across a stone balustrade and through one of the side doors. He waited for a moment, enjoying the view from the window, then spotted an official from whom he asked directions to the public search room. He found his way to a dark corridor, from which he emerged into a large, square room with wood-panelled walls and ceilings. An extensive array of arched windows lit one side of the room, while electric lamps illuminated the other. The rear wall contained a floor-to-ceiling bookcase with a series of oversized registers. The search room was occupied by half a dozen studious-looking men, mostly in their middle years. Lawrence located the appropriate register with relative ease and used 2 hands to heft it over to one of the giant reading stands. The wills were presented in date order, not alphabetically, and there were many for 1797. He spent the first half hour of his research squinting over exquisitely written but hard-to-read text, searching without success. It was not until he reached the records for May that he found what he had been seeking. James Fayers had indeed left a will, short but pertinent. The last will and testament of James Fayers of Fressingfield in the county of Suffolk, being of sound mind and memory but frail in health. I declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking all other wills by me previously written. I hereby will and bequeath all I do or shall be possessed of at the time of my decease, in household items, plate, linen, money and goods in kind, and my house in Fressingfield in which I now dwell, to my beloved wife, Catherine, for her sole use and benefit. To my granddaughter, Sarah, I bequeath the sum of £5. I hereby make my son-in-law, John Chittock, my sole executor, and leave him 5 shillings for his pains. signed, sealed, published, and declared by the above-named testator as his last will and testament. Lawrence transcribed the will word for word into his notebook, closed the register, and returned it to the shelf. He had accomplished what he came to do, and there was no need to prolong the visit. After hailing a cab, Lawrence returned to the station to wait for the train, where he planned his next move. First, he would visit Elijah Scoggins, and then he would search for John Chittock in the most recent register. James Fayer's will had strongly implied that Sarah Fayers was married to John Chittock. It was also conceivable that Sarah had a sister, and the sister married John. It was a strong lead either way, and he was eager to try and track the lineage to the present day. Lawrence paced the platform impatiently, waiting for the train, and in due course it arrived. He climbed on board and took a break from investigating, passing the remainder of the journey reading a copy of the Times. It was dark by the time he arrived at the vicarage, and he broke his journey to eat in a coaching inn near Eye Station, which lengthened his day. Reluctant to rouse the vicarage household, he opted instead to let himself in the back door and tiptoed to his room, intending to tackle the search for John Chittock's records next morning. Sleep came easily, and he woke after 8:30, dressing quickly to reach the morning room in time for breakfast. Lawrence descended the stairs to a house in turmoil. The Reverend Raven stood in the hallway, an expression of impatience upon his face, while Elijah Scoggins waited beside him.
"Mr. Harper, have you seen my parish register?"
he demanded. "You know I have," said Lawrence. "You were with me, but it was no use at the time, so I left it with you. I've acquired more information since then, and I'm eager to look at it again." Elijah exchanged glances with the Reverend.
"It's missing," he said. "I haven't seen it since your visit."
"I returned it," said Lawrence. "You took it from me."
"I know. I wondered if you had borrowed it again."
"I wouldn't dream of it without asking first," said Lawrence. Elijah sighed.
"Oh, dear," he muttered. "You must search again," insisted the Reverend. "It cannot have gone far. If you can't keep it safe, it will have to stay here," he continued. "And you can use it at the vicarage when I'm away, instead of keeping at your house for convenience." "I'll look again," said Elijah. "No, it's futile. It isn't there."
The Reverend shook his head and walked back to the study, shutting the door a little more firmly than usual. Lawrence smiled sympathetically, and the parish clerk left, shaking his head. Lawrence turned towards the morning room in anticipation of breakfast. He had just poured a cup of coffee when Michael burst through the drawing-room doors, face ashen with concern. He sat down heavily beside Lawrence. "Violet is missing," he said. Chapter 35. Missing. "What do you mean?" asked Lawrence. "She was here when I left." "Yes, but she went out on an errand yesterday and did not return. Mrs. Harris can't decide whether to be worried or angry." "Has she told the Reverend?" asked Lawrence. "He seems more concerned about his missing register." "She hasn't told him yet," said Michael. "He thinks she's too indulgent with Violet as it is, and he is always reminding her that Violet is a paid employee." Lawrence frowned. "Violet seems devoted to Mrs. Harris. I haven't known her long, but her loyalty is plain to see. It seems uncharacteristic of her to disappear without warning. She's helped me a lot lately, and always seeks permission first." "I agree," said Michael. "This is not Violet's way. When did you see her last?" "After lunch yesterday. She wasn't at supper last night, but nobody thought anything of it. Mrs. Harris began to worry about her at bedtime. Violet usually gets her undressed, but Mary Warren did it instead." "Not good," said Lawrence. "Have you checked Violet's room?" "I put my head around the door," said Michael, "but I didn't go in or check any of her things. Do you think I should have?" "I would," said Lawrence. "Something is wrong, and her room might hold a clue. We should look together." Michael nodded, and the two men proceeded to the first floor. "Violet sleeps on the upper level," said Michael, gesturing to a small staircase at the end of the corridor. Michael opened the middle of 3 doors located on the right-hand side. Violet's room was well proportioned, with a window set into the roof space that overlooked the graveyard. It was light, bright, and functional. The furniture comprised a mahogany wardrobe and matching dressing table, like those in Lawrence's room, with the dressing table positioned beneath the window, which was latched open. Drops of moisture from the open window surrounded a vase of cut lilies. The freshly laundered linen on the single bed was undisturbed, and it was evident that Violet had not returned to her room the previous night. "There's no sign of her," said Michael. Lawrence frowned. "So I see. We should make a thorough search of the room." "What for?" asked Michael. "I don't know," said Lawrence. Anything." They began looking. Michael rifled gingerly through the wardrobe, muttering to himself, evidently uncomfortable with his task. But Lawrence was an old hand. He opened the dressing table and was unsurprised to find it orderly. Violet Smith was methodical and had tidied everything she possessed neatly away. There were no muddles to be found. Lawrence bypassed her toiletries and took a quick look through a drawer full of books. They were, as expected, exclusively Gothic horror. Violet did not stray far from her chosen genre. As Lawrence removed the book closet to the left side of the drawer, he noticed a slip of paper beneath. He picked it out, opened it, and passed it to Michael. Michael read it and stared at Lawrence open-mouthed. "It is her birth certificate," he exclaimed. "I know," said Lawrence. "Violet Judith Mills, daughter of John and Judith Mills, born 1st of June 1850, and not a Smith at all." "I don't know what to make of it," said Michael. "It means she could be related to Faith Mills," said Lawrence. "Or not, as the case may be. But if not, why didn't she mention it?" "I dare say she had her reasons," said Michael, "but if it was of no consequence, she could have trusted us with the information." "Which implies that there is some connection," said Lawrence, feeling sick. His good opinion of Violet had intensified over the last few days. Now he was faced with the prospect that she was an impostor, a stranger, and a wave of sadness engulfed him. He gazed out of the window and across the churchyard, where the gravestones brought Catherine to mind. She had been uncomplicated and so familiar to him. He could not imagine understanding anyone as well again. Catherine had been steady, reliable, dutiful and loving, and now she was dead and far away, but as dear to him as ever. Violet and Loveday were not made the same way as Catherine. They were characters placed in his path to tease and disappoint. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts. "We must find her," said Michael. "She may not want to be found," said Lawrence. "She may have vanished of her own volition." "No," said Michael, "I don't believe it. Even with this." He clutched the birth certificate. "And I don't believe otherwise," snapped Lawrence. "Look around you, Michael," he said, flinging open the dresser drawers. "Show me something that suggests that she was made to leave." "She hasn't packed a bag," said Michael. "Look." He opened the wardrobe. There was an item of clothing on every hanger. Shoes were placed side by side on a shelf below, with no gaps where a pair might be missing. And look! He gestured under the bed. A large suitcase lay beneath. "She could have left her belongings here so she wasn't seen removing them from the house," said Lawrence. "That's enough," said Michael. His cheeks were flushed, and his lips formed a thin line. "That would be completely out of character, as you said earlier. Don't let this birth certificate set you against her. Violet is not the type of person to abandon her employer. She is very fond of Mrs. Harris and the family, too. She is our friend." "Forgive me," said Lawrence. "I meant no offence. I thought I knew her well enough for her to trust me, and I suppose I'm disappointed. I don't understand why she concealed her identity. But I'll do my best to find her, so she can at least explain herself." "She doesn't need to explain anything," said Michael. "As long as she is safe, of course," said Lawrence, patting Michael's shoulder awkwardly. The young curate was staring over the graveyard, lost in thought, and Lawrence felt ashamed of his failure to consider Michael's obvious fondness for Violet. He had spoken out of turn and wondered if he would ever understand human beings. Their feelings, and how to react to them, was a constant mystery. "Do you think Mrs. Harris will talk to me about it?" said Lawrence. "I don't know where to start looking. She might be able to give some insight." "Yes. She's worried too, and I'm sure she will help." "It might be a difficult conversation," said Lawrence. "I have the distinct impression that she doesn't approve of me." "She doesn't know you," said Michael. "And she is somewhat frail. But her mind is sharp, and she is fond of Violet and protective towards her. If she thinks you want to help Violet, she will help you." "She doesn't need to protect Violet from me," said Lawrence. "I have asked a lot of Violet recently with the research and everything, but she has enjoyed it and has been more than willing." Michael opened his mouth to speak, then changed his mind. He shook his head and said, "Mrs. Harris was in the drawing-room when I saw her last. Let's go and find her." They walked down 2 flights of stairs and into the drawing-room where Mrs. Harris was reclining in her bath chair, staring across the garden through cloudy grey eyes. Michael opened the door, but she did not look in his direction. He walked towards her. "Mrs. Harris," he whispered. She turned to face him and regarded him through eyes that were misty with tears. He knelt beside her and took her hand. "I am sorry," he said. "Please don't worry." "Pray with me," she said, and Michael continued to kneel while praying softly beside her. Lawrence watched from the doorway, feeling uncomfortable. Religion had passed him by during his time at the vicarage. When Lawrence first arrived, Reverend Raven said grace at mealtimes, but the Reverend had been away for several days and Michael had taken over in his absence using an abbreviated form of grace, which was more like a nod to good manners. Naturally, the Ravens were religious, and Michael was too, but outside of mealtimes, Lawrence was barely aware of any mention of faith. Watching Michael pray had left Lawrence humbled and a little embarrassed, and very much the outsider, being ambivalent about God. Regardless, respect was due, and Lawrence bowed his head until Michael had finished. There was a short silence, and Michael got to his feet. "Mrs. Harris, can you answer some questions about Miss Smith?" he asked. "Of course, if it helps," she said. Lawrence approached her and smiled. Mrs. Harris gestured to the daybed and asked him to take a seat, and he perched on the edge, gazing reverently towards her. Mrs. Harris wore black. When he thought about it, he realized she always wore black. He hadn't noticed because she was old, and her advanced years had rendered her invisible. He winced at the thought, ashamed of his previous lack of interest, and watched her with new eyes. She wore a black bonnet of the old-fashioned kind with a mass of grey curls squeezed beneath. Her hair was still thick and long, despite her age, and she wore no rings or necklaces, but a black horn mourning brooch was pinned prominently over her heart. Her face, sheathed in wrinkles, was thin, and deep lines ravaged her cheeks. Age had dragged her lips into a natural frown, but delicate cheekbones and oval grey eyes showed traces of the beauty she enjoyed in her youth. She spoke before Lawrence had a chance to begin. "Do you know where Violet is?" she asked. Lawrence shook his head. "Sorry, I don't," he said. "I was hoping you might know." "I don't," she replied in a trembling voice caused by concern for Violet, or perhaps as an indicator of frailty. "When did you last see her?" he continued. "Yesterday afternoon," said Mrs. Harris. "She helped me get ready for bed, and read to me for a while." "Can you remember what time it was?" asked Lawrence. "About 4 o'clock, she said. "It must have been around then, as we had eaten afternoon tea with a little seed cake, as I remember. Then Violet cleared the dishes away. She said she might run an errand, but would be back in 10 minutes. "Did she say where she was going?" asked Lawrence. "No," said Mrs. Harris.
but I expect she stayed around the house. Anywhere else would have taken longer than 10 minutes.
And when did you notice she was missing?
I fell asleep, said Mrs. Harris, and because she did not return, I slept longer than usual. And when I woke up, I was alone. I would have been there still if Mary Warren hadn't collected the cut-glass vase. She helped me to my room and prepared me for supper.
I'm told that Violet missed her evening meal.
That is correct. I thought she'd be there, and I was going to give her a good telling off. Violet knows I can't manage alone. I'm fond of her, but I expect her to perform her duties diligently. Now I am angry with myself for thinking that she neglected me when I know very well that she never would. Something has happened to her, and it cannot be good.
Her eyes grew misty again, and Lawrence feared she might cry. Michael would be able to manage her tears, but he had left the room, and Lawrence didn't know what to say. He tried to head off the problem by changing the subject. Could she have left the vicarage, or decided to find a new occupation and not be able to face telling you?
Of course not, snapped Mrs. Harris.
Her sadness turned to anger in seconds.
She is too kind-hearted. She would not abandon me without saying so. She has been with me for a long time and is very loyal.
And she has never married?
No,
said Mrs. Harris.
She has never shown any interest in meeting a man. She is a spinster, but not unhappy and has no desire to wed.
How long has she been with you? Asked Lawrence.
Over 10 years, said Mrs. Harris. She has cared for me since I lost my beloved Arthur.
She touched the mourning brooch as she spoke. So she was about 30 when she first came to work for you?
About that age,
agreed Mrs. Harris. What did she do before?
The same,
she replied. A companion? Asked Lawrence.
Something of that nature. She brought excellent references to me. Why do you want to know? What relevance does her previous occupation have?
Her name is not Violet Smith, said Lawrence. I'm trying to ascertain whether she secretly married. Mrs. Harris snorted. The sudden movement disturbed her breathing and racked her with a fit of coughing. Once she regained her composure, she spoke.
Her name is Violet Smith, and she has never been married. I would know.
I've seen her birth certificate, said Lawrence. She was christened Violet Judith Mills.
Be that as it may, said Mrs. Harris, she is not married, and there will be a good reason why she calls herself Smith.
You're sure?
Certain, she said.
Lawrence thanked her, and left the drawing-room none the wiser. There was nothing more to gain from questioning Mrs. Harris, who had given all she had to offer. He had no idea where Violet had been, and more to the point, where she might be now. He was also uneasy about keeping her disappearance secret from the Reverend. If Violet was missing, Reverend Raven ought to know. He would find out in due course anyway, and would be angry that important news had been kept from him. Mrs. Harris was too frail and too loyal to make objective decisions about Violet's disappearance. Worry consumed her, and must be taking a toll on her health. Lawrence decided to tell the Reverend, even if it meant breaking his word. He proceeded to the study and knocked on the door. There was no answer. So he peered inside. But neither Reverend Raven nor Michael were there. The study window overlooked the garden, and Lawrence saw to his relief that the Reverend was pottering around outside. He clutched a sheaf of papers and seemed to be talking to himself. Lawrence exited via the rear door and walked towards the Reverend. As he approached, he heard Reverend Raven reading aloud from his paper. "Sorry to disturb you," said Lawrence. "Do you have a few minutes?" The Reverend sighed and folded the papers. "I was practicing my speech to the Archaeological Society," he said by way of explanation. "I suppose it can wait for a moment." Lawrence took a deep breath and told him about Violet's disappearance, and expressed his concern about the impact it was having on Mrs. Harris's health. The Reverend listened without comment. When Lawrence had finished, he said, "I'm glad you have told me. It was the right thing to do. This is no dereliction of duty. Though my sister-in-law can be too indulgent with Violet, she is so for a reason. Violet Smith is loyal and kind. She is incapable of abandoning her without warning. Lawrence sighed. I have made myself unpopular on 2 occasions already today, he said, but I will risk it again. Violet was christened Mills. Smith is not her name. She has vanished, and there is no evidence of foul play. I don't want to cast aspersions on her character, but no one seems willing to consider the possibility that she might be involved in a deception. At best, she has not been completely frank. I admire Violet a great deal, but you should prepare yourselves for the prospect that she is not what she seems. Whatever my reservations, I will do my best to find her, if you want me to, unless she does not want to be located. The Reverend was silent for a long time. So long that Lawrence thought he had offended him. Then he spoke. I appreciate your honesty, he said, and I know you speak with the best intentions. But we have known Violet a long time. We have faith in her. Faith is the problem, said Lawrence. Faith. Faith Mills. Violet Mills. There could be a connection. You know how I feel about that, said the Reverend. But even if there was a connection, does it change Violet's character? Of course it does not. She is the same person that she always was. Then, if you don't have any objection, I will search for her, said Lawrence. I don't know where to start, and it may antagonize Inspector Draper, but I believe I'm more likely to be successful than him. Leave Draper to me, said the Reverend. You are not investigating his problem, only looking for our missing friend. We must find Violet. In the meantime, I will ask Emily and her sister to attend Mrs. Harris, so that it is one less thing to worry about. Is there anything else I can do? I may need to question the household, said Lawrence. It would help if I could rely on your support. You have it, said the Reverend. Please, bring Violet home. Lawrence returned to the house, almost colliding with Michael, who was entering the study. I have to tell you something, said Lawrence, tapping Michael on the shoulder. What? The Reverend knows about Violet. I didn't want to betray your trust, but there was no choice. It was the right thing to do, said Michael. My promise was only to Mrs. Harris. It is a relief that he knows. Is he angry? He could not be less so, said Lawrence. It turns out that he is as fond of Violet as everyone else and has agreed to let me search for her at once. Where will you start? I don't know, said Lawrence. I suppose I will question Mary and the girls. Do you think she might have borrowed the parish register? Asked Michael. No, said Lawrence. I had already extracted everything I thought I needed. As it happens, there is more to look at now, but I have not seen Violet since I returned from London, so she couldn't possibly know. There is no reason for her to examine it. But was she aware that you looked at the register in the first place? Perhaps not, said Lawrence. No, definitely not. We were going to go together, but I went alone instead. So she could have gone to Elijah Scoggins' house after all. That would explain why the register is missing. Yes, it would, said Lawrence. But it would only explain why she read it. She would not have taken it without asking. Perhaps she wanted to show you something, said Michael. Then she would have written it down and shown me, Lawrence replied, shaking his head. I had no expectations from that register when I saw Violet last, and now I need it. The thing is lost, perhaps forever. You can still get the information, said Michael. Only the most recent entries are lost, but the book is gone. Don't you remember what I said? We transcribe all entries and send them away. You can still find the information you need, but not here. That is something at least, said Lawrence, though it gets me no closer to finding Violet. But your idea is a good one. She might have tried to help. I'll start by looking for her at Elijah Scoggins' house. He left the study, pausing only to return to the drawing-room to say goodbye to Mrs. Harris. She had fallen asleep in her bath chair and was snoring lightly, her face relaxed in slumber. He closed the door, then remembered that he had not returned the shawl, pushed the door open and peered inside. The shawl was not on the daybed, which he should have realized, having been sitting on it for the duration of his conversation with Mrs. Harris. Someone had moved it, tidied it away or placed it somewhere for safekeeping. Either way, it was of little importance while Violet was missing, and would have to wait for another day. Chapter 36. Fire. Lawrence grabbed his hat from the coat stand and strode down the vicarage path and across the road into the familiar surrounds of the graveyard. He walked purposely towards the gate by Church Road and made for Elijah Scoggins' home, arriving at the little cottage to find the front window open to its fullest extent. He stopped and peered inside. The window opened into a parlour with a table and chairs set beneath. Next to the window was a half-open door. He rapped on the weathered wood and waited. Presently he heard the shuffle of footsteps, and a young man appeared in the doorway, his hands black with soot. He wore a heavy apron, bearing the acrid smell of molten metal. "May I speak with your father?" asked Lawrence. The boy grunted, walked to the rear of the cottage and shouted. Before long, Elijah emerged.
"It is you," he said nervously. "Gervis didn't tell me who the visitor was, and I feared that it might be the Reverend."
He peered behind Lawrence. "I'm alone," said Lawrence. "The Reverend is still at the vicarage."
Good,
muttered Elijah.
"Come through."
He waved Lawrence down the passage into the expansive back room, which occupied the rest of the ground floor. Serving as both kitchen and workroom, the space was split into an area containing a cooking range surrounded by wooden seats which sloped up to a raised level covered by a rug. Roll upon roll of coloured linens and reels of cotton lay strewn across the floor. Mary Ann Scoggins sat cross-legged on the rug, joining two pieces of fabric with delicate stitching. Both the back door and the other window were wide open to the elements. Gervis was in the yard feeding chickens from a pail of scraps.
"Excuse the muddles,"
said Elijah.
"It is a busy time."
He strode towards the window. The sky had darkened, and he turned anxiously to Mary Ann.
"Looks like rain, my dear,"
he said. He shrugged his shoulders and turned away from his wife.
"Her eyesight is poor,"
he whispered, nodding towards Mary.
"And mine not much better. It is too dark to sew when the light fails."
Lawrence nodded. It explained why all the doors and windows were open. The cottage lacked natural light, and it would be hard to see and impossible to work in inclement weather.
"Now you hear about the register?"
asked Elijah. "Not entirely," said Lawrence, "although I would like to see it when you find it."
"Then how can I help?"
"Did Violet Smith ask if she could borrow the register yesterday?" asked Lawrence.
"No. I haven't seen her recently,"
said Elijah. "Could she have asked your wife or son for it?" he continued.
"No. They would never let it go without checking with me first. Have you seen Violet Smith, Mary?"
Mary Ann Scoggins shook her head. "Not for a while," she said without looking up from her work.
"She wasn't here," said Scoggins. "Sorry we can't help."
"I have reason to think she may have tried to get the register," said Lawrence. "Is there any way she could have taken it without your consent?"
"Somebody has," said Elijah. "It has disappeared completely. I've searched the cottage from top to bottom, and not a page of it remains. I'm not looking forward to telling the Reverend that I've been unsuccessful in my search."
"He is half expecting it," said Lawrence. "It is not the only thing that has gone missing. Violet Smith has vanished too." Elijah raised an eyebrow. Mary stopped sewing and put her work down. "Has she been gone long?" she asked. "She went out yesterday afternoon and did not return," said Lawrence. "We are all very worried."
"She hasn't been here,"
Elijah reiterated. "So you say," said Lawrence. "But she has gone, and the parish register has vanished. She may have an interest in it. Where is it usually left?"
"In the front room,"
replied Elijah.
"Come, I'll show you."
They returned to the front of the house and entered the sparsely furnished room, containing only a table scattered with writing implements and 4 worn chairs. Elijah evidently conducted his parish duties from the room.
"I kept it here," said Elijah. "When I had it at all. It generally remained in the vicarage when the Reverend was in Fressingfield, but he went away quite often, and when absent, I made the entries. I'm a tailor by trade as well as parish clerk, and it suited me to keep the register near my workshop rather than walk to the vicarage every time I needed it. The Reverend was always reluctant to let me keep it at home, and it appears he was right to be concerned.
"You shouldn't worry unduly," said Lawrence. "I believe the entries are copied and not lost forever."
"You and I see it that way," said Elijah. "But the Reverend is passionate about history. It is second only to God himself, and he will be displeased if the book remains unaccounted for."
"I appreciate his feelings," said Lawrence. "My father was the same. But at least the information hasn't disappeared with it. Do people generally know that parish records are copied?"
"I doubt it," said Elijah. "It is one of those things that doesn't get mentioned in everyday conversation."
"So if I asked if one of the drovers or servants might know, what would you say?"
"I would say it is doubtful,"
he replied.
"Take my word for it, most people would not know. You didn't know yourself."
"Good," said Lawrence. "If it has been stolen, the perpetrator might think the information is lost forever, which could be their motive for removing it. Where exactly was the register located?"
"Here, on the table,"
said Elijah, pointing to the chair below the window.
"The light is good for reading here."
"Of course," said Lawrence. "But someone only needs to reach through the window to lay their hands upon it."
"Well, yes,"
agreed Elijah.
"But why would they? What use is it to anyone but the Reverend?"
"What indeed?" mused Lawrence. The proximity of the register to the window meant that anybody could have removed it. He could not rule out a single person. Worse still, there was no way of knowing whether Violet's absence and the lost register were connected. He thanked Elijah and left the cottage. The sky had darkened, and rain threatened as Elijah had feared. It struck before Lawrence reached the end of the street, and a fat droplet fell on his temple and trickled down his cheek. Two elderly ladies held their hats and scurried along the street, making for home. The road emptied, and he was alone. A marked contrast to his last encounter in the village, surrounded by an angry crowd, later dispersed by Inspector Draper. The group had not reconvened, and the anger had dissipated. But Lawrence did not expect the peace to last. It was only a matter of time until Violet's disappearance became public knowledge, and the clamour would resume. Lawrence passed the door of a brick-built cottage where a young woman emerged into the street as a rain squall struck. She clasped her shawl, hugging it tightly around her shoulders. The seemingly insignificant act triggered a memory. Mrs. Harris had said that Violet intended to run an errand. But would Violet use that word in conjunction with reading a parish register? It would have taken much longer than the 10 minutes she'd mentioned. Running an errand was a term used for going to the baker's or returning a shawl. Is that what Violet had set out to do? It would explain why the wrap was missing, and justified a visit to Hannah Roper. Lawrence had been meaning to see her for days, and would value her well-balanced, logical opinion. The chemist and post office was close by, and he was getting wet. A visit to Hannah would provide a welcome diversion from returning to the vicarage in the rain. He hastened towards the chemist and flung the door open. The bell clanged as usual, announcing his arrival. Mr. Late was behind the counter, reaching for a substance high above his head. He could not quite grasp the container, and cursed beneath his breath. "Sorry," he said as he turned to Lawrence. "I cannot catch the slippery devil. If only I were a few inches taller. Never mind. I'll fetch the steps. What can I do for you?" "I would like a word with Hannah, if she is available," he said. "She's around somewhere," Mr. Late replied, "either in the parlour or her room. You know where it is." "Thank you." Lawrence left the chemist and entered the room at the rear of the house before knocking on the parlour door. There was no reply, and he opened the door and went inside. A fire burned brightly in the grate, and an aroma of roasting meat wafted towards him. But there was no sign of Hannah. The back door stood ajar, and on the opposite side of the room was another, much smaller, wooden door. Lawrence unlatched it and peered through. Behind the door was a narrow set of stairs leading steeply up, and pictures adorned the white, wood-panelled walls. Above his head and to the left was an exquisitely embroidered sampler of a tree with cleverly designed branches constructed to contain family names. He studied it for a moment, then called upstairs, but no one answered. He was about to ascend when the back door opened and Hannah appeared. She gasped and clutched her chest. "You frightened me almost to death," she said. "I'm sorry," he replied. "Mr. Late told me to come and find you. I knocked first." "I was outside," said Hannah, holding a cabbage towards him, "getting some grains. How can I help?" "I wondered if you had seen Miss Smith," he asked. "Violet Smith?" "Yes. Have you seen her?" "No," said Hannah. "Not for several days. Have you lost her?" "She's missing," said Lawrence. "Nobody has seen her since yesterday afternoon." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Hannah, "but she hasn't been here." Lawrence looked disappointed. "I hoped she might have returned your shawl," he said. "I wasn't aware that it was missing," said Hannah. "But in any case, she wasn't here. She may have gone back to visit Mary Ann Scarkins. Last time I saw her, she was leaving Mary's house." "When was that?" asked Lawrence. "A few days ago." "I've only come from their cottage. Mary said she hadn't seen Violet for some time." "She must have made a mistake," said Hannah. "Or perhaps Mary was not there and Violet let herself in." "They all say she was not there," said Lawrence. "I can't think why they would conceal it." "I'm not accusing them of lying," said Hannah. "I didn't see any of the family with Violet, but she walked from their house." Lawrence frowned, heart sinking. Could Elijah or Mary Ann Scoggins be lying? He had believed Mary Ann when she denied seeing Violet, which indicated that Violet had sneaked into the house without their knowledge or consent. "Thank you, Hannah," he said sadly. "You have helped more than you can imagine. I won't trouble you any further." "Oh, it's no trouble," said Hannah. "I'm only sorry that you didn't find what you were looking for." "Thank you anyway," he said, doffing his hat. He passed through the chemist. Mr. Late had gone, and the closed sign was hanging on the door. The large receptacle containing the substance Mr. Late was reaching for was now on the counter. He had evidently been successful in retrieving it. Lawrence left the shop to the clang of the bell and walked into the path of Caroline Elliot, the monthly nurse. She greeted him. "How are you, Mr. Harpham?" she asked. "Better than when we last met," he smiled. "You were the voice of sanity in a sea of ignorance." She smiled. "It has been difficult to rise above the panic, working for the Edwards. William's experience with the Crows has been so consuming that he cannot see reason. Mary has a little one on the way, and refuses to be drawn into it. She has been very sensible." "I'm glad to hear it," said Lawrence. "It is a relief to know that not everyone is infected with this unwarranted hysteria. I've just been speaking to another person with similar sensibilities." Caroline laughed. "You must mean Mr. Late. He is an amusing man, isn't he? But a typical scientist, and not in the least bit susceptible to the supernatural." "He was there too," said Lawrence, "but I was talking about Hannah Roper. She strikes me as a very rational woman." Caroline raised an eyebrow. "Does she?" "Yes. I was going to visit her anyway. She is practical, and I value her judgment, but events overtook me. Violet Smith has gone missing, and I wanted to ask Hannah if Violet had returned her shawl." Caroline nodded. "I heard she had missed it," she said. "Has Violet been there?" "No," said Lawrence. "Hannah hasn't seen her for several days. Have you?" "Unfortunately not," said Caroline. "Our paths only cross when I'm attending Mary. Violet often comes in for a cake. She is a delightful woman." "Yes, she is," agreed Lawrence. "And very well thought of, it seems." "I have never met anyone who dislikes her," said Caroline. "Not like poor Mary Corbin." "Did you know Mary well?" The question was out before Lawrence considered the consequences. He was supposed to be investigating Violet's disappearance, and had strict instructions not to interfere with Draper's case. "I knew her a little," said Caroline, "and I attended some of Sarah's births, most particularly the birth of little Edith, the girl who died. Mary was present when Edith was born." "What was she like?" asked Lawrence. "A rather silly woman, I thought," said Caroline. "She was full of self-importance and convinced that she had supernatural powers. It was hardly surprising, considering how strongly she was encouraged." "I thought it was the opposite," said Lawrence. "I heard that people were generally cynical to start with." "No, they believed her claims all along. They thought she had the power to make bad things happen, and Hannah Roper took more pains than anyone to encourage her nonsense." "Hannah was her friend," said Lawrence. "She freely admits that she did not discourage Mary for fear of offending her, but neither was she persuasive." "If that is what you want to believe," said Caroline, rubbing her hands together, "I must be off now. It is getting cold, and I need to call on Mary Edwards. Her baby is due any day." She bustled off, leaving Lawrence to contemplate her words. He stood outside the chemist, deep in thought. Something was niggling at the back of his mind. "Good Lord," he exclaimed. "Surely not." Lawrence strode towards the vicarage, knowing precisely what to do next. A jigsaw of pieces had formed in his mind, with one piece, central to the puzzle, out of kilter with the rest. He needed to check the genealogy of Faith Mills, and rushed to his room to search for the notes he had made before leaving for London. They were on his dressing table together with the will, and he scanned them briefly. The family tree was only partly completed. It was intact from Thomas Fayers to Sarah, but the detail he wanted, the ancestor above Thomas, was missing. And it was because Violet had compiled the chart, and she had all the relevant notes. He ran upstairs to her bedroom, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He had searched her room that morning, but couldn't recall seeing her notebook, and would need to look again. He pulled drawers and cupboards open, searching in vain, but the notes were not there. In a final attempt to locate them, he went to the morning room where they had conducted their initial research. There was little furniture except for the table and sideboards, which were set ready for breakfast the next day. Lawrence searched every drawer and cupboard, but to no avail. There was only one thing for it. He would have to visit the basement room. Dusk had fallen, and he could hear a buzz of conversation from the dining room. The family must be inside, preparing for supper. He should be with them, but it was not yet 7 o'clock, and he ought to be able to do what he needed in the 15 minutes that remained. The idea of going to the basement alone made him sick to his stomach, but he was not prepared to disrupt the family gathering to seek Michael's help. Instead, he made his way to the orangery and collected the gas lamp and matches. He put on his coat and braced himself for the ordeal. It was still light outside, but dusk was starting to fall. He held the lamp high as he traversed the garden, watching the bulbous rook's nests distort the slender trees while the light cast crooked shadows across the grass. His breathing was raspy, and his hand shook as he reached the storeroom and made to unlatch the door. But a sturdy padlock barred his way. How could the door be latched and padlocked? He was sure that he'd left it open. Yes. When he returned to the registers, he distinctly remembered leaving the door ajar and the window on the furthest latch. Lawrence sighed. The Reverend must have visited the room in the meantime, realized the registers were insecure, and purchased a padlock. He would not gain access tonight. Lawrence crept to the rear of the building in the hope that the window had not been locked. It was firmly shut. He held the lamp high and peered inside. The light cast faint rays across the room, enough for him to notice the overturned table with ink and candles scattered across the floor. Something was wrong. Without any further thought, he ran to the side and located the large stone he had used to prop the door open during his previous visit. Lawrence rapped the stone against the window, and the ancient glass exploded, casting shards into the room. He reached inside for the latch and opened the window to its fullest extent. There was no doubt. The table had been upended and the place left in disarray. A faint trail indicated that something had been dragged through the dust. Lawrence reached into the room as far as he could and set the lamp on the floor, then squeezed through the aperture, landing in an undignified heap. He dusted himself down and collected the lantern with trembling fingers. He had been too caught up in the moment to consider the consequences, but now that he was inside the dark, lonely building, a mantle of dread descended upon him, and he was paralyzed with terror. It was not until he started to shiver that time moved again. The lamp juddered in his shaking hand, sweeping irregular beams into the void below. Lawrence willed himself to move, taking pigeon steps towards the stairs. As he grew closer, the light caught a dark shape at the foot of the stone steps. He gasped. Something was down there. And it wasn't books or papers. He steeled himself to look again, and saw a body. Lawrence placed the lamp at the top of the stairs and descended at a pace. As he neared the bottom, he recognized the still form of Violet Smith. Lying prone on the floor with a gaping, blood-stained wound on her temple, skin pallid, almost blue, Lawrence crouched beside her and felt for a pulse. There was the barest flicker of a beat. It was weak, but she was alive. He shook her shoulder. "Wake up, Violet," he called. "Wake up!" She moaned, but did not speak. Lawrence held her marble-cold hand, wondering how long she had been in the dark cellar. It was springtime, and although the weather was warm during the day, temperatures in the basement must be near freezing in the dead of night. Violet bore all the signs of hypothermia, and he removed his coat and placed it over her before rubbing her ice-cold hands. "Wake up," he urged. "We have to get out of here." Her eyes flickered open. "You are back. Good girl, Violet, good girl." She rubbed her temple. "My head," she whispered. "It hurts." "Don't worry," he said. "I'm here. I will fetch help." "No, don't leave me," she implored. "I must. You are injured." "No." She squeezed his hand with shaking fingers. "I'm so cold," she said. "How long have you been here? Do you know?" "No, I don't know. A long time, I think," Violet replied. "It was dark, empty and silent, as if I was dreaming. She held me and I could walk, but not without help. She guided me, stopped me falling. I couldn't think straight. My mind—" She paused and gathered her thoughts. "It's hazy," she continued. "My actions were not my own, and she brought me here and pushed me down the stairs, and I can't remember anything after that." "It sounds like you were drugged," said Lawrence, his clenched jaw betraying the anger that had replaced fear. "Can you walk?" he continued. "I don't know." She put a hand to the floor and attempted to rise. "No," she whispered. "Let me help," said Lawrence. He took her hand, but she stopped him. "What's that smell?" she asked. A sound like crunching gravel came from the top of the stairs. Lawrence wrinkled his nose. Paraffin. Gazing upwards past the lamp, he saw a bright glow where no light should have been, and flames flickered across the upended table. "My God!" yelled Lawrence. "Fire!" He ran up the steps and towards the light, recoiling as he reached the flames. The hairs on his neck stood on end. Fire. More terrifying than 1,000 disembodied crows. He tried to push past the flames, but his body rebelled, hindered at the memory of life-snatching fire. No! He had already lost his family to one unstoppable conflagration. He could still smell the acrid, pungent smoke, still feel the cliff-edge despair at their loss. Snatched memories of his futile attempt to reach them permeated his thoughts. The bitter anger of restraint by well-meaning neighbours clawed at his heart. He would rather have died trying to save them than lived, knowing that he had failed. Now he had an opportunity to push through the inferno, but he could not fight. Could not save himself. Violet whimpered at the foot of the stairs. He might lack the will to protect his own life, but by God he would not let her perish. With renewed vigour, he pushed past the oil lamp and towards the blazing table, but the flames had taken hold and the smell of fuel was overpowering. The man-made fire was all-consuming. Caustic soot clouds masked screaming hot flames that licked against the door and windows. He could not pass through, and had no means to extinguish the fire. They were trapped. With an overwhelming feeling of resignation, he returned to the basement and cradled Violet in his arms. She leaned into him, shivering, gazing fearfully as the fire raged above. He watched the flames with her, no longer afraid. It was his destiny, and he should have been prepared. Lawrence observed the flames with quiet acceptance as thick plumes of smoke descended into the basement. They started choking, gasping for air, and he held on to Violet as she succumbed to the smoke. An image seemed to step from the flames, and Catherine appeared. As the darkness descended, Lawrence reached for her. Chapter 37. Arrest. He was choking again, coughing, retching, the smell of ammonia permeating his nostrils. He coughed one more time, opened his eyes, and looked around, to find that he was in his bedroom at the vicarage. Dr. Taylor stood nearby, screwing the lid onto a bottle. "Sorry, old man," he said. "Smelling salts. I would have preferred you to come round naturally, but you were taking your time about it." "The fire. Violet," said Lawrence. "Violet is well," said Dr. Taylor. "They found you in time." "Thank goodness," said Lawrence. "I thought she was dead." "She wasn't far off. Any longer, and she'd have succumbed to smoke inhalation," said the doctor. "As you almost did." "How did we get out of there?" asked Lawrence. "All in good time," said Andrew Taylor. "Tell me," Lawrence demanded. "We are still in danger. I must speak to Violet." "She is still fragile," said Dr. Taylor. "Please," begged Lawrence, "I must see her." "Very well," Taylor conceded. "But no more than 5 minutes. Before you do, the hero of the hour is keen to check whether you are still alive." "Hero? Who?" asked Lawrence. "Michael," replied the doctor. "Luckily he was in the garden and saw flames coming from the storeroom. He managed to force the door open in the nick of time. I dread to think what would have happened if he hadn't shown the presence of mind to tip the water barrel over and extinguish the fire." Dr. Taylor opened Lawrence's door and beckoned Michael in. "I owe you my life, it seems," said Lawrence. "Thanking you doesn't seem enough." The tips of Michael's ears turned pink. "It was nothing," he said. "Have you seen Violet?" "Yes. She is in good shape, considering how close she came to not being here at all." "It wasn't an accident, Michael. Do you know who tried to kill us?" "I'll let Violet tell you that," said Michael. "But there is nothing to fear. Inspector Draper has made an arrest." The door swung open, and Dr. Taylor reappeared, pushing Violet in a bath chair which looked suspiciously like the one belonging to Mrs. Harris. 10 minutes and not a moment longer," he commanded. Violet was pale and much thinner than he remembered. Her eyes were red-rimmed and filled with unshed tears. "Are you up to this?" asked Lawrence gently. "I want to talk about it," she said, "but it is difficult. There has been another victim, unintended, I am sure, but another sad and unsettling death." "Who?" asked Lawrence. Violet bit her lip, trying to control herself, as a tear tracked down her cheek. "Mrs. Harris died alone in the drawing-room while they were rescuing us," she said. "Dr. Taylor thinks she suffered a heart attack." Lawrence took her hand. "I'm so very sorry," he said. "Here." He produced a handkerchief, which Violet used to dab her eyes. He waited while she composed herself, and eventually she looked up and spoke. "I suppose you are wondering where I went?" she asked. "I think I know," said Lawrence. "You returned the shawl." She nodded. "I knew I couldn't help with any of the research. But I could find a few minutes to run the shawl back, so that's what I did. Hannah wasn't in her parlour, so I took the shawl to her room, and I saw the parish register lying open on her dressing table. I didn't know it was missing at that stage and couldn't understand why it would be there at all. Then, when I went back downstairs, I saw an embroidered family tree hanging on the wall, and all became clear. "I saw it too," said Lawrence. "But I hardly noticed it, and only read the names Charles and Christian. It wasn't until I left that I realized I'd seen the names before. That's why I ended up in the basement. I was looking for the old parish register because I couldn't find your notes." Violet nodded. "I examined the picture because the embroidery was beautiful and I admired it. In doing so, I had a close look at the entire tree. We were only missing one tiny piece of information in the end, which you may have known by then, but I didn't. Sarah Fayers married John Chittock, and they had a daughter who had an illegitimate daughter of her own. She was Hannah Chittock, and became Hannah Roper by marriage. Faith Mills was at the top of the tree, and Hannah at the bottom. There was a direct line of descent between the Fressingfield Witch and Hannah through Faith's daughter, Honor." "I should have known," exclaimed Lawrence. "I call myself a detective, then miss the obvious. I saw Hannah laying flowers in the churchyard and noticed the inscription on the gravestone. Even then, I had the strangest feeling that the Chittock surname was familiar, and of course it was." "At least you're both safe," Michael interjected. "Thanks to you," said Violet. "We have both made silly mistakes." Lawrence should have known better than to visit the basement alone, and I shouldn't have gone to Hannah's room without telling somebody. I expect I would have been safe if I'd stayed in the parlour, but Hannah returned unexpectedly and caught me examining the tree. She must have hit me on the head, and I can't remember anything until much later. I have a vague recollection of walking the streets of Fressingfield with Hannah clutching my arm and telling me I was cursed. I couldn't stand up straight and my head was woolly. I couldn't get away from her. "She must have drugged you," said Lawrence. "It sounds far worse than a concussion." "She worked in the right place to do it," Violet replied. The door opened. "Your 10 minutes are up," said Dr. Taylor. "But we've hardly started," Lawrence complained. "Too bad. That is the end of it for today. You both need bed rest. Besides, Inspector Draper is here to see you, which takes up another 10 minutes of your time. Violet, please return to your room and rest." Michael wheeled Violet away, and Inspector Draper took her place, sitting on the chair next to Lawrence's bed. "I thought I told you to stay out of trouble," he said amiably. "I tried to," said Lawrence. "I was only looking for Violet." "You should have come to me," said the inspector. "I could have helped. In hindsight, I wish I had," Lawrence admitted. "A fire very nearly killed me for the second time in my life." "Well, you're safe now," said the inspector. "But I would appreciate some help in understanding what happened here, and why. Would you care to fill me in?" "I can help with some of it," said Lawrence. "It is a matter of lineage, but why it has all come to a head now escapes me too." "I was afraid you would say that," said the inspector. "I can't get anything out of Mrs. Roper. Her mind has gone. She's been raving about witches and crows and rapes and murders. It is all very nasty. Dr. Taylor has examined her and will recommend committal to an asylum, at least in the short term. He wants to act quickly, and I need to tie up this case, which could be tricky if her condition prevents further questioning." "Let me speak to her," said Lawrence. "I know her ancestry. Her state of mind has something to do with her forebears, and I may be able to get her to talk about them." "It's a somewhat irregular approach," said the inspector, "but I've never been one for playing by the rules. Can we do it now?" "I'm not supposed to leave this room by doctor's orders," said Lawrence, "but I'm not one for playing by the rules either. Watch the door, and I'll get dressed." Inspector Draper loitered outside, watching for signs of the doctor. He gave Lawrence 5 minutes to dress, then tapped at the door to indicate that the coast was clear. The two men descended the stairs and slipped into the hallway. Michael watched them from the morning room, standing in full view. Inspector Draper raised his finger to his lips and winked, and Michael smiled and turned away. Lawrence accompanied the inspector to the police house where Hannah was in the custody of Police Constable Alan Chapman. He greeted Lawrence warmly and shook his hand, noting the clammy grip. Lawrence did not feel well. His head was pounding, and he hoped he wouldn't pass out. Constable Chapman noticed his pallor and offered a glass of water, which Lawrence readily accepted. "Ready, then?" asked the inspector. Lawrence nodded and followed Chapman towards a securely padlocked room. The policeman inserted the key and drew the bolt. When the door opened, he saw Hannah perched on the edge of an unmade bed, muttering to herself. Lawrence pulled up a wooden chair beside her. "Hello, Hannah," he said.
"Hello, my dear," she replied. "You have made them angry."
"Who?" he asked gently.
"The ancestors," she replied.
Chapter 38. All becomes clear. Half an hour with Hannah was all that it took for Lawrence to understand what had happened in her tortured mind. He returned to the house invigorated, but Dr. Taylor rebuked him and refused access to Violet. It was not until the following day that the doctor relented and allowed them to meet again. Violet was still immobile, and Dr. Taylor helped her down the stairs and wheeled her into the morning room where Lawrence was waiting. "No escaping today," he said sternly as he left the room. "How are you?" asked Lawrence.
"Much better," said Violet. "If only I could walk."
"I wondered why you were in the bath chair," said Lawrence.
"It is only temporary. I sprained my ankle when Hannah pushed me down the stairs."
"It could have been so much worse." Lawrence shuddered. He was about to continue when the door opened and Loveday walked in.
"Oh, you are not alone,"
she said, scowling towards Violet.
"I came to say goodbye."
"Where are you going?" asked Lawrence.
"Back to India, to see my people," she replied. "I told you that weeks ago."
"I thought you had an understanding with Dr. Taylor," said Lawrence.
"I never said any such thing," said Loveday. "I don't know where you got that idea from."
Lawrence remembered the passionate kiss that she'd shared with Dr. Taylor in the churchyard. He had assumed that they were courting. Perhaps that wasn't the way romance happened these days. The age difference between himself and Loveday suddenly seemed insurmountable. He stood up and kissed her hand. "Have a pleasant journey," he said. Violet smiled.
"Bon voyage?"
Lawrence glanced at her. He could be imagining it, but she looked self-satisfied, almost smug. Loveday blew a kiss towards Lawrence, waved, and left the room. As Lawrence watched the door swing shut, he wondered whether he would miss her, but knew that any sadness he felt today would have vanished by tomorrow. He had no attachment to Loveday, real or imagined. He turned towards Violet. She seemed smaller, frailer since the accident, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she was eager for information.
"I still don't know why Hannah Roper did it, Lawrence. It makes no sense."
"It does in a way," said Lawrence. "There is a curious logic to it once you realize that Hannah Roper is a direct descendant of Faith Mills."
"Then I suppose it is about vengeance."
"Yes. When they hung Faith as a witch, her daughter vowed that she would find a way to punish those who had betrayed her mother. It so happened that the hanging occurred in the middle of a storm. A crow was struck by lightning, fell from the sky, and landed by the executioner. Honor Mills took it for a sign, and it became her unofficial family crest. Her illegitimate son married and had children of his own. She lived for many years and was influential over her grandchildren and their children, even though she despised her son. She passed the story on, encouraging them to seek their revenge on anyone connected to the witch trials."
"Not an easy task," said Violet.
"How did they know who to punish?" "That is the point," said Lawrence. "They didn't. There is no evidence that the descendants of Honor Mills avenged anyone. After all this time, it would be difficult to find those responsible, even with the help of written records. In any case, who would they choose? The descendants of the vicar? The villagers who stood by and did nothing? The executioner? There were so many people involved in Faith Mill's hanging that punishing one individual would be almost impossible. Hannah decided instead that she would take vengeance against those who had wronged her personally. Had she been wronged? Asked Violet. If she was, I never heard it. She thought she was, replied Lawrence, though others would see it as an unfortunate accident. By whom? By Jonathan Carter and George Corbin, Lawrence replied. I can't imagine how. Neither could I until I spoke to Hannah yesterday, said Lawrence. She was surprisingly lucid considering her mind is gone, and she will soon be admitted to the asylum. You may know that her husband, Harry Roper, died the same year as Harriet Corbin. He fell out of a cart. A less well-known fact is who was held responsible. The horse that pulled the cart was young and skittish. Harry asked Jonathan Carter to hold it still while he dismounted. George Corbin happened to be passing on his way back from the Swan, somewhat the worse for wear. He started an argument with Jonathan Carter, who was momentarily distracted and let go of the reins. The horse was spooked, reared up, and threw Harry Roper to the ground. He hit his head on a rock and died. Hannah was distraught, as you can imagine. She had no children, and Harry was her life. She seemed to recover in time, but it destroyed her sanity. She began hearing voices and plotting her revenge. Did Hannah kill Jonathan Carter? Asked Violet. Yes, she did. Not only did she kill him, but she killed his sister too. Then she had an enormous stroke of luck. Henry Riches died a natural death, and George Corbin asked Hannah's friend Mary Riches to marry him. Back then, Mary was not unpopular with the villagers. She was the unofficial wise woman, well-versed in country law. She was trusted to cure minor ailments for those who could not afford the services of a doctor. Not a witch. Never a witch. At least not at the beginning. Hannah put those ideas in her head, and it was Hannah who encouraged her to keep the pet crow. Hannah Roper was persuasive, and Mary hung on her every word, but Hannah was careful to keep her manipulation well hidden. If she concealed her influence, she could make Mary appear to be something she was not. It worked. As Hannah's standing increased, so Mary's diminished. But surely Mary hurt the baby. No. It was Hannah. She killed Jonathan by frightening him to death, but she wanted worse for George. In her opinion, he committed the greater crime. She decided to punish him by hurting those for whom he cared. That way, his punishment would last longer. She poisoned Harriet and considered it a particular triumph, as Harriet was both George's wife and Jonathan's sister. Then, when Mary was already dying through a long-standing heart condition, she convinced her that both she and the baby would die the same day. Mary publicly repeated the prediction, and Hannah poisoned her soon after. Then she applied an irritant substance to the poultice that Mary had prepared for the baby earlier that day. But Mary was her friend. It did not matter, in the end. The lure of being able to hurt George Corbin was too strong. Unfortunately, the scheme only partly worked. She made Mary so convincing as a witch that George was glad to see the back of her, and wasn't upset when she died. Then why did she poison Eliza Clay? That's a good question, and exactly what I asked her. It was quite simple. Eliza had heard Hannah trying to persuade Mary to keep the crow. She was one of very few witnesses to Hannah's influence over Mary. It wouldn't have mattered if she'd forgotten about the incident, but she talked about it. Only once or twice, but it came to Hannah's attention. Eliza enjoyed the occasional beer, but she was poor and could not afford it very often, so Hannah took a jug of ale laced with taxine and left it on Eliza's windowsill. Eliza didn't question where it had come from, and she drank it.
"There's one thing I still don't understand," said Violet.
"What?" asked Lawrence.
"Hannah worked at the post counter opposite the chemist. Why did she go to the trouble of gathering new berries, which is not without risk, when she had a ready supply of poison within easy reach?"
"Two reasons," said Lawrence.
"Although Mr. Late can be somewhat cavalier in his approach, he locks the dangerous poisons and drugs away.
It would have been difficult for her to reach them.
And the second?
Even if she had got her hands on them, it would be obvious that they came from the chemist. Everyone in the household would be under immediate suspicion, including Hannah."
"Ah, but it didn't stop her doctoring your powders,"
said Violet. "It couldn't have taken much effort to slip the poison into an envelope marked with your name." "It didn't," said Lawrence. "But in this instance it didn't matter. You dropped the prescription off because I was unwell and unlikely to collect it myself. Someone could have doctored the powders at any point between leaving the chemist and arriving in my room. Suspicion would not fall on the occupants of the chemist alone."
"That's everything, then?"
said Violet. "Not quite," said Lawrence. "I have a question for you."
"What?"
asked Violet. "Well, please don't be offended," said Lawrence. "I have to ask. Why didn't you tell me that you were born Violet Mills? Are you related to Faith Mills?" Violet laughed. It was the first time Lawrence had seen her smile since Mrs. Harris died. "No relationship at all," she said. "Then why didn't you say? Why would I bring it to your attention when it was of no importance? You're a private investigator. What else would you think?" "Were you married?" Lawrence asked. Violet spluttered. "Don't be absurd," she said. "I was born Violet Mills, but my mother remarried when I was small, and I took her husband's name. He was like a father to me and treated me kindly. He died soon after I left home, and I was fond of him and kept his name." "I see," said Lawrence, regretting his cynicism. Everyone who knew Violet had believed in her when he had not. He alone had doubted her, and he had been proved wrong. He didn't know what to say, and changed the subject. "Hannah lit the fire in the basement, you know. She poured oil through the window and tossed a lighted match inside, intending to kill us both."
"How did she know we were there?"
"It was my fault," said Lawrence. "I met Caroline Elliott outside the chemist shop, and she told me something that didn't fit with the facts. She said that Hannah had missed her shawl when Hannah had denied it only moments earlier. Then Caroline said that Hannah encouraged Mary's odd beliefs. Perhaps Eliza Clay told her, who knows. Finally, I remembered what I had seen on the wall hanging. I recognized the names of Charles Fayers and his wife, Christian, but not the context. I couldn't remember why their names were familiar, but after I left, it dawned on me that the names might be part of the Mills family tree. I couldn't find my notes or yours either, so I went to the basement to look for the registers."
"A good thing you did," said Violet. "It saved my life. Now, Hannah's room is immediately above the front of the chemist," she continued. "I noticed that when I went there. She most likely heard your conversation with Caroline."
"And my subsequent exclamation," said Lawrence. "She must have followed me to the vicarage, waiting to see what I would do next. I proceeded to the basement, exactly as she'd feared."
"It would have been easier if you had just gone to the study," smiled Violet. "I left our notes there for safekeeping."
Epilogue. Bury St. Edmunds, October 1890. Rain lashed over the cobbled streets as the man in the top hat battled with a large umbrella which threatened to collapse at any moment. He slowed as he approached the mullioned windows of number 33. The sign above the window bore the interlocked names of Harpham and Smith, private investigators. He peered inside. A smartly dressed woman worked at her desk examining a map through a magnifying glass. The man checked over his shoulder, stole a furtive glance up and down the street, then grasped the door handle and entered the establishment. A bell clanged. The gentleman wiped his feet on the doormat and shook the umbrella onto the street before closing the door. He took a deep breath and walked towards the woman. She looked up and smiled. "How can I help you?" she asked. "I wish to consult with Mr. Harpham," he said. "There is a matter of some delicacy that I'd like to discuss." "Mr. Harpham is unavailable," she said. "He is out." "May I be of service?" "I would be equally prepared to speak to Mr. Smith," the gentleman continued. "It is all the same to me, as long as they are discreet." The woman opened her mouth to speak, but the bell chimed again, and Lawrence Harpham strolled into the newly painted office. "Good day, sir," he said. "Can I help, or are you dealing with my business partner, Miss Smith?" "Oh," said the gentleman. "I assumed it was Messrs. Harpham and Smith." "Everybody does," said Lawrence. "Come into the office and tell us all about it. Miss Smith and I will sort out your problem in no time." Afterword. The Fressingfield Witch is a work of fiction based on real events and was inspired by a series of newspaper clippings recording the allegations of witchcraft made against Mary Corbin and the subsequent inquest into the death of baby Edith Hammond. The Bury witch trials were factual and took place in 1645, though whether Faith Mills escaped with her life or not is, as far as I know, unrecorded. I have taken the unusual step of populating my fictional version of Fressingfield with real inhabitants from the 1891 census records, including a few of the main characters. But many of the main characters exist only in my imagination. Jacqueline Beard, Cheltenham. You've been listening to The Fressingfield Witch by Jacqueline Beard, narrated by Andrew Cullum, published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2017, Jacqueline Beard. This recording is copyrighted 2020, W.F. Howes Limited.